Oh, I gotta fix the tracks.
relationships, and also by transit, if it's transiting, say, to your natal Venus or through your seventh house or to planets in the seventh, the ruler of the seventh. So Pluto, one of the more, feared planets. But in this series, we're really going to talk about what is Pluto doing in our lives? What is Pluto trying to get us to learn or understand? What is the meaning or benefits of a Pluto transit, especially when it comes to love and relationships, or more broadly speaking, sexuality? So check out that talk. It's February 15th from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time. You can register on the website, and when you do, if you cannot make the live webinar, which you'll get a link for, afterward, we also send you a link to download the recording so that if you can't make it live, you can always watch it on your own later and download it to your device or whatever. So anyway, I hope to see some of you there. Any questions about that or any of the other courses that you find on our website, feel free to email us info@astrology.com. Okay, now on that note, let us go and take a look at the transits. Here we are. So here we have it. You can see that Wednesday, here we are, you have Venus at about 18 and change as of the morning, Wednesday, February 7th. Now you would have been feeling this from, say, February 5th all the way through, let's call it the 9th. So this entire week, you can really feel the connection of Venus and Uranus. Their symbolism is apparent. Maybe you feel it energetically. Maybe you notice it in your experiences in some area of your life. Maybe you're just feeling it psychologically, emotionally. But those two planets are connecting. If we drag this along, go forward a day, you'll see that by tomorrow, Venus is already in a degree of separation, and we're getting into about 3 degrees of separation, which is the engagement range by Saturday. So actually you could stretch this on to about February 10th, but it's in effect. And there's a lot of other things going on. The new moon coming up in Aquarius, we'll be exploring that in a separate video, that new moon. as well as the sun, are squaring Uranus at the time of the new moon. So we're spending a lot of time later this week on that. But today I want to spend some time talking about Venus and Uranus. Venus is as she makes the trine to Uranus, she is in her own bound. And Uranus is, of course, in the domicile of Venus. So a lot of Venusian power in the sky. We've been mentioning that a lot lately, just to really emphasize how strong the needs or desires of Venus are at this time. Anyway, all of that being said, Venus is also in what we call the superior position. I don't really think about the superior-inferior distinction that ancient astrologers made when an outer planet is involved. But if we were to consider it, Venus would sort of be leading her agenda would be a little bit more dominant right now than, say, Uranus. But we'll just leave it as a question mark as to how much the outer planets participate in the inferior and superior distinction of aspects that ancient astrologers made. If you're not aware of what that is, you can go back in some of my videos. If you search aspects, you'll find me talking about aspect theory. But anyway, so 5 themes to watch for. One, I'm going to call the runner's high. Now, this might sound weird, but although we may want to think about specific Venusian things like relationships or love or art or women or something very specific. Like
Yo, buddy. CRT, buddy. I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. That's a good question. But I don't know. I don't know if it's my like downscaler. Dude, I have so many connections and friggin' conversions, and dude, I got so much stuff going on. I'm just happy that we got any image at all, and it's looking pretty good. I don't know, buddy. Let's see. It's a good question. It's a good test.
You know, it's not like you've been taken to Bliss Mountain or something.
Yeah, buddy, on the CRT.
Feel like, yeah,
it's gonna be wild. We got the dot.
Nice day with some more good features than not. This is a good day, and I think that one of the best ways to offer.
Thanks for being here, bro. Thanks, man. That means a lot. It means a lot that you're here, bro.
Is to simply express and acknowledge gratitude for the moments of harmony and good fortune that we have. That's a very simple Venusian thing. Venus signification for thousands of years. Just the everyday good fortune. Not
honestly, I'm just playing before Big Tommy Man starts playing, you know what I mean? I'm like, okay, I got about a week before Big Tommy Man goes ape shit on the fucking ranks. Thanks, bro.
When you connect it with Uranus in Taurus, a god of breakthroughs, you could really say that by virtue of having done some difficult things, by having worked, by having attended to some duties in our life, or some
I hope so, man. I hope so, buddy.
Anything that we've been.
Thanks, man. I posted the 29. I posted the 29 finally, because I'm like, well, I have it. I'm like, I don't want to not claim it, you know.
That there's a moment with that hard work where you hit a breakthrough. It's less about work and more about joy. So the way that I decided to try to describe this is through runner's high. Now, I am someone at my 40s now. I have to use the elliptical because it hurts my knees too much to use the treadmill. It's so sad. But anyway, so I use the elliptical. But when I'm going on the elliptical, I'm getting my heart rate up and whatever, for a little while, it's like,
yeah, dude, he has dude, you know what he has on 64 on this level? Friggin' 22.
My breath is going.
22!
Breakthrough. And you guys know this. It's in any exercise. It could even be in gardening. Okay, it's any kind of work. I'm just using the runner's high as an example, where it shifts from a duty and an obligation and something you have to kind of get yourself up for, and then
yeah, there is. There is lag still.
This is actually fun.
I don't know, though. I gotta get used to it. I gotta figure it out, man.
I think of this as the runner's high. There's also a very strange thing that happens.
It's pretty good, though, man.
Which is something I've been meditating on a lot lately because...
there is lag, though.
This morning, as I am making this video in just a couple of hours...
It's time-space guy, I know, right?
A little bit in advance. Okay, so I'm making this video around the last quarter moon of Scorpio. And I make them...
Yeah, there's a lot of lag.
Because we have an editing process.
I don't know, though.
So
Maybe it's just me. I gotta see.
So it's this last quarter moon in Scorpio. We found out just a couple of days ago that our 11-year-old dog has really advanced cancer.
Yeah, there's a lot of lag still.
So after I'm done recording this,
It is what it is.
we have a service that comes to the home.
I just like the setup better.
Helps put the animals
It's better
back
than me speed running in bed.
and put them to sleep and help our dog Ray
Honestly.
breathe life. And it's funny because I've been going through just waves of like grief, and I got a cold at the same time. And
It is better though.
what I will say is that there's
Yeah, I do.
and I remember this from ayahuasca experiences as well, which is just my own. That's the.
Could that be
main
lagging
thing
it?
I'm not saying go drink. Anytime I mention ayahuasca, people seem to think that I think that I don't know how to do it. It's not how I feel. But anyway, in ayahuasca ceremonies, a very similar feeling where somewhere in the processing of pain, it's as though I can see some metaphorical wings, some
Oh
light
wow.
presence within my
Is
psyche.
16 by 9 laggier?
And when faced with mortality and loss and grief,
Yo, what's up, Hideyoshi? What's up, man?
beloved family member, and for us, of course, that's our dog just as much as it is any person, There's this weird way in which you can feel that things are lightening.
See, if I do it normal, it goes weird, like
There's a relief.
widescreen. You know what I mean?
Processing of heavy things. That the heaviness and the lightness are like they come from each other. There's this famous essay that I've been thinking about a lot lately by James Hillman. And of course, you guys know he's sort of one of my intellectual guides in this life, and spiritual.
Like, you see what I mean?
He has this essay called "Silver in the White Earth," and in that essay, he talks a lot about.
Well, wait, I can change it.
Um,
I can change
silver,
this. I can change the
which
input.
he equates with the soul's metal, the moon's metal, and the soul as really a part of us that derives its meaning and its sense of self in and through experience. It's not interested in like leaving the body, leaving this world, transcending the body, transcending experience, or transcending personal history. It is what it is in so many ways because of its experiences. And it's the immanent feature rather than the transcendent function, you could say, the soul. The soul, the metal of the soul is
It's
silver,
like
and it has to be
stretch.
mined from lead.
No, it's not. Is this stretch? No, it's not.
From the hardness, from the hard stuff. But it's this incredibly beautiful, light, lunar, otherworldly material that glistens and mirrors. It's as though this week, as these waves of grief have been coming by,
It looks strange, yeah.
that I've been finding some silver, that I've been finding some lightness. And believe it or not, again, as much as we want to think about Venus and Uranus in terms of just all of there's going to be breakthroughs in your relationships or love or art, yes, like all of those things, all those specific. But Venus is also just about lightness and happiness and flow and harmony as qualities of experience, like the flow of a good song you're listening to in your headphones when you're going for a walk. It's just like that's Venus. And when Venus in Capricorn, the sign of Saturn, sign of love, Saturn, the planet of love, I should say. When that planet trines Uranus and Taurus, it is as though lightness can come through from something heavy. So I use runner's high as an example, but I also think about the lightness that happens when
It does look laggier.
we have to face things, limitations, and the hard things about life, like death and loss. I took my dog Rhea for a walk last night. This is the last walk of I'll have to take her on. And I know this is really like such a simple thing, maybe you can relate. I realized, I was like, man, whenever she wants to sniff around, and you know how dogs, when you take them on a walk, they really like to do their sniffing. Over the years, I've been so impatient with her sniffing the earth.
Yeah, it is laggier.
I felt this
Right.
tremendous lightness
Joe, you're the man, dude. You are the fucking man. You know that?
Very keyword.
Sorry, you Hideyoshi, but Joe, like, honestly,
And I thought it was really interesting
he's
because
helping me out like big
as
time
we
with
were
this
walking,
shit.
she's stopped eating. You know, she's ready to leave her body. She stopped eating. And we were just going for a short, little, gentle walk. And it's funny because I was like, "You want to go for a walk?" She's still just as excited as she was when she was like a puppy. And as we were walking, she pulled back to, like, "I want to sniff." I was like, "Yeah, sniff," in her collar, because she's been losing weight and everything. Her collar just slipped right off her neck. And I just thought, oh, yeah, it's time to leave the body, It's time to leave some of the things that have been limiting. Not that the body is a prison, but at a certain point, it becomes a limitation that drops off. It becomes a boundary or a threshold that you're ready to cross over. And I just kept, as this is happening, there are other Uranus transits in the sky. And I just thought, wow, yeah, there's this, it's hard to say goodbye, it's hard to let go, but there's this lightness that comes. So anyway, I've been thinking a lot about this transit, all the transits from Capricorn to Taurus, and just how there's this way in which things get so light and in the midst of hard, difficult, or things that we might consider work, but in the process somewhere, something suddenly gets light.
That looks pretty good,
It's
eh?
Venus trine Uranus from Capricorn to Taurus. And I know that later today, after she leaves her
Looks
body,
amazing.
although it'll be hard,
Nice. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, man.
I know that there'll be a lightness. Well, one of the things that I also really love about Venus Uranus, is it's amazing how whenever Venus contacts Uranus, and this is like,
Psychology of numbers? We're gonna learn about sacred geometry, hidden math numbers again. This video is insane.
Hello, I'm Randall Carlson. I would like to welcome you to a very special episode of After School. I'm a designer and builder by profession, but have for many years been an avid investigator into the marvels and mysteries of this amazing world we inhabit. I would like to invite you to join us here on a journey into the realm of sacred number and symbol, and the forms, patterns, and cycles of both space and time in which these numbers are embedded. Today, thanks to the talented team at After School, we'll take a peek behind the veil into the ancient symbolism of sacred number that still exists as part of our everyday lives. The animation format employed
Alright,
here
let's get it.
is a
Let's go.
powerful medium
Let's
for
go.
conveying the essence of this knowledge. And so, without further ado, let us begin.
So what is the universal language? It's symbolism. It's number and symbolism and form. And number, symbolism, and form are universal regardless of the spoken tongue, which one happens to have been brought up in. And hopefully in the next hour and a half, I'm going to be showing you examples of this so that you can see for yourself what actually the universal language of geometry and symbolism actually means. So we're going to jump right into it here and talk about sacred numbers embedded in everyday phenomena. These are the things that we all pretty much think about and use on a daily basis without ever really pondering the fact that there's actually deep symbolism hidden within them. We measure our life in terms of days, of 24 hours, referred to as a tropical or solar day. And it turns out that 24 of these hours are 1,440 minutes. This is one of the key numbers within the ancient canon of numerical cosmology that the ancients used to basically design and create their world. The 1,440 minutes equates to 86,400 seconds. So if you just listen to these numbers, look at them, and let them kind of soak into your brain, once you've gotten into this as actually a system, a methodology of transmitting information, these numbers are actually carriers of information because each number stands for meanings beyond just the apparent ones. So we see 1,440 minutes is equal to 86,400 seconds, and a 12-hour span of time, which is usually represented on the clock, 720 minutes, which equals 43,200 seconds. So just look at those numbers. You'll think that obviously 43,200 is half of 86,400. The 1,440, we're going to encounter that number again here momentarily. So these are just examples of some of the time measures, how we think about time in our particular culture. Space measure, we talk about a foot, we talk about of 12 inches, we talk about a square foot, and you'll notice that the square foot has the same repetition of digits, 144, as the 24 hours does. All we do is we tack a 0 on that. We have the number of minutes in a day. We have a cubic foot equaling 1728. I want to call your attention to the 1 square yard, which is 1,296 inches. As it turns out, we can stick a 0 on the end of that, and we have 12,960 years, which turns out to be an awesomely important span of time in terms of some of the great cycles that affect this planet, and that's what we're going to be getting to. Geometry, everybody knows that a circumference of a circle is divided into 360 degrees, and that 360 degrees of arc, because each degree is subdivided into minutes of arc. There is then 60 times 360, as it says there, 21,600. And then you'll notice the 21,600 minutes of arc equals 1,296,000 seconds of arc. That's a mighty fine subdivision of a circle that would be used mostly by astronomers to measure the motion of distant stars. But notice that number, 1,296,000, and you'll see that it's the same number, just raised by 3 orders of magnitude as the number of square inches in a square yard. Okay, now another thing you might notice about most of these numbers from 1440 to 8640, 43,200, 144, 1728, 36, 1296 is that they all Kabbalistically add up and reduce to the single digit 9. Notice that all of them. Pick any one of them, other than, say, with the exception of 24, but 1440 adds and reduces to a single digit 9. 1296, you'll notice the same thing. 1 and 2 and 9 and 6 is 18, which adds to a 9. Okay, so if you're taking notes, write these down or make mental notes of these numbers, because these are the numbers we're going to be encountering now as we progress through this journey here into the hidden mathematics. So we will start by looking at how some of these same numbers and other numbers are associated with the measures of geometry. And here we have what I refer to as the alphabet of sacred geometry.
Yo, what's up,
These are
Christian?
the
How are you,
simplest
man?
forms. These are the polygons. You have a circle, which is actually not a polygon, but we have an equilateral triangle, a square, and a pentagon. And each of these can be measured by the number of degrees that determine the angles of the sides. So, for example, we look at a circle, which is just a special case of an ellipse with eccentricity of 0. We've covered this already, so let's go right to the equilateral triangle, and we'll see it's 60, 60, and 60, which equals 180 degrees. Again, notice that we've got the number 9 recurring.
Good, man. Good, thanks, bro.
We go to the square, which is 4 times 90 degrees. The total number of degrees defining the square is 360, the same as the circle, the same as the measure of a circle. And we measure the polygons by essentially measuring the angles of the vertices or the corners. So then likewise with the pentagon, each of the angles between successive edges is 108 degrees. So you multiply the 108 times 5 and you get 540. Again, notice, everything adds up to 9 for some strange reason. 108 is going to turn out to be a very important number. It's a lunar number, as you're going to see.
Yo, what's up, Bart? How are you, man?
Anybody know what metal has an atomic weight of silver?
Oh, man.
Atomic weight of 108? Yes, that's right. It's silver. Very good. All right, so
It's
let's
on the
get into
Nintendo
some of the
Switch.
solids. Tetrahedron is this form right here, and it's composed
The
of
first
4
word
of
of the title
equilateral
of my
triangles.
stream.
So we
Says
have, as it
Switch.
says here, there's 4
It's
triangular
on Nintendo
faces.
Switch.
4 times 180 is 720 degrees. That is the total angular measure of
What's up,
this
dude? What's up,
particular
guys? How are you?
geometric
Welcome.
form. This is known as one of the platonic solids, or regular polyhedra. Polyhedra means multiple faces. And the regular polyhedra is the family of 5, there's only 5, that have the same shape or the same polygonal face. In this case, the equilateral triangle. And then we will move on to the cube. And the cube is 6 faces, and they're each square, and we saw that each of those square faces had 360 degrees, 6 times 360. The important thing is to grasp that the total number of degrees in this form is 2,160. 2,160. And we're going to find out that that number actually turns out to be pretty significant in the measure of other parts of time and space. Then we'll go to the octahedron, and it has 8 triangular faces. This is our octahedron right here. And they're all, you'll notice that so far the tetrahedron and the octahedron are both composed of triangular, equilateral triangular faces. And essentially, if you look at the difference between the tetrahedron and the octahedron, you could just imagine it if we could take the tetrahedron and split it along an edge and insert a 4th triangular face, it would cause it to flatten out somewhat, and it would give us the top half of the octahedron. And likewise, we could insert a 5th equilateral triangle in here, and it's going to give us the icosahedron, which I'll show you in a minute. If we tried to insert a 6th one, though, we discovered that the whole thing flattened out into 2 dimensions. So that wouldn't work as far as enclosing space. So in any case, notice we're seeing a recurrence of this number that we saw, 1440. Remember we saw that number back right here, the number of minutes in a day. So let that relationship sink in. The number of minutes in the time that it takes our Earth to spin exactly once on its axis relative to the sun happens to be the same number of degrees that define the octahedron. And that's actually what we're talking about there when we're talking about a tropical or solar day. We're talking about exactly one rotation of the Earth on its axis relative to the sun. Okay. Then we have the icosahedron, which is 20 faces, all equilateral triangles. You can see if you look at the vertex of this thing, you see that there are 5 faces clustered around each vertex. So if we were to split an edge, insert another triangle, what it would happen is it would flatten out into a hexagon, a flat hexagon, with 6 equilateral triangles about its center. In any case, there are 20 of these triangular faces. 20 times 180 is 3,600. So again, we have one of our 9s, and then our final is our dodecahedron, my favorite shape. This is what Plato referred to the dodecahedron as being the shape of the universe itself. The dodecahedron, you'll notice, has 12 faces, 20 vertices, whereas the icosahedron has 20 faces and 12 vertices. So they're duals of each other. We could actually suspend this icosahedron. If the dodecahedron was hollow, we could put it inside. We would discover that each corner of the icosahedron coincided with the center of the pentagonal face of the dodecahedron. Okay, each pentagonal face, as we found out, each edge was 108. 5 times 108 is 540. 12 times 540, as it says, is 6,480. So again, we've got the number 9 redundantly occurring over and over again in these measures. Okay, 6,480 turns out to be a critically important number as well, as you're going to see as we proceed along here. Oh, and then we have the star tetrahedron.
Yo, Drenzy, what's up?
Two
How are you doing?
tetrahedrons interlaced, and I don't have one of those today.
How are you,
But
little bee?
if you can picture a tetrahedron like this, and then one like this interlaced, it gives you this what's known as sometimes the star tetrahedron, or the stellated octahedron.
How are you? Hope you're doing well.
It is composed of two tetrahedrons, each of 720. So here again now you're seeing the repetition of this same number, 1440, being the measure of the star tetrahedron. Okay, so now we're going to talk about time measurements.
Welcome.
The first thing we're going to look at is astrological
being here.
time cycles. I don't know how many of you have studied astrology. But
How are you doing?
in this particular scheme of time, the total duration of the precessional cycle, which is 25,920 years, this is the motion
Zooming
of
by.
the Earth on its axis like this.
It's all good.
Or,
Glad you do.
think of it
Glad
like
you did.
this. The axis of the Earth actually forms sort of an hourglass motion, a long, slow period of rotation. It's you could consider it Earth's third motion, next to its first motion, which is the daily rotation of the Earth on its axis, its second motion, which is the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, and its third motion, which is the precession of the Earth's axis. The diurnal or daily rotation of the Earth on its axis gives us the day-night cycle, which is obviously of critical importance to our life down here on Earth. The orbit around the Sun also is likewise of critical importance because that's the yearly cycle. The third motion is what the ancients referred to as the Great Year. And it's been measured by astronomers at slightly over 50 seconds of arc of motion per year, which actually puts the astronomically determined number slightly less than this one. But we don't know that that's necessarily constant for the whole cycle. In any case, the ancient number that was typically attributed to this great year cycle was 25,920 years. That great year was considered to be analogous to our annual year. And just as the annual year was divided into 4 seasons of spring, summer, winter, and fall, likewise the great year was divided into 4 great seasons, symbolized by the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac: the bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man or the angel. If you divide 25,920 by 4 to determine the duration of each season, you'll discover that it's 6,480 years, which is interesting because 6,480 years, as you recall, was the total measure of the dodecahedron. So here we have this same number linking the measure of space in terms of the dodecahedron, 6,480 degrees, and the season of the great year,
wireless
which was
N64
considered to be
controller.
profoundly
It's so
important
weird,
to
man.
ancient cultures all
wireless.
over the world, who had various ways of
It
representing this
lags.
4-fold division of cyclical time. All right, then
Like
we
that
have
first
from
shot,
the ancient Chaldeans, we have what was known as the
100%
Saros
has a
cycle,
lag.
which was 3,600 years.
Yeah.
So we see
It
a
lags a
repetition
lot.
of that number, the
I don't know if it's
3,600, if you recall. in our
TV. I don't know if it's
notes,
conversion
is the
of
number
also
of degrees
wireless.
measuring the icosahedron. Then we have the decans. You'll notice that a Platonic month, which is 1/12 of the great year, right there.
There is a
Divide
lot of
that
lag,
number
though.
by 12, you get this number, 2,160. And that number, you may recall, depending on how good your
The
memory
hand
is,
movement,
the number of
thanks.
degrees measuring the cube, 2,160. And then you'll notice the 2 decads of the ecliptic or 20 degrees of the ecliptic is 1,440. The number
my
of
runs are way
degrees
better
in
than
the
yesterday.
octahedron. And 1 decan or 10 degrees, for any of you who've studied
Except for the first
astrology,
camera.
you know
The first
that
camera's
the decans
atrocious.
are important to astrological determination. 1 decan
I gotta
or
do
10
that.
degrees then takes 720
See how much
years.
longer it took,
So
though?
here we have all 5 of the Platonic solids represented in these particular time cycles. And over here I'm going to mention that ancient cultures all over the world used to run 2 calendars successively. A secular calendar, which is typically like our modern calendar of 365 and 1/4 days, and then they would have a sacred calendar of 360 days, and 5 days intercalated, they would call it. And typically, they would do, whether it was the Greeks or the Egyptians or even the Mayans, ancient cultures all over the world had similar traditions of setting those 5 days aside, and they were considered to be unlucky. And so, no work, no activity,
Thanks for
nothing.
being here, everyone.
Nobody ever
Appreciate
tried
it.
to do
Moonraker,
anything on those
Albara,
days. They would just take those
Journey.
days off. 5 days off, then they would resume again and pick up their sacred year of 360 degrees. Now, the Sumerians had a belief that the year
Why?
was once actually
I hate this
360
game,
days in
man.
length, and that somewhere along, as a result of some cosmic
Joe,
catastrophe of
Sandoval,
some undefined
Hideyoshi.
sort,
A lot of people,
the
thank you.
year was lengthened by
Wow.
5 1/4 days. And so
For being
the
you,
Sumerians,
being you.
who are the first known culture to mathematically divide the circle into 360 degrees, it is believed that one of their motives for doing so was they believed that that circle then could become a model of the year, and each degree then representing one day. So what we have now is a synchrony going on, in that if the year, the idealized or sacred year, is 360 days, then what we have, if you actually picture it, is that
too
the
slow.
Earth is describing a circle in its orbit, but then in each degree of motion around that circle, it's turned once on its axis. So what we have there is a synchronization of
What?
this cosmic motion representing these numbers. So in any case, the ancient cultures would reckon time measure by 360 days according to the sacred calendar. And by doing so, they could then divide that 360 days of the sacred year into subdivisions such as this right over here. And we'll just run through that very quickly. You'll notice that one deckhand turns out to be 10 days within the sacred
Lag,
calendar.
man.
And that's exactly 14,400 minutes. So here we have the same numbers recurring again. You'll notice, though, that the number, the symbolism of the number is not lost, or the system of the symbolism of the number is consistent irrespective of its order of magnitude. So in other words, you could say the square of 12 being 144 has the same symbolism as 144 times 10, or 144 times 100, as you have right here, or even 144 times 1,000. Again, referring back to the book of Revelations, there's a verse in there.
Yo, Joe, did I
referring
read
to
like that you can use
144,000
a
redeemed from the
USB
earth?
N64
We'll get
adapter
to
for the
that,
Switch?
here shortly. It's
Because I might have
quote,
one of
because they have
those.
various ways of embedding these sacred numbers into the various traditions. You'll notice that 3 deckhands or 1 Platonic month in the Platonic year was 2,160 years. But in
Apparently
the
you
sacred
can? That's
year,
insane. I have
360
that.
days, again, there's that 43,000.
Maybe.
So, and go down here, the 1 Platonic season of 6,480 years, 129,600. So if you're taking notes and writing these down, you're going to find
Elusive has the
you're writing down
adapter?
the same
Wow, and
numbers
is
over
there
and over
less
again,
lag?
simply raised to different orders of magnitude.
Man.
Okay. This is just a little graphic that depicts this processional
Thank you for
motion
answering,
that
dude.
I'm talking about here. This motion right here
I'm gonna try it
is
my next
generally
break.
assumed by most astronomers to be
I'm gonna try it.
primarily
'Cause I think it's
induced
behind me,
onto
all the
Earth
chords and
by,
stuff.
by the moon, secondarily by the sun, and then also a
Because
contributing
I
factor by
have
the
it
planets.
behind me, but I don't.
So it's almost, you could almost think of this processional motion of the Earth's axis
Takes like a
as
second to
being
set up,
the vectoral summation of all the gravity forces of the solar system acting on
yeah,
the Earth,
it's too much.
causing it acting. See, when the planet rotates on its axis, and this is a critical factor, as it rotates on its axis, it spreads out towards the middle. Its equatorial diameter is greater than its polar diameter. And that, in fact, is critical to the Earth maintaining axial stability, so that it's not doing this in its orbit around the sun. Because if it was doing that, it's likely that higher life would have never evolved in the first place. But due to the fact that it spins, it spreads out so that the diameter of the equator is 26 miles greater than the diameter of the pole. The sum total of all the gravity forces impinging upon the Earth from moon, sun, and planets acts upon that bulge as if it was a flywheel and is actually pulling it around. And it's that leads to the great year.
You play on
And,
64 now.
what it
You
does
don't
is over
feel
a
like
period
a
of half
lot
the great year,
less
1 million or
lag on the 64?
12,960 years, is it reverses the seasons. So that if we were able to jump in a time machine
'Cause I
and go
do.
back 12,960 or
I like the
ahead
exact same setup.
12,960, we would
Unless it's
find
the
that
video
everything was
converter
reversed. If we would keep the
to
same
from
Gregorian
HDMI to
calendar
AV,
in
which it
place,
might be, but
the seasons would have been reversed.
could be
so
that.
winter
I don't
would
know.
be July and summer would be. In fact, and then what
But,
we
like,
see
it's
is that
looking pretty good.
hemispherically, like we know that when it's winter in the northern hemisphere,
You're playing on a
southern-
CRT, insane.
it's summer in the southern hemisphere. Well, those seasons would be reversed.
Switch too?
They flip. It's a back and forth. It's an
That would make a lot of
oscillation
sense.
between the two hemispheres of the Earth over a period
Feels good. Does it feel better?
of 12,960 years.
And
This
64 feel
shows
better?
the wheel of the great year with all of the ages, the astrological months as they're known. And if we were to place ourselves right at this position right here where it says 0 years BP, BP means before present, and it also is 25,920 years. So what has been happening is that the vernal equinox, a hypothetical point in space occupied by the sun, when day and night are the exact same duration, that vernal point is moving through space as a result of this axial
Insane.
motion.
Wow,
of the Earth.
insane.
And ancient
That's
peoples
crazy.
would go to great lengths to try to observe and predict that motion. So they would set up structures, oftentimes on a very large scale, that would be oriented to certain points in space so that one could, from certain vantage points, such as the center of a ringed megalithic structure, for example, or the center of a temple that had an axial orientation to a certain point on the horizon, one could make minute observations of this slowly shifting vernal equinox, or for example the solstices. The vernal equinox and the solstices are two lines in space that are right angles to each other.
Helps a
I'll show
lot.
you a graphic in a minute. But in any case, if we
It
go
helps a
around
lot,
this
man.
wheel, this great wheel here, this wheel of this cosmic wheel, what we're going to see is that each of these is a zodiacal sign. We have here Pisces, we have here Aquarius. So now the vernal equinox is poised. It's moving out of the star constellation of Pisces, moving into the star constellation of Aquarius. And so we say that roughly for the last 2,000, or if we want to be precise, 2,160 years, the vernal equinox has been transiting the constellation of Pisces. Therefore, we've been in the Piscean age. Prior to that was Aries. Prior to that was Taurus. We find that the beginning of modern recorded history goes back to the Taurian age. We can essentially express all of recorded human history between the latter part of the Taurian age through the age of Aries, the age of Pisces, and now into the age of Aquarius, right? Okay. If we go back, we'll notice though that the numbers here are the same numbers, the same family of numbers we've been looking at here. 2160, 4320, 6480.
It's better though. It's better.
640,
I don't know though. I do want to get
10,800. We
the
saw
same
the
like you
108. I
say.
called you
That's
attention to
crazy.
that when I was asking you what was the atomic weight of silver and which metal, which astronomical object is silver associated with? The moon, yes. 12,960 puts us exactly on the opposite end of the equinoctial axis, and then we see at right angles to each other we have the autumn spring axis, and this is the summer winter axis, and they're at right angles to each other, and the whole thing is rotating. You've got a picture that this propeller is rotating counterclockwise, so that in 6,480 years Taurus will have moved down to the 0 point. Okay, we've seen this, so this is just a recap of those same numbers, and you will notice 8640, the number of seconds in one day. You'll notice that in a half a day, 43,200. Well, if you go back to the dawning of the age of Aries, 4,320 years ago. And these are just more interesting ways that these numbers show up. If you take 25,920 seconds and set each second corresponding to 1 year of the great year, you'll discover it's exactly 432 minutes. 25,920 hours in turn is 1,080 days. And 25,920 days is equal to 72 years in the sacred calendar. Which is interesting because I think most determinations of the average human lifespan right now in history is about 72 years. So you could think of a human lifespan as being equivalent to 1 day of the great year. There's an interesting proportional relationship going on there between the total precessional cycle of 25,920 years and one human lifetime. In the Vedas, they had various ways of encoding references to numbers. Let the Brahmin hear the praise.
Yo, what's up, Dalton? How are you, man?
This hath the four.
How are you, dude? Hope you're doing well, dude.
Emitted. 4 are his horns, 3 are the feet that bear him, his heads are 2, his hands are 7 in number. Notice 4, 3, 2, raised to the 7th power, gives you the number of years in the ancient Vedic time span, the Kalpa, 4,320,000,000 years.
Gotta run? No worries.
Which I find
No worries,
to be
buddy. Thanks, man.
suspiciously close
I think
to
I just gotta
the
get used to
modern
it.
For the age of the universe, which is about 4.5, or the age of the Earth rather, which is about 4.5 billion years.
Alright.
So this was one way they had of encoding or embedding references to these.
I literally just moved my dot. I improved my dot. I think so the dot location was different for this versus. So I don't know if it was the lag or the dot.
Writings of historians like Borat and others, and from the Sumerian clay tablets.
Peace.
We're able to find that there were references to
Bunker 1, buddy. Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Aw, thanks, man.
Pre-Diluvian
Bunker 1 home slice.
before
Yeah,
the flood,
thanks,
right?
buddy. I
So they had
appreciate
this
that.
belief that there were 10 kings reigning before
Thanks,
the
man.
flood, and you'll notice the
29.
numbers that they ascribed to each of the kings, the reign.
Peace,
those numbers
Joe.
now should all be becoming familiar to you. You've seen a bunch of them already. There's 43,200.
Thanks, buddy.
64,800, 36.
How you doing?
64,
Last time we spoke, you had good
1,800
news about
is,
your mom. I hope she's doing better.
Presented twice,
Right.
actually 3 times. The total, though, 432,000 years.
Hope you're doing well, man.
That's a long span of time. Do you think they meant this literally, or is this strictly symbolic and figurative? Is it possible that the king could have reigned for 36,000 years? I tend to think it was symbolical, but you know, it is interesting that one of the universal traditions from ancient cultures is that before the flood, and all the cultures from all over the world recognized that there was a great flood, or even floods
She's doing
that
fine. Nice.
decimated humanity at various times. But they're all pretty much in agreement that prior to the flood,
Awesome, buddy.
human lifespan
Nice.
was much
Thanks,
longer
buddy.
than it is today.
Congrats,
Which
man.
I find we've all heard about Methuselah living to be 969 years, right? Or Lamech being 777. It seems that they had, in the biblical ages, they seem to have lived about an order.
Oh
of
my
magnitude
god, the
greater than
last
our modern
cam.
age.
It's so
Which, considering, you know,
friggin' sensitive.
from my perspective, the things I'd like to get done in this lifetime, I would need at least that many years. In the Vayu Purana, which is again one of the Vedas, we find verses like this: 360 years, according to the human calculation, constitute one divine year. Wise people know that there are 4 yugas in Bharata Varsa. The first one is Treta, then follow Treta, Devapara, and Kali. Probably some of you have heard of the Kali Yuga that we're supposedly in right now, and supposed the age of darkness and the age of ignorance. But you'll notice that they reckon time. They have another. The Vedas recognizes a sacred year that they call, or a divine year, which is 360 of our years. Okay, now here's a tabulation.
No,
of
no
Vedic
worries, no
ages.
stress, man. No worries at
You'll
all.
notice,
Thank you,
we'll look
buddy.
first at
That,
the
you know,
total
that warms
in
my
human
heart.
years,
Thank you, man.
and we see that the Kali Yuga, the shortest, is 432,000. Then we go to 864,000,
Tied
1,296,000, 1,728,000,
with Joe,
and 4,320,000.
right?
You'll notice that the
Come on,
total
man.
of
Like,
the Maha Yuga, the Great Yuga, is 10
We're so close.
times the length of the Kali Yuga. And
oh
that's
my
because
God,
you'll notice
man.
that the Dwapara is twice, the Treta is 3 times, and the Satya is 4 times. So taking the original term, doubling it, then tripling it, then quadrupling it, adding those together will give us 10 times the number we started with. But again, notice the number that the Vedic ages begins with, 432,000, is the same number that the Sumerian king list ends with. So it's almost as if we have 2 different traditions, but one system. And we see that the Sumerians preserved knowledge about the subdivisions of this Yuga time of 432,000 years, and symbolize these subdivisions by the reigns of these 10 pre-Diluvian kings. And then we can see that once we get to 432,000 years, at that point the Vedic cycles kick in, and then we have these that follow. And using the divine year of 360 years yields this column of numbers. And then when we put the duration in the human years, it's interesting, each of the yugas, such as the Kali Yuga, they were all believed to have a period of transition into the age, then the age itself, and then a period of transition out of the age. And so basically what they did was they took the total age. You'll notice here the relationship between the Kali Yugas, the 360,000, and the Sandhya, which was the transition in, and the Sanyamsa, which was the transition out, are each 1/10 of that, adding up to the total of 432. But you'll notice that we've got the same recurring numbers again. No, it was 144,000 right there. And then we have that raised by another order of magnitude. So you see how these same numbers are recurring over and over again.
Come on, man. Like, come
and
on.
I would suggest that there's a pattern emerging here. And I know that for a lot of people, first time they are confronted with this kind of information, sometimes it's almost too mind-boggling. You're going, what the heck does all these numbers mean? It's just too many numbers to sort out. But what you realize once you start studying them is that each one of them is kind of a mnemonic, because each number has a whole collection of phenomena that's associated with it.
Like,
And
what the fuck?
it's still in use today. I mean, how many people, everybody should know that, a square foot is 144 square inches. Anybody who's a builder, a craftsperson, an artist should know basic rules of measurement. The Mayan world ages. Now you notice there, do we see similar numbers? The Baktun, 144,000 days. So it's almost like they had the same numbers, but they're now representing smaller cycles.
Come on, man.
But it's
Like,
the same numbers representing the cyclical periods within nature. A tune is 360 days, and that was the sacred calendar that we find all over the ancient world. And then they had the 5 days added to that, the 5 unlucky days. So again, we see the same numbers being repeated redundantly throughout these various traditions. Sacred numbers embedded in solar system architecture. I'm only going to show you a few examples of this in order to convey to you the idea. The solar orb. Well, if we measure that, we discover its radius is 432,000 miles, which of course means that its diameter is 864,000 miles. So notice that we measure the sun according to the human measure of miles. And by the way, what is the origin of the mile unit that we use? Anybody know? Origin of the mile? Origin of the mile. It comes from the Latin.
come
word
on. Like,
mil,
what are
which
you
means
doing?
1,000. So it's talking about 1,000 something. What would it be talking about? 1,000 what? 1,000 paces that average 5.28 feet in length. It actually goes back, we know that Romans were using a mile that were 1,000 paces, and they would lay out Rome, for
I
example,
hate this
had
game.
a city center, and everything was measured outwards from that city center according to paces. And those paces were 1,000 of them gave the Roman mile. The Roman pace was a little bit shorter than the British pace, which is where we get our mile from. Our mile, in fact, interestingly, and I'm going to show you a diagram of this shortly, Stonehenge is 105. The outer ring of the Sarsen stone circle measures right at about 105.6 feet, which makes it 1/5 of a mile, or 1/50th of a mile, I'm sorry. That and several other numbers that we find in megalithic structures in ancient England suggest that the mile was actually a unit of measure that was being used as long ago as 4,000 years or longer. And we're still using it today, the same unit of measure that could have been used 4,000 years ago. And for that reason, you know, and once you begin to get into and understand the sacred basis of our ancient metrological or measuring systems, you'll realize that if we convert completely over to the metric system, we're going to lose something very, very profound. All right, remember what was the length of the Kali Yuga? 432,000 years. What was the length of the Dwapara Yuga? 864,000 years. What was the length of a Platonic
on,
month?
man, like, come
1/12 of the
on.
great year. Anybody remember? 2,160 years, right? The same number of degrees that measure the cube.
So dumb. It might be pace, but it's so dumb.
All right, what are we looking at here? Anybody recognize that? Look familiar? The moon has a radius of 1,080 miles, which gives it a diameter of 2,160. Remember I said 1,080 or 108, and it's double. 2160 was a lunar number. See, this is a clue to you now. There are several references, for example, in the Sumerian tradition describing the ark built by Sisyphus, which is being described as a cube. That makes no sense. You think, what kind of a ship is it that would be described as a cube? You know, that wouldn't be very seaworthy, a cube, right? But it's not referring to an actual ship as we think of it. It's referring to the cubing of the sphere. And in this case, the sphere that it's referring to is the moon, which was symbolically considered to be an ark to many of the ancient cultures that believed that the earth was periodically destroyed by great catastrophes. So we have the number 1,080, and we have the number 2160. And then we have the earth. No, that's the earth. And again, because of the spinning of the earth on its axis, we have this difference between the polar diameter,
What the
7899, or just thinking round number 7,900 miles,
Oh
and the equatorial diameter 7,926. So that
I
creates
think my hand was
26
pushing
mile
on the A button
difference.
here. I don't know. I gotta see
Thank,
what the fuck
thank
A
you for
does.
that 26-mile difference, because life on Earth would be a very chaotic affair without that bulge. We see that the diameter of a sphere with the same surface area as Earth is 7,920 miles, and also the diameter of the Earth, when you take
So
it
fucking
from,
dumb, man.
if you slice it through the Tropic of Cancer through to the Tropic of Capricorn,
Could be
that
faster.
diameter also is about 7,920. So we use 7,920 as the sacred number to represent the Earth, because even though the Earth varies considerably between equatorial and polar diameters, we find that at a very significant piercing through of the Earth's diameter from one tropic to the other tropic turns out to be 7,920 miles. We also find that if we take a perfect sphere that has the same area, the same surface area as the Earth actually has, its diameter would be 7,920 miles. So that's the number we use for the Earth, which means that its radius is half that, or 3,960. And in most books you read, astronomy and so forth, when they're talking in round numbers about the radius or the diameter of the Earth, these are the numbers they use. 7920 and 3960. Okay. Now, what I've got here is evidence for advanced geodetic knowledge in archaic times. What is geodesy or geodetic knowledge? Geodesy is the determination of the size and the shape of the Earth. Early in the 19th century, such knowledge was acquired by extensive land surveying and triangulating over large tracts of the Earth's surface. Since the 1970s, orbital satellites have provided the most accurate picture of the Earth's exact size and mass distribution. Any advanced comprehension of the larger picture of our planet as a suitable abode for the evolution of higher life requires knowledge of its size and shape. The total mass, of course, determines g, the gravitational constant. The equatorial bulge is an integral component of the forces acting to impose rotation and orbital stability on Earth as it wheels about the sun. The relevance of these two basic factors to the evolution of life cannot be underestimated. Ancient master builders understood Earth's fundamental geodetic parameters on a level not equaled until the advent of modern satellite surveys. How do we know that? Well,
Why?
probably the most salient means we have of knowing that is the Great Pyramid of Cheops itself. And there's been lots and lots of speculation about what the form or what the function of the Great Pyramid was. Some of it to me is pretty out there. Some of it I think is pretty abstract and speculative. What I've always thought does make the most sense and has the greatest credibility is the pyramid is essentially a model of the Earth, the northern hemisphere, and I'll show you how. The thing you have to understand when you're looking at the measurement of the Earth in terms of its size and shape is that we have lines. Everybody knows latitude and longitude. Latitude is measure north and south of the equator. Longitude is the measure around this way. Parallels are lines that run that parallel to the equator. And traveling along one of the parallels, we would be displacing ourselves longitudinally. But parallels actually measure, you can see this parallel here, this is probably the Arctic Circle. It looks to me like about 66.5 degrees north. So it is parallel to the equator, right? So depending on what parallel you are, every line of latitude, north and south, has a corresponding parallel. And you know that from the equator to the North Pole is going to be 90 degrees. And likewise from the equator to the South Pole is going to be 90 degrees of arc. Then in turn we have meridian lines, which are lines that run north-south, but actually measure distances east and west. So that if you traveled from one meridian to the next to another meridian, you would have traveled from east to west. Every point on the surface of the Earth has a local meridian. We have a local meridian here, and it's basically the way you would find it is if you walked out here, I believe this is generally south, isn't it, this way? So if we went out here and we looked exactly south and exactly north, and then the zenith overhead, the point 90 degrees up from a flat horizon, and we struck an arc from the south point through the zenith point to the North Pole, that arc would be our local meridian. And as the Earth turns under that local meridian, we measure all astronomical motion relative to our point on the surface of the Earth with respect to that local meridian. Now, you'll notice that as you go through the parallels form virtually perfect circles. The meridian lines, on the other hand, are not circles because of the flattening of the Earth. Because of the expansion of the equator, if you draw a line around it this way, and cut the Earth this way, it is not going to be a circle. If you cut it this way, it will be a circle. Okay, that creates very subtle differences in geometry. When you're measuring a meridian line north to south, what happens is that as you travel north away from the equator, if you are going on a perfect sphere, then each degree of latitude north would have the same distance. But it's not a perfect sphere, it's flattened. So as you're moving towards the North Pole, the Earth is actually flattening out. The Earth's radius is shrinking. So it's flattening out. What that means is that to traverse a degree of arc, you have to travel further as you get away from the equator towards the North Pole. Okay, I'm explaining this because you've got to understand this to see how the ancients actually understood, how they demonstrated to us that they understood the size and shape of the earth with a high degree of accuracy. So again, parallels are going to be in circles, and you're going to notice that the biggest circle is going to be the equatorial circle, and as you travel towards the poles, those circles get smaller in size. So therefore, if you took the meridian lines, which would be the dotted lines, the distance between, say, 1 degree of meridians at the equator is going to be greater than that distance between the same two meridians, say at our latitude here in Atlanta, which is about 34 degrees north, or further north. As you travel further north, those meridian lines converge until you get to the North Pole, and then they meet each other and have zero distance between them. Okay. This is taken out of the Smithsonian meteorological tables, and what we're looking at here, without belaboring this, is you'll notice latitude 0 degrees, and you go through up to 90 degrees. And what this is showing is if we look into statute miles right there, this says length of 1 degree of the meridian. So this is the line from equator up to the North Pole. Well, if you look at the first number, which, let's see if we can zoom in a little here, you'll notice that at 0, when you travel, leave the equator and go to the 1st degree north latitude, you've gone 68.703 miles. But if you look down here at the very last one, when you traverse that last degree from 89 and you finally get to the North Pole, you've traveled 69.4 miles. So those degrees have stretched out. Okay. Now this is important to understand how the ancients were able to demonstrate to future generations that they understood the size and the shape of the earth. And then we have one length of 1 degree of the parallel. If you notice right there, I don't know if you can read it from out there, but that says 69.172 miles. So think of a circle going around the Earth's equator. You've traveled 1 degree, 1/360 of that distance around. You've gone 69.172 miles. Let's go halfway up from equator to North Pole, which would be 45 degrees, and you see right there, you've gone 49 miles. Then when you get up to the pole itself, when you're 1 degree away from the North Pole, you only have to go 1.2 miles because those meridian lines have converged. So now,
oh my god, the sneeze run. I can't hit the camera though.
The shape of the earth.
Like, come on.
That's going to vary depending on where on the earth we're making those measurements.
Oh, come on, man. The sneeze run, that was the blessed
the
run.
ancient peoples knew this and incorporated it into their architecture so that they would derive units of measurement that were ultimately based upon the size and shape of the earth where the structure was being built. Now let's take the most prominent one. Before we get to that, this is geodetic data, and you'll notice here we've got going back to 1830, which was the first attempt in modern times to determine the size and shape of the earth. And let's go, since that's meters, let's go to something we'll recognize, miles. We're talking about the radius here, and you'll notice as you're coming down through here, we get to these last two, World Grid System 72 and Geodetic Reference System 80 are the two that were determined by satellite measurements. And you'll notice that as we come through here, we've got a polar radius in miles and an equatorial radius in miles. And then we have the difference in the two radii right here. And we assume that as we've come through, we're progressively getting better and better at measuring the size and shape of the earth. And finally, with satellite measurements, we're getting down here, and we've determined that the polar
Come on,
radius,
man,
for
that's
example,
impossible. That's so dumb.
3,949.8934.
I don't know how I missed it there.
3,949.8948. What does that translate into?
Like, it's
Well,
just so
let's see.
dumb, man.
In terms of feet,
This is not peace.
that's a difference of 250 feet roughly between between these two measurements. In other words, between the first satellite measurement in 72 and the second one in 1980, the difference was about 250 feet, say.
The history of man may be far longer and stranger than we think. The Great Pyramid may indeed not fit in with what we believe about the past and the nature of the world. Thousands of years ago, someone measured the earth with remarkable accuracy and recorded this information in the dimensions of the largest and possibly the oldest stone building on the planet. William R. Fix.
Generally, the age of the pyramid is given around 4,200 years, roughly about the same age as the Sphinx. Some of you are probably familiar with the redating of the Sphinx by several geologists, primarily Robert Schoch from Boston University, who has studied the weathering of the limestone composing the Sphinx and the surrounding quarry that the Sphinx is situated in, and has determined that the rock has been severely weathered by water erosion. And of course, this Giza Plateau has been desert for the last 4,000 years, so it's not likely you're going to find severe water erosion on the Sphinx if it's only 4,000 years old. In fact, so severe is the water erosion that it's likely that the Sphinx is probably tens of thousands of years old. However, Robert Schoch, in most of his public presentations, usually places it at 7,000 to 9,000 years, but he's told it personally he just uses that because he's deliberately being very conservative because he's in the academic community, but he's perfectly willing to believe that could be much older than that. And I've discussed the extent of the water erosion with him and discovered that he actually hasn't looked in depth at the comparable studies of rates of limestone weathering, which I spent a couple of months about 10 years ago studying, going around to various places where there were limestones and where you could see examples of limestone that had been weathered, and had looked at, read the literature that had been done on limestone weathering, and had concluded that, it would be a minimum of 20,000 years worth of weathering. And that's a minimum if you took the Sphinx and set it in a climate with rainfall, like say we've been having for the last 3 months.
Come on, man.
Which would average out to about 45 inches a year. Even with rainfall like we've been seeing here in Atlanta in the last 3 months, it would take the Sphinx a minimum of 20 to 30,000 years to get the level of erosion. That raises the question regarding the Great Pyramid. Could it be as old? And I see no reason why not. Problem here, though, is that the Great Pyramid was once covered in white limestone casing stones, highly polished, and according to Arabic traditions, pretty much all the Arabic traditions and legends about the Great Pyramid concur that the outside of the pyramid prior to the stripping of the casing stones was completely covered in hieroglyphs. And it just boggles one's mind to contemplate what might have been written. But clearly, I have a hard time imagining a greater act of vandalism in all of history than the stripping of those stones. In fact, there had been efforts to get into the pyramid up until the time of Al-Mamun, which was, I think, around 1200 AD, but they were completely ineffectual. And then somewhere around the 12th century, I've forgotten the exact year, there was a great earthquake in northern Egypt, and it caused most of the buildings in Cairo to collapse, and it also loosened some of the casing stones on the pyramid, which allowed them to get in and pry those stones loose from the top. And all of the stones were then stripped off, and that indirect high-quality limestone was stripped off and recarved and used in buildings to rebuild Cairo. So I've often thought there's probably temples somewhere in Cairo where maybe some of those original stones are still to be found with inscriptions intact. Of course, I have no idea, but I oftentimes thought, wouldn't that be cool? Anyways, they stripped off the stones, and as they stripped them off, there was a lot of rubble that fell down and buried the bottom of the pyramid, which turned out to be a good thing because it buried the bottom casing stones from those bottom and preserved them. And so from those, the various researchers could determine what the original exact angle of the pyramid was. And according to most calculations, it was around 51 degrees, 51 minutes, 14 seconds. I don't know if that level of accuracy is credible or not, but 51 degrees, 51 minutes would be. And from there, we can then determine what the geometry of the pyramid would have been and what its original height would have been simply by taking the tangent of that angle, 51 degrees, 51 minutes, and knowing the base length, one could calculate what the original height would have been to a high degree of accuracy. So that's been done by, 4 or 5 different people over the years. J.H. Cole in 1925 did what's considered to be the definitive survey of the Great Pyramid. He was a professional surveyor who did a very meticulous survey after they had just cleared away all of the rubble, and he had access to it. He did it under contract to the government of Egypt. The numbers that I'm about to show you here are mostly derived from his survey. So what we have here is here's some of the original casing stones, and they sit on what's called a socle, which is this base, which was measured to be 55 centimeters in thickness. And of course, you got to bear in mind that this original slope casing stone, it wasn't stepped like that originally. It was a smooth profile. And, okay, so here you have, of course, here you see that the casing stones were damaged by the rubble falling down, but enough of them were still intact that one could make this accurate determination of the original angle. Here's the socle, which is 55 centimeters thick, and it sits directly on bedrock. So it actually, what it does is it creates 2 ways that one could measure the height of the pyramid, either with or without the socle. There's also 2 ways of measuring the base. This is a reconstruction from 1991 work on pharaonic stonemasonry. And this shows that outside the corners, which was the core masonry, there are these sockets. And I found one picture showing a socket. This is showing one of the sockets that's still there, that sits outside the core masonry. But based on those sockets, they were able to reconstruct what the original base of the pyramid would have looked like. So here would have been the 51 degrees, 51 minutes coming down, sitting on the 55 centimeter thick socle here, like this. Well, what this did was it gave 2 ways of measuring the perimeter of the pyramid's base. One could be measured from this point up on top of the socle. The other could be measured from down here that included the socle. So what you ended up with was 2 ways of measuring the pyramid's base. Well, which one was the correct one? Well, they were both correct. I think that they were actually intending to embody in there that there were 2 ways of measuring the pyramid's base. So what we have is the length of the base on the socle, which is the shorter of the 2 up there. It was varied from side to side. You'll notice 755 at the smallest to 756 just over at the largest. So there was some variation. There's probably a reason for that variation, actually, but we won't get into that because it just gets too technical for what we're talking about today. But the total of those measured around the 4 sides would be 3,023.139 feet. If you're taking notes, that'd be a good number to write down. Okay, so now let's see what the measure is around that includes the socle, or the base.
Oh my God.
And we see that each side is roughly 5 feet longer, 760 to 761. Each side, again, is a little different, but we get a total of 3,043.433 feet. Okay, so I'm going to, over here, I'm going to write down a few numbers that we saw through our radius of the moon, diameter of the moon, radius of the sun, diameter of the sun, number of seconds in a day would be 43,200. Number of seconds in a half a day, number of seconds in a full day, 86,400. What were some of our more other numbers? Oh yeah, 1440 was one, 7920. Diameter of the earth, just so they're up there in front of you, we can refer to them as we go on here. All right. So here is profile of the Great Pyramid with a 51 degree, 51 minute angle. To make it easy, I've just rounded off the numbers, 481 feet in height. That would be not including the socle, the base. 755.85, I just picked one to use. There's our 51 degree, 51 minute angle. And we find that when we measure it this way, it turns out to be almost exactly 11/7. There's some other interesting geometry going on related to the golden section, which I don't intend to get into today because it makes more sense if you're actually studying sacred geometry and you're familiar and you've made these drawings. Because in a sacred geometry class, just like in the old Pythagorean and Platonic lodges, we draw, and then we eventually build models. And that's the way to really get familiar with this and get these numbers as part of your consciousness. I'm not going to get into the connection with the golden section today.
Yo, Cloud9,
When
what
we
up, bro?
measure, including the socle, this becomes our height, 482.7575
Alright, my man.
feet, and the base, 760.9 feet. Okay, those are the numbers we're going to look at for a second.
Thanks for being here, dude.
If we look at these are various estimates. We're looking at
Hey, nice
this one right here, the cold.
Nice
height
end-screen
estimate
video you
plus
put
the
of your
socle,
stream.
21.6
That was
inches,
epic.
gives a total
The sunset over
height
Miami.
above bedrock of
My God.
482.7575 feet.
Dude, GTA 6
So
is
now
going
we're
to be
gonna go
insane.
back to the
I'm so
Earth.
excited for it.
So we can see how
GTA
these
6 is going to be
numbers link.
amazing, dude. I might never
Take
play a
one
different
square
game
degree
ever
of
again.
latitude and longitude at the equator. And we're standing at the equator. Okay, we know
No, I didn't, buddy.
polar radius
I did
now
not.
is 13 miles less than the
Oh,
equatorial.
but you played it. I understand.
So what that means is that the circle this way is shorter than the circle. The biggest circle that defines the Earth is the equatorial circle. So a degree of measure on the equator is going to be the biggest, the longest of any degree we measure anywhere on the Earth, the equator. Okay, the north-south is going to be a little bit shorter. And you'll notice right there, we've got 68.7 miles north to south and 69.17 east to west. So it's not a perfectly square unit, is it? It's a little bit distorted. Well, that distortion is totally significant because it's that distortion that is a measure of the Earth's departure from being a perfect sphere. And it's that departure of a perfect sphere that is very significant to us because without that, again, Earth's orbital stability would be non-existent. Okay, so we're going to divide this up a little
It's all good.
If we take this square degree of latitude north to south, longitude east to west, and we look very carefully down in the lower right-hand corner, you're going to see something, a little square. You see that little square? That represents 1 minute, 1/60th of the degree this way, 1/60th of the degree this way. So that's 1 minute of latitude and longitude, all right? We're going to take a closer look at that, and we will see that 1 minute then is 6,045.881 north to south, 6,087 east to west, which is what we expect. The east-west should be a little bit longer. And that's 1 square minute of latitude and longitude. Okay, now we're going to divide each of those lengths into 2. We're going to divide our square minute into 1/4 sections.
Oh, come on. Like, screw you, game.
When we do that, we take 1/4 of a square minute of latitude and longitude. Look at our dimension east to west. And look at our dimension north to south. And look at these 2 numbers. In fact, here's an accurate calculation. We take the 482.755 feet, which is the height, and what we discover is that if we multiply that by the number 43,200, which is one of our sacred numbers that we've seen right there, 43,200, it shows up in the Vedas, in the Sumerian king lists, etc., etc. If we multiply the height of the pyramid by that number, this is what we come out with. 3,949.83 miles. And notice the difference between the pyramid, which I call the standard polar radius, And World Grid System 72 is only 313 feet over the entire size of the Earth. So we have essentially the pyramid being a scale model of the Earth, the northern hemisphere, at a scale of 43,200 to 1. If we take the pyramid, enlarge it by 43,200, its height, including the socle, now becomes the polar radius of the Earth within 300 feet of our satellite surveys. Then the two measures of the base are exactly the difference between the east-west difference and the north-south difference.
I don't know what it is, but that's it.
Now, the skeptic and the reductionist would dismiss this and say, it's just a coincidence, you're just playing with numbers. And I would say, okay.
28, we got it, buddy. Untied world record.
Numbers are there. You can take the surveys of Egypt.
Ridiculous. So
take
ridiculous,
the
bro.
surveys. I didn't make those numbers up, or I didn't fudge them.
I'm gonna do like a system reset.
When you expand it
So
by
dumb.
43,200, which, you know, if
Oh wait,
the
let me
number was
do
some arbitrary number,
let me prove my RNG.
Thank you very much, and we love you, and I can tell you that from
Yo, thanks, buddy.
This has been an incredible 4 years. We've accomplished so much together. I want to thank all of my family and my friends and my staff. I can only say this, we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field. We don't have to,
every half second.
we don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will
Yo, Ninja,
tell
thanks,
you
bro.
that
A distance
the
exactly
future
equal
of
to the
this
distance
country has
around
never
the
been
great-
better.
The base of the Great Pyramid. Now you can dismiss that as being coincidence, but the numbers don't lie. They're there. So when William R. Fix was saying that someone somewhere thousands of years ago was able to measure the Earth with great precision, and I haven't, of course, elaborated upon all the details of this. I'm trying to give you the overall picture of how it might have worked.
We got the untied, man. This is my first untied, bros. This is my first
For
untied
inventors,
world
you get
record
data.
ever in my life.
If
This is
we
a big
look at
moment.
the various ellipsoids,
Thanks, Ninja, for the fucking
polar radius, and then we take
bits,
each
bro.
of those
Thanks for being
polar
here. Thanks for being
radii
you,
going
man.
from all of these
That's big, man.
ellipsoids
So the other day,
down to
you helped me
part
get affiliate, man.
ellipsoids,
Like with
and
all the
ones
raids
from
and shit. Like
1880
what was it?
in the United States were all
3 years ago, man. You really helped me get
non-military,
affiliate. Not that like we have a
non-NASA
friendship, but I mean,
related
it's not that
still
like
use
you.
day-to-day
I appreciate you because of that, but I
You take a
appreciate you because of friendship.
topographic
But I
map,
was just thinking about it the other day.
you know, and you're going
Thanks,
out
bro.
with a
Alright.
7.5
Anyways.
quadrangle, and you're going out navigating with a topographic map put out by the U.S. Geological Survey. They're using the Clark ellipsoid right there. But you'll notice that when we take these various polar radii lengths in feet and divide them by 43,200, you can see the numbers we get right here. Remember, the height of the pyramid is estimated at 482.7575. So looking at this, what you'd see on here, which one would be the closest? Well, you notice it's come out very, very close to the satellite surveys. Given that it's very and see, when you got to ask yourself, well, why is there a difference between the satellite survey of 72 and the satellite survey of 80? Well, if we did another one again with as high a degree of accuracy, we would discover there's still going to be a discrepancy. And the reason is that the
Thanks,
Earth
buddy.
is
Yo, thanks, man. Film a ninja review. Oh, dang, nice, buddy. Hell yeah. I'm digging the ninja. I'm watching every one of them, man. I'm not a big YouTube commenter, but I watch every single one of the ninja reviews, man. And it seems like it's doing well. It's getting like 2K views at least in the first like week or two, consistent at least. I mean, more than that. I think it's like way more, but anyways.
I'll be very close.
No, that I know. Oh, cause I put you ninja. I put a ninja bot. I'm sorry, dude. 2K. Oh, sorry, man.
Are on the same side of the Earth. That will affect the shape of the Earth up to being several hundred feet measured over the diameter.
Yeah.
Of the Earth. And so it is not amiss to say that the pyramid enshrines a measure of the Earth that could be considered as accurate.
Yeah, man. I saw your channels. I mean, I've been watching your channels. You're at like 265K now or something. followers.
Because it does suggest that somebody, once upon a time, was able to measure the Earth, size and shape, with that level of precision. And if they were able to do that,
I still
what's
think
the
it's like
implication?
we're on
See, that's
the up
the
curve, you know? I feel like we're still on the
Because no
exponential
primitive
curve. We're
culture,
not on the down
using the
curve, I
method
don't
of
think. Oh, yeah, especially with
Eratosthenes
streaming
in
and shit.
about 300 BC in Greece, he measured the Earth and was generally considered to be quite accurate because he was able to get the circumference of the Earth within about 500 miles of its actual measured circumference by using the methods available to the ancient Greeks. You see, and he was considered to be the first to measure by basically putting a stick in the ground and measuring the angle of the shadow on the longest day of the year over a couple of successive years. That's actually an exercise we do in the sacred geometry class because it's very interesting how he did that. But he was considered to be, pretty proficient because he was able to determine that the size of the Earth was, the circumference of the Earth was, 25,000 miles, when it's generally considered to be about 24,800, depending on where you measure. So he was, maybe within 50 miles of the actual dimension of the Earth.
Alright, we're gonna keep
But
playing. We're
nowhere
gonna go for
near
lower.
as
We're gonna go for
close
lower.
as the pyramids.
We're gonna go for lower. We want
So
like,
again, if
you know what I'd
even if
like?
the
I like
pyramid
this a
was
bit of
built
time
4,200
where
years
I'd be
ago,
like really proud of.
you
That'd be
gotta
really
say
cool.
who 4,200 years
That'd be
ago
really
had the
neat.
technology to measure the Earth with that degree of accuracy. Now, that we know of, nobody 4,200 years ago did, or how they would have done it, we don't know. But on the other hand, if it turns out that the pyramid could be much older, it leads us back to the, going back 10,000 or 20,000 years. This to me is one of those little, sort of like the little crack in the dike that if you don't keep it plugged,
I'm gonna
the
milk
whole
this.
edifice of contemporary knowledge could get swept away. Because we can't acknowledge that somebody 10,000 or
Before,
20,000
what's
years
his
ago
name?
was scientifically sophisticated. That was the
Joe
days of
called it. He
Cro-Magnon
called it. He
man
said it was
and
gonna be this.
Aleut
This
living
was
in
gonna be the
cave and so
night.
forth. Cave
Alright, I'm gonna use
silly.
wash. I'm gonna load the vape.
Yes,
I'm gonna
I'm
come
sure
back
people
and
did
take some more.
refuge in caves when things got really crazy out here. Yes, I think people did take refuge in caves. But see, this is one of those things, again, that if you accept that it's not just a coincidence, it opens up a whole can of worms that mainstream science generally doesn't want to address. Because we're the epitome of scientific evolution right here and now, right? Nobody, before we built satellites, could have measured the Earth to within a couple of 100 feet of its actual dimensions. So, given 2 seconds of time, 143,200th part of the daily rotation, a point on the equator will travel a distance precisely equal to the perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base as measured with the socle. In 1/2 second of time, a point on the equator will rotate a distance equal to one side of the base of the Great Pyramid measured with the socle. So here you have a time and space measure integrated into one. The time measure comes in because it's the span of time that the Earth has moved. In 2 seconds, the Earth has turned and moved a distance within a fraction of an inch, being the distance around the base of the Great Pyramid. And so the height of the Great Pyramid measured with the socle is 143,200th part of the Earth's polar radius. So therefore, the Great Pyramid is a model of one hemisphere of the Earth at a scale of 1 to 43,200. So if we took the Great Pyramid and we created the duplicate and turned it upside down and put the two together base to base, that would now give us the polar diameter. One more example, the Parthenon, to show that this geodetic knowledge was still extant down to the time of the building of the Parthenon about 2,400 years ago. This is the east facade. We're all familiar with the Parthenon. It's almost as well known as the Great Pyramid. Well, if we measure its base in the manner that I'm showing here, it's 100 Greek feet. So how long was a Greek foot? A little bit longer than our modern foot of 12 inches. Before we do that, let's look at the dimensions of the Parthenon. Based upon our American feet that we use, the east facade is 101 0.2957 feet. So if we divide that by 100, we get the length of the Greek foot, which would have been 1.0129, etc., of our American, which are actually the British feet. Okay, I better write that down so we don't forget it. That's good enough right there. There's the width of the Parthenon measured in our American feet. And also notice the latitude of Athens, where the Parthenon is located, is 37 degrees 58 minutes north. And I'm going to write that down, 37 degrees 58 minutes. So it's almost 38 degrees north. And here we have, based upon numerical and proportional relationships augmented by extensive analysis of ancient structures, artifacts, and texts, Sticchini, who was considered one of the preeminent metrologists of the 20th century, he determined various lengths of the foot. He came up with the Greek foot of 1.011464. Now notice here we've got the width of the east facade of the Parthenon divided by 100 gives a Greek foot of 1.0129 for a difference of 0.018 inch in excess of the length of the Greek foot as calculated by Sticchini. It is acknowledged by architectural historians that the Parthenon was originally built to be 100 Greek feet in width. This would have made it equal to 101.14 English feet when built. Now if we go back to the length of 1 degree of the meridian, and we look right here at the latitude of Athens, we find something very interesting. Length of 1 degree of the meridian at the latitude of Athens is 68.962 miles, or 364,121.647 feet. So if we take that number, divide it by 60, it gives us the length of 1 minute of meridian arc. Then we divide that meridian arc by 60, it gives us 1 second of meridian arc. And notice what 1 second of meridian arc is, 101.1449 feet. So 1 second of meridian arc at 38 degrees north latitude, given the international ellipsoid and the Clark ellipsoid, you'll know here that it's exact. So in other words, what we have there, the total difference in length of 1 second of meridian arc at 38 degrees north latitude and the east facade of the Parthenon is 0.05 inch. But again, that's for 38 north latitude, and it's actually at 37.58. So if we make that adjustment of 2 minutes of arc south, this 0.05 pretty much just disappears into nothing. So what we have is the Parthenon, again, maybe coincidence, but here we have the Parthenon being precisely 1 second of arc of the Earth's circumference at that latitude that it's placed. Now again, that implies somebody was able to measure the Earth with incredible precision, if this isn't a coincidence. And I think the burden of proof would be on the person who tries to dismiss this as being coincidental. Because the two examples I've shown you here could be multiplied many times over. We haven't even talked about the Gothic cathedrals, and the fact that every Gothic cathedral was built with its own cubit. And that cubit is based upon a multiple or a subdivision of the meridian length at the latitude that the cathedral was built. So you could take many examples of this. And what I'm suggesting here is not necessarily that the Gothic cathedral builders of 800 years ago were able to measure.
Cool. This is fun.
But then again, it does seem to imply that somebody was able to measure the Earth. That maybe there has been a tradition going back to who knows when, from the building of the pyramids, coming down through the age of the Greeks, right down to the building of the European Gothic cathedrals 800 years ago, a tradition of very sophisticated geodetic knowledge. Well, again, this opens up a huge can of worms about
And
when
Bara.
people were supposed to, what they knew and when they were supposed to.
Bara helped me get affiliate.
So there's
I was
another
thinking of
dimension
everybody
to
that
this
helped me
as
get
well,
affiliate.
and this is I'm only going to show you a few examples.
Who we
of
got? We got
hundreds of
everybody, man. Blue Fire
possible
Phoenix,
examples
Eric the
when you-
Director,
ancient
Dynamics
writings,
DJ,
and I'm
B
I'm going to
Rose.
two examples here. The Hebrew ancient writings, which would be Kabbalistic
Those are the ones that
writings,
rated. I'm talking about the raiders, not
Hebrew
the
Old
viewers.
Testament,
But I mean the viewers, you know,
Torah,
Baron
the
Badcock,
Midrash,
King
all of
King
those.
of All, and
And then the Greek alphabet,
Toad
the New
and
Testament was written in Greek. All of the Pythagorean
everyone
and
Angel,
Neo-Pythagorean
and
literature written into Greek.
I'm just so blessed.
Well, as it turns out, both of those
Moonraker.
languages, this was prior to the advent of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system. The Hindu-Arabic numeral system is when we came up with what we now have.
Fat
Is we
Greg.
have our alphabet and we have our set of numbers. And they're two different things, right? We use our alphabet for the spoken language and written language, and we use numbers for calculating and mathematics. But they're different. You know, we don't, but prior to the advent of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system, in the Semitic languages, the same symbols that were letters were also numbers. And the key was what you see right here, called the denary system. So Aleph was 1, Bet was 2, Gimel was 3, Dalet was 4, He was 5, Waw was 6, Zayin 7, and so on, down to Resh, Shin, and Tau, 200, 300, and 400. Yud, which was considered the seed of the Hebrew alphabet, had the value of 10. Okay, so units, tens, and hundreds. Then there was a symbolic component to each of the, for example, Aleph originally was the word for an ox. And Bet was originally the word for house. Gimel, originally the word for camel, and so on. Then we get to the Greek system, and it's also a denary system, units, tens, and hundreds. So alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, digamma, zeta, eta, theta, etc., 1 through 9. Then iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, xi, omicron,
Come on, man.
pi, kappa,
Like fuck.
10 through 90, and so on. Row through. Sampi wasn't actually a written letter, it was just simply included to get the value of 900. Okay, so we have the same system, units, tens, and hundreds. So how is this employed? Well, here's an example. Here's aletheia, which was the Greek word for truth. And if you add up the eta, the alpha, the lambda, the eta, theta, epsilon, iota, and alpha, based on the values that I just showed you, the total value is 72. And that's one of our key sacred numbers. Because most of the numbers that I showed you here are multiples of 72, 36 or 72. Katabala, which means conception, the first moment of creation. Kappa, alpha, tau, alpha, beta, omicron, lambda, eta. Take the values again directly from the historically authenticated table that I showed you, and they add up to 432. So there you see these numbers showing up here. Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem. Iota, epsilon, rho, omicron, upsilon. This would be the Greek spelling in the New Testament. Sigma, alpha, lambda, eta, and mu. There's the values of the individual letters. Iota, which was 10, epsilon, 5, etc. And when you add those up, you get 864. Again, do we find that number on our list? Yes, we do. These numbers, again, are showing up with redundancy. The Temple of Immortality, Oneos Athanat. Let's see, I forgot how to pronounce it. Athanasius. Oneos Oneos Athanasius, that's it. The Temple of Immortality. So if we take that spelling, add it up, it also is 864. And I'll work on my pronunciations for next time. The Holy Ghost, Toahian Pneuma. Pneuma, like root of our words like pneumatic, means the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit. Add up those, the value of those, and you get 1080. The Fountain of Wisdom, Pegasophias, also adds to 1080. So these are just a few examples of, then I heard another great voice from heaven saying, "Come out, my people, out of her, lest you take part in her sins, lest you share in her plagues." a phrase from the book of Revelations, and 1296, which is half of the great year cycle. So I mean, these examples could be multiplied by hundreds, literally by hundreds. And this is actually one of the subdivisions of the study of Kabbalah, which is the gematria, the study of the numerical or mathematical basis of language. And what you discover when you go into the mathematical basis of language is the whole thing is constructed upon the same architecture of sacred numbers that we've been looking at here for the last hour. Probably you're all familiar with things like, here is wisdom, let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, 666. You ever heard that? Probably the most famous and controversial number out of the Bible, 666. Well, if you want to understand what that is actually referring to, you have to peel back the outer literal representation of these tales and look at the underlying mathematical architecture, because that's where it's concealed. And it actually turns out that the orbital velocity of the Earth around the Sun is 66,600 miles per hour, exactly. And that's one of the first astronomical connections, and then there's many, many more connections with that number that we find occurring in sacred geometry. So all of this, there's a lot of silliness and accretion, stuff that's accreted to the belief in that number by basically fundamentalists and superstitious people who don't look at the underlying science. But we will take a couple of minutes here and look at a few things. I lifted up, this is from the Old Testament, Zechariah, I lifted up mine eyes again and looked, and behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand. Then said I, whither goest thou? And he said unto me, to measure Jerusalem, to see what is the breadth thereof and what is the length thereof. Old Testament prophet, Zechariah. So here was the beginning of his prophetic experience, his prophetic vision, as he sees this man who's got a measuring line in his hand. And he says he's going to go measure the holy city. And when he does see, then what's the revelation that follows? The revelation is the sacred geometry that composes that is the basis of the architecture of the holy city. So the whole revelation is really, it's a geometric revelation. Again from the book of Revelations, and I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount of Zion, which to anybody who's versed knows that that's a reference to the sign of Aries, the lamb. And with him 144,000, which is this number right here, having his father's name written in their foreheads. What does that mean? Well, it means that somebody who studies sacred geometry, eventually, you've got these numbers as such an integral part of your consciousness in your forehead, in your frontal lobe, your waking consciousness, that these numbers literally become a part of the way you experience reality and experience the world, because the numbers are all around us in the world. It gives a shape to the world. It defines the periods of time that governs the cycles of our life. And I heard a voice from heaven as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of harpers, harping with their harps. And they sung, as it were, a new song before the throne and before the four beasts. What are the four beasts? The bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man. That divides the cosmic wheel into periods of 6,480
I tried, but it's
years,
not peace.
which I certainly should add, because that's an important number. So there's a veiled reference to that cycle of time, 6,480. And no man could learn that song but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth. Now, when you get into Kabbalistic studies, you can go to the English translations to lead you into the outer portals. But if you want to get into the inner teaching, you've got to go beyond that. You've got to go back to the original languages. And I'm not going to get too much into that, but the word redeemed is actually a very interesting word. It's talking about the redeemed of the earth, 144,000. We discovered that the word was agorazo, from agora, and it means to go to market.
What?
So basically what it's saying is that those who achieve salvation at the day of judgment are those who go out and go shopping. Well, isn't that what George Bush told us to do after the, see? So George Bush, he had his thumb on the pulse of, But actually, see, why does it, what's the connection with going to market? Well, as a place, properly the town square, that should be the first clue, the square. See, there's your geometry. As a place of public resort, by implication, market or thoroughfare. So the idea first is the idea of a square, because the marketplace would be built around a square, a literal square. So it became associated with the idea of people gathering within this square, see? It comes from, well, agarazzo comes from, see here, so to go to market, by implication to purchase, especially to redeem. And it comes from this root, agora, which is related to this, aguero, the idea of collecting one's faculties. This is the idea of collecting within the square, right? Well, this, thinking now about metaphorically collecting one's faculties, but also to waken or to rouse literally from sleep, from sitting or lying, from disease or death, or figuratively from obscurity or ruin. It means to awake, to lift up, to raise up, to rear up. So see, all of these ideas are what you're led to once you start going into the original Kabbalistic meanings of the language. So what starts out like go shopping, go to the market, means going to the town square. It means the gathering within this square. So here's the link with your geometry. But then one of the words that we look at when we study the Kabbalistic study of words is we look at the original roots, but then we look at how did they bifurcate and how did they lead, because you can follow the evolutionary paths of language to get back to what some of the original meanings actually were, to try to get to what the authors of these sacred writings were really trying to get to. Because you've got to remember that all of these sacred writings have gone through multiple layers of translation by people who may or may not have understood the original doctrines that were concealed in there symbolically and mathematically. Also from the book of the reference to the new song is very interesting, because and I would defer later to Jeremy on this, who's been studying the sacred geometry of music, but there is a Phrygian mode of representing the octave that goes from 432 cycles per second to 864 cycles per second. So the reference to singing a new song suggests to me that possibly we're talking about a change in frequency involving life here on earth, and that those who change their consciousness accordingly will be in harmony with the changing frequencies. And I believe that that is one of the core teachings of this, is that as Earth goes through its evolutionary journey through the galaxy, through varying geometric relationships with the astronomical universe, what is happening is that the frequencies impinging upon the Earth,
holy shit, that was fast.
Going through an evolution as well.
That was insane.
And part
you are
of
efficient.
Understanding ancient secrets or methods of the master builders of old,
you are very efficient. Holy crap!
Utilizing the sacred geometry and the geodetic knowledge to create structures that resonated with the Earth, because they were harmonically attuned to them.
Nice.
I think that's part of what's going on. Trying to understand the sacred science behind structures like the Parthenon and the Great Pyramid.
I hear you.
Many of the other temples is this science of harmony.
Yeah, sometimes
it's
not much to say about
creating
something.
Structures that vibrated according to certain frequencies, and those frequencies would be attuned to the slowly changing frequencies of the Earth itself as it goes on its cosmic journey through the universe. I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and I, John, saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem. Jerusalem is the 864, right? 864, that's Jerusalem. Coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And there came unto me one of the seven angels, saying, Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife. And he carried me away in the spirit.
AI thinks that you're a seamy guy. AI thinks you're positive, a positive person,
having the glory
which
of
is
God,
good.
And her light
Because
was like unto
like
a
if
stone
should
most
ask like
precious.
Gordon Ramsay.
It had a
AI
wall
does
great
not
and
think
high,
Gordon Ramsay's a
and
nice
12
person.
gates, and at the gates 12 angels and names written thereon. Now, of course, those names are mathematical keys. On the east, 3 gates. On the north, 3 gates. On the south, 3 gates. And on the west, 3 gates. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations, and in them the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. And he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city. So here again, we have this idea of the measuring of the city, because the city is the repository of the cosmic doctrine. The gates thereof and the wall thereof. The city lieth 4 square. The length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed 12,000 furlongs. The length and the height of it are equal. And he measured the wall thereof 144 cubits.
Dalton, you're a VIP man, but I didn't. I gotta edit. I gotta fix my VIP slots. You're a VIP, dude. I know, it sounds dumb. I should just do it.
First of all, we have to ask the
because I ran out of spots, I gotta promote someone to mod.
Well, you know, the counterpart to angels are found in all cultures. It's just in the Bible they're called angels, who are the messengers, right, from this other domain. But in other cultures, they were usually referred to as the gods. And basically, in the Christianization of the ancient pagan traditions, the gods were replaced by the angels, but their function within the cosmic hierarchy is identical.
For me, yeah.
So,
I think it's number of, you unlock it by like number of viewers or number of chatters or whatever. I think it's number of chatters at the same time. I've been having, I'm like, I love everyone here, but I mean, Ninja's Lifestyle is a bit bigger channel.
Notice the numbers, 144 cubits. Of course, you got to ask, what is a cubit?
Quite significantly bigger, like 10 times bigger, more than 10 times bigger, 30 times bigger.
Anybody know how much a furlong is? What is a furlong? Furlongs have almost fallen into disuse. It's a British or English unit of measurement, but it found its way into the King James Bible. It was basically the British counterpart of the Greek stave.
Oh, wow.
Which had various lengths, but basically the same length as the furlong. What was the furlong?
VIP is a good one to give to people because it's like
today. Yeah, who goes to the track?
Especially new people,
Horse
you know.
Racing. A furlong is 660
new people to the chat.
feet, 1/8 part of a mile. Well, here's what's interesting about the furlong.
Insane.
If you multiply it by 12 to convert
What's
it to
well? What do you have now?
discover that the furlong
Do you have 101?
is exactly 7,920
Insane.
inches. Where did we see that number? This is now a test of your memory. The diameter of the Earth. Remember I said the diameter of the Earth taken through the tropics? The sacred number that's representing the Earth? The furlong is to the inch as the Earth is to a mile. It's a proportion. This is a sacred proportion that was intentionally embodied into the units of measurement. So that we lay out a furlong, right, 660 feet, 1 inch, which is derived from our thumb, the width of our thumb, right there, you can check it out. Put your
I can see it happening
on
Xbox and emulator and Switch.
Is to your foot
maybe
in this cosmic relationship of 12 to 1. And when you pace,
just get boosted a lot.
like this is how a pace was generally considered. You start from one point, put your heel against the point, and in every other step you count. 1, 2, 3. 1,000 of those, averaging 5.28 feet, gave us the mile. Right? 1,000 times 5.28, 5,280. And that was the origin of the mile. The mile is literally a mill, 1,000 human paces. The pace, think about the pace, what that is. Our foot, our pace. Our pace, our foot is what anchors us to the earth. Our pace is what moves us about the face of the earth, right? The most fundamental relationship we have with the earth, our feet, right? That ratio of pace to foot, 5.28. Now, we have, the furlong is 12,000 of these things, right? 12,000, the holy city is 12,000 of these things, 660 feet. Multiply that out, you discover 7,920,000 feet. So how big is that? We'll divide that by the number of feet in a mile, 5,280, and what you discover is it's precisely 1,500 miles. So what would be 1,500 miles in diameter? Is there some object out there that could be 1,500 miles in diameter? It's certainly described as being something they see in the heavens, right? Well, I'll leave this one an open-ended question for right now, but here's something that's interesting. If we take this number and divide it into, compare it to the Earth to get a sense of scale, Earth 7920, Holy City 1500. So we put 7920 over 1500, and if you quickly do that calculation in your head, you'll discover that 1500 goes into 7920, exactly 5.2.
Wow, this is playing nice, though. It is playing nice.
Of our foot to our pace. So here's a very strange correlation. The Earth to the Holy City is the same as the pace to the foot. What are they trying to say there? Well, one of the implications of this, it follows from this truth. The truth is that we humans are ultimately designed according to the cosmic measure. We were created in the image of God, right? And God is the ultimate cosmic measure. And we, being created in the image of God, embody the cosmic measures. So when Protagoras said man is the measure of all things, what he was implying is that we are the ultimate yardstick for the cosmos. In fact, when one looks at the scale of phenomena, from the human up to the largest macro scale that we know of, and from the human down to the smallest micro scale we know of, where are we within that hierarchy? Right smack in the middle. So there's as much above us as there is below us. There's as much greater than us as there is lesser than us. And I think that's one of the implications of this, is that when we begin looking at our sacred geometry, we realize it's the ultimate fusion of all of these phenomena on all scales, and the ultimate component, or the ultimate symbol of all that fusion is we ourselves. And then, of course, ultimately it's our consciousness, because, like I said, with his name written in our forehead, what that means is that when you study sacred geometry, you're literally building an edifice in your consciousness. You're building a form out of your own, the material of your own conscious mind that reflects this order of nature, of cosmic nature that's all about us. And that's the power, and why study of sacred geometry is going to ultimately be the key to accessing lots of other things like the Kabbalah, and alchemy, and the Hermetic wisdom, and the Gnostic traditions, and the traditions of the Vedas, and so forth. There it is, 12,000 furlongs. The city lieth foursquare. 48,000 furlongs on a perimeter. It's also described as cubical. 12,000 furlongs
Thanks, man.
equals 7,920,000 feet, which equals 1,500 miles. The total perimeter, 31,680. That has a profound mystical significance, which we will save for another time. So there it is, a tabulation of some of the
It
stuff
feels
we've covered.
really fucking
The
similar.
diameter of the Earth is 7920. 1 furlong, 7920 inches. The diameter of the New Jerusalem, 7,920,000 feet, which is 1,500 miles. 1 mile is 5,280 feet, or 1,000 paces of 5.28 feet. 1.5 miles is 7,920 feet. And here's the pace to the foot, equals the Earth to the Holy City, which equals 7920 to 1,500. There's that magic ratio of 5.28 that links the Earth to this other cosmic entity, for now going unnamed, that relates to our own scale exactly as our pace does to our foot. And what you discover is that if you're taller or shorter, it doesn't matter, because it's a proportional relationship. If you're taller, your pace, my pace is in excess of 6 feet. So 5.28, you're going to have a somewhat shorter, but you're going to discover that the ratio is relatively constant. Because as you get taller, presumably your feet get bigger. with some exceptions. I know some little people with really big feet. And here is the Hebrew cubit, which is 18 inches. Remember, 144 cubits according to the measure of a man, that is of the angel. We have the Egyptian royal cubit of 1.727 feet. The wall of the city was 144 cubits. If we take the 144 cubits that are the Hebrew cubits, it's 216 feet, or 2,592 inches. Add 1 0 on the end of that, and we have the great year cycle, 25,920 years. If we express it instead in Egyptian cubits, which may have been the original intent, if not implying that either cubit was legitimate, 144 Egyptian royal cubits of 144 times 1.727, 248.814. Move the decimal over 2 points. You got 24,881.4. Call that miles. And there's the circumference of the earth. 24,881 miles. So there's all kinds of information embedded in it, but you've got to have the key to begin to unlock it. Okay, and then also notice that the moon, 2,160 miles, or 17,280 furlongs, if we set the diameter of the moon to the diameter of the holy city, there's our 1.44 ratio. So what we have here is this redundancy over and over again. We have these same numbers recurring over and over again in the measure of time and space, both in absolute dimensions but also in the proportional relationships that result from comparing these various entities of time and space. As we've learned now, the diameter of the moon is 2160 miles, the diameter of the sun is 864,000. As it turns out, if you take the diameter of the sun and multiply it by this number right here, it gives us the distance between the earth and the sun. And if we take the diameter of the moon, which is 2160, multiply it by the same factor of 108, we discover that we now have the Earth-Moon distance. So it's this 108 factor, this 108 spacing, this proportional relationship. We could express it this way. Solar distance to solar diameter equals lunar distance to lunar diameter, and the value of that proportion is the sacred number 108. As we see embodied right here in Ba Heng of Cambodia from the 12th century with its 108 towers. And there are many examples of how these numbers were incorporated into the fabric of sacred architecture. That there has been some kind of a universal system at use in the ancient world. And these various cultural groups, whether it was the Egyptians or Sumerians or Mayans or the Hopewellians or the megalithic builders, had access to some universal system from some source that was outside their own cultural context. And I suggest that the source of that goes back into deep time, that takes us back beyond the threshold of known history into the realm of mythical history, which means we're going back like into the Ice Age, back into the Pleistocene, to use the geologist term, back into the deep recesses of the human tenure on planet Earth, whose only memory has come down to us not in the form of recorded history, but in the form of an epic story and legend. And so
you really you could tell the difference. You could see the difference.
This again is a
That's funny.
good topic for a sacred geometry class. When we analyze Plato's description of Atlantis, Plato basically gave the date of the sinking of Atlantis as 9,000 years prior to Solon, the Egyptian, the Athenian poet and statesman Solon, did a 10-year exile in Egypt. And it was Solon that brought
Super
back
crisp.
the tale
Wow, nice.
of Atlantis and presented it to the Greeks. And Solon basically made that journey around 600 BC. So if you add the 9,000 years to the 600 BC, we come up with a date of about 11,600 years ago for Plato's date for the demise of
Yeah, you
man.
could see the graffiti much
Well, it's very
clearer.
interesting that the date 11,600
Not the
years
graffiti, but the
was independently
ancient
discovered
stone writing.
by geologists looking at the tempo of various catastrophes that have occurred on Earth. And to those
Okay.
catastrophes is where I'm now going to turn.
Whole new game, wild.
Catastrophes in the time of man, the tempo of global change. What I've done here is I put a time bar that goes from the present.
It plays
right
great.
here. This is us now. This is today. Right here is May 3rd at 4 o'clock. Is it 4 o'clock? That's right here. And this is 150,000 years ago. And the reason I used 150,000 years is that some of the earliest skeletal remains ever discovered of modern humans date back to 150 to even to 180,000 years. Skeletons that appear to be indistinguishable from a modern skeleton.
So like a top
Which
50
suggests that modern humans
GoldenEye
with
player
presumably equivalent intelligence
on the
to our
N64
own
said he's just
were
getting this
present
like
on the
N64
planet
controller
at
on the
least this
Switch,
far
and he's
back.
going to start speedrunning.
here
So
we've got
that's why I'm
150,000
trying
year
to
time span. You'll
get some
notice
records now.
This little red bar at the end, that red bar
Before it's a
represents
GG
the
rip.
span of recorded history, which is basically the advent of Sumerian cuneiform writing. So,
Big Tommy
if it turns
man.
out that there were modern humans living through this whole span of time, why is there no history? Well, now you got to do is turn to these various things that I've put on here. These are events that have occurred. And I used a certain criteria for these events. And here's the criteria. I began studying the record of geological change, climate change, environmental change, and I focused on events that could be considered catastrophic. And catastrophic to the extent that were an event of an equivalent magnitude to occur
What the
now,
fuck?
it would basically end civilization as we know it. That's the criteria. What would be the magnitude of an event that it
Oh,
would
everything
take
nice,
to
buddy.
terminate our modern
Hell yeah, buddy.
industrial civilization?
Nice. Legend.
That's the criteria that I use. Then I begin to search
Yeah,
through the record
efficiency.
of all of the events that would be of that magnitude or greater. And the events that I found so far have been entered onto this graph, and they're listed all here.
Oh, this is good. Come on.
How
No.
many do we have
Why?
here? And this is not complete necessarily, but we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4,
Come on, man.
5,
What
6,
the
7,
fuck?
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 of them in 150,000 years. So at least 16 times in the last 150,000 years, there have been climate or environmental or geological catastrophes powerful enough that were they to occur
Fascinating.
today,
Nice.
would essentially put us back into the Stone Age. Would essentially, if you think about some of the small catastrophes we have seen in the last few years, from the destruction of New Orleans to the Great Tsunami, to some of the big earthquakes that we've seen, New Orleans is still not recovered. But you've got to imagine what would happen if an event that was one order of magnitude greater than Katrina, by that I mean 10 times worse. Let's say that we had 10 cities decimated to the extent of New Orleans. We could certainly recover from it, but it would be a major effort to do so. Now what if we were talking about 2 orders of magnitude? Let's say, to put it into a rough equivalency, an event that could cause the decimation of 100 major urban areas. Could we recover from that? Question. Now let's go 3 orders of magnitude. Now we're talking about the equivalent of 1,000 major cities completely decimated. Okay, at that level, 3 orders of magnitude, that's what these are. Those are events that essentially would be 3 orders of magnitude. Once you begin to ponder this, it becomes apparent why there isn't a record, an extant record of what's been going on for the whole time that we humans have been here. Now, at this point, you probably haven't tied this in with what we've been saying before, other than I'll point out a few things to you that should be onset of the late
Come on,
Wisconsin
man.
Ice Age. 26,000 years before present. Remember the great year, the precessional cycle? Add about 80 years to that, and we've got 26,000. Of course, 26,000 you could figure plus or minus a few centuries. Now, you come through that cosmic clock that I showed you, right? Halfway to the cusp of the age of Leo. 12,900 years ago, roughly. And what happened? We have something that happened 12,900 years before present, onset of the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe, first phase of the megafaunal extinction. Now here what I've done is I've entered some green dots. Now look at what the green dots are. The green dots are basically derived directly from the model of the Great Year, based upon cycles of 6,480, 12,960, and then 25,920. And you'll notice how high of a correlation there is between the tempo of events, the actual events that have been derived by scientists without any reference to this great year model at all, and the timing of these ages of the world. Remember the 6,480 years, that was the bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man. And according to the traditions, each of those seasons of the great year is inaugurated by some type
Like,
of
these fucking guards are so troll today, like, why?
transformative event, a catastrophe, if you will. And what I've done here is I have developed a data set that shows the correlation. It certainly seems from the study of this graph that these intervals, these event nodes as I call them, the susceptibility of something happening goes up exponentially for a short period of time. Here's the analogy that I have used. You're out driving along a quiet country road, you've got it on, cruise control, you're kicking back, you're listening to some tunes, you're not paying much attention, you're talking on your cell phone, not much traffic. Okay, now you come up to a major highway. Cars are like this. Well, you're crossing that intersection.
Man.
While you're crossing that intersection, now suddenly you got to put your cell phone down and start paying attention, because if you don't, you're going to be
Fuck you, game.
right? Well, obviously, you've got your whole journey, and each time you cross an intersection of a major highway, the potential of a catastrophe increases considerably over what it would be while you're out there on the lonely country road. Well, you see, our planet is on a cosmic highway around the galaxy. And we're now beginning to understand the fine structure of the galaxy, and we realize that there is a pattern and an order to it. And there's a tempo of these orbital revolutions. There's a tempo of the galaxy. And there's a wave pattern of the Earth moving up and down, above and below the galactic plane. And within that, there are suborbital cycles as well. And we also discovered that there seems to be a tempo in the delivery of cosmic matter to the inner solar system. It doesn't seem to be random.
Come on,
And this is
man.
going to be beyond the scope of today's lecture. But what I'm getting at here is that the evidence now supports the conclusion that the delivery of cosmic material and energy pulses that would be affecting Earth are non-random. That they are on some kind of a
I don't think it's gonna work.
a cosmic tempo, if you will. And I think this is one of the most important
I don't think it's gonna
insights we
work.
get from these ancient traditions, is the measurement of cosmic time and how it relates to us here on Earth. You just got to know what to look for and where to look for it. Once you begin to become aware of it and you begin to see it, you begin to realize that the cosmic fingerprints are everywhere about us. We're in fact living in and upon the wreckage of the former worlds. The rubble of these former worlds is all around us, but we haven't had the scale of perspective to see it. And that's where we're at now. I'm completely thrilled with things like the emergence of Google Earth, because Google Earth is now allowing us to all of us to sit at our computers and see the cosmic perspective of Earth.
Dumb,
And when
man.
you look at it from from the extraterrestrial point of view, things begin to show up that we don't see when we're right down here immersed on it so close that we're like ants walking on the rubble and can't see what's around us. But we do see
Aztec popular
that
level.
we literally have built our
Yeah,
own
double
world
low
and our
on
own
Switch,
social
no.
system on top of and out of the wreckage of former worlds.
Elusive Boost, who's in here in my chat a lot. Elusive V2 now. Yeah, maybe. That top 50 guy, Big Tommy Man. In the Elite. He probably will. Because I think he has like a 140 something Aztec 00 on N64. Wow, it was 2 hours. I'm gonna watch something a better like podcast. What is this?
The Egyptian pyramids are without a doubt the most mysterious structures on planet Earth. We do not know when they were built,
Yeah,
how they were
so
built, who built them,
they're definitely gonna
and
attack
most
us first, I
importantly,
think.
why they were built. The Great Pyramid weighs nearly 6 million tons and consists of 2.3 million stones that are cut and fit together with laser precision. Many of these massive stones, which weigh as
Elusive
much as
Boost has a
80
1 minute
tons,
50
had to
seconds.
be transported from vast distances of more than 500 miles away. For thousands of years, it stood as the tallest unnatural structure in the world. Certainly, there must have been a good reason to go to all
And I have a
this trouble to
140 on
construct such a wondrous
N64.
monument, and we now know that it certainly was not a tomb. Nikola Tesla, who was perhaps the greatest inventor of all time, had a particular infatuation with the pyramids.
So I'm going for like a
He believed they
149 or
served
something.
a higher purpose, and throughout his career, he attempted to unravel their mystery. His idea has been dismissed and forgotten over the last century, but considering that Tesla is directly responsible for 80% of the technology we use today, perhaps we should view his theories with a more open mind. Today's episode is a brilliant showcase from the original Gaia series, Ancient Civilizations. We chose this episode because it opens the gate to new possibilities and new perspectives surrounding the pyramids. We ask you to suspend your disbelief and take a journey down the rabbit hole through this insightful presentation.
Why, man? Like, come on.
In 1905, physics genius Nikola Tesla submitted his U.S. patent 787412, which was titled The Art of Transmitting Electrical Energy
Come on,
Through the
man.
Natural Medium. It included designs for a series
Like, come
of
on, like,
worldwide
no.
generators.
No.
Tesla realized that the ionosphere was sparkling
Fucking
with
hell.
electrical energy which could easily be tapped. Planet Earth, according to Tesla, was a gigantic electrical generator spinning around two magnetic poles from which limitless energy can be harnessed using the right medium.
Sorry,
or
man.
shape.
I'm losing my mind.
His device was later referred to
I
as
hope my stream is
Tesla's
watchable. I appreciate you
electromagnetic
being here.
pyramid, based on his design looking like a triangle shape.
Tesla tapping into the actual shape of the pyramid, I believe, was something that just came roundabout through his investigation into the location of the pyramids. Because what appears to have happened is that he realized that it wasn't the actual shape of the pyramid so much, although pyramids exhibit fractal energy much more efficiently than other types of designs. But what he discovered was it was the location of the pyramids that created the power. And when he built his facility here in Colorado Springs, and then on the East Coast, he did so according to the laws of where the pyramids at Giza were constructed. And it had to do with the elliptical orbit of the Earth and those sites' relationship to the actual equator. that there was an actual construction somehow taking place between those very specific sites and the overall energy field of the Earth. And because of that, he believed he could transmit power wirelessly.
Tesla's discovery and device disappeared after his mysterious death in 1943. But what he was trying to tap into might have just scratched the surface of understanding the power of something much more ancient.
According to Nikola Tesla, 369 is the key to the universe. Tesla became so obsessed with this 369 that he would drive around a building 3 times before going inside of it. He cleaned his plates with 18 napkins, lived in hotel rooms only with the number divisible by 3. He made calculations about things in their immediate environment just to make sure the result was conceivable by 3. And he based his choices on the results. He did everything in sets of 3. What is Nikola Tesla trying to make us understand? We must understand that we did not create mathematics. We discovered them. It is the universal language and law. No matter where in the universe you are, 1 plus 2 will always equal 3. Everything in the universe obeys this law. These forms are in nature, but the ancients emulated these forms in construction.
If Nikola Tesla's obsession was with these numbers, and his goal was to define his location and time and space, could it be possible that ancient humans created monuments like the Great Pyramids to remind us of these truths?
It's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter, you know what I mean?
Texts. There is a very strong and intriguing reference to what are called the 7 antediluvian sages, the 7 sages who came before the flood. And their leader is a figure called Oannes. We find that he is depicted as a man, but curiously, he's wearing a sort of fish garb or a fish costume. Archaeologists often refer to him as a fish-garbed figure. And the other 7 sages are also dressed in this fish costume. So you see the legs of a human being, and the face and features a bearded human being. But then he's wearing on his head the head of a fish, and the body of a fish hangs down his back. It's a very curious idea, really. And he and all of them hold in their hands a curious little bag, which I tend to refer to as a man bag. I see them as a kind of badge of office, a recognizable symbol where perhaps members of a brotherhood would be able to recognize one another by their carrying of this symbol. It's curious that we see a figure holding the same bag that we see on the Sumerian reliefs, and holding it in exactly the same way. And not only that, but those same bags turn up on top of Pillar 43 in Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe, where we know that they're at least 11,600 years old. The tradition is clearly rooted before the flood. Then comes the flood, the cataclysm wipes everything out, but that brotherhood persists through the flood. And after the flood, they are again.
Why? Like, come on, game. Like, fucking suck.
mankind.
Could Oannes and his sages have re-emerged after the cataclysmic flood to teach the knowledge of the universe? In Sumerian cuneiforms, Enki is sometimes depicted as a bearded man wearing a fish costume and sometimes carrying a bag. Interesting to note that in the Egyptian depictions of gods, they are not holding a bag, but an important symbol called the Ankh. The Ankh depicts immortality and life. It is also connected with Isis and the planet Venus. Could
Why?
these carrying devices be transmitting the same kind of energy? Anton Park's research has traced the re-emergence of Enki to Egypt, and as a byproduct of his death, the building of the Great Pyramid.
La pyramide, je pense, a été créée pour refaire.
In my view, the Great Pyramid was built by Isis. I believe it was created to reincarnate Osiris into Horus. It is quite complicated. The Osirian, the so-called aquatic temple dedicated to
That was so
Osiris
dumb.
in Abydos.
That was just so dumb and
Abydos in
unnecessary.
Egyptian.
Like, come
This
on,
is located
man.
in the city, which is, according to Egyptian history, the first city of Osiris. Yet, to be able to find seashells on a temple located in the middle of the desert, you have to go back thousands of years, at least 10,000 years. Why would he have made such a temple with aquatic features? Because Osiris, who's also Enki, they are the same person, had amphibian genes. Osiris, Enki, was killed by his nemesis Set, who was in fact Enlil, during one of their many battles. It took place in Abydos, which also corresponds to the Sumerian Apsu, where Osiris's aquatic temple can be found. The texts clearly state that all of Osiris's servants were slaughtered during a battle. As well
Like, this
as
game is so
Osiris
fucking
himself
so stupid,
was
man.
crucified on a tree. This is how he died.
Like, fuck
Isis
you,
is quite a
game.
character. She can't really be found in Mesopotamian literature, although she could be considered the goddess Ninti. She is the woman who lives in the great deeps, underground. I think that these underground passageways could correspond to the ones we can find under the Giza Plateau. We know that the Giza Plateau is full of underground passages. I believe that the clan of Osiris lived there. As far as the resurrection of Osiris into Horus is concerned, Isis organizes it. The texts are very clear about that, and we understand that she used Osiris's genetic code to create Horus. She created the Great Pyramid in order to accomplish this task. The Great Pyramid
Why?
allowed Isis to find Osiris's
No, like,
soul
no.
again.
That was, like,
We
perfect.
don't
Like,
really know
fuck
how,
you.
but she would have put Horus's genetic code in the pyramid. She would have been able to create another body using Osiris's genetic code, the so-called UF in Egyptian, body. And thanks to the coding of the Great Pyramid, she reached Osiris's soul so it could come into the new body of Horus.
What the fuck is this bullshit?
Although
Fuck
the
you.
dating of the Great Pyramid has been argued by different scientists, there is evidence that below the monument, something existed there that was much older.
When we look at the Great Pyramid, the Second Pyramid, and the Third Pyramid, there's no doubt in my mind that they were being reused, should we say, partially reconstructed, built upon during dynastic times. Just like the Sphinx itself was being repaired during dynastic times. But I'm also convinced that at least the core of those pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid and the Second Pyramid, go back to a much earlier period. So for instance, the Great Pyramid is actually built on what I would call a sacred mound. And this is acknowledged even by the Egyptologists. Now they say it all goes back to the 4th dynasty, circa 2600, 2500 BC. But my analysis is that at least the core, the original portions, for instance,
What the
descending
fuck you.
passage, the subterranean chamber, go back to a much earlier period. Then it was built over, and I think some of that building over it goes back to prior to dynastic times.
Could this be proof of the clan of Osiris and their knowledge? And could this group have harnessed the powers of the universe to bring back a god? Some experts point to the fact that the Great Pyramid itself has always been connected with the afterlife.
What you'll find inside those pyramids is acres and acres and acres of texts, deeply inscribed into the walls. They belong to the same vast body of literature to which belongs the famous ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. But the ultimate moment in your journey through the Duat is your entry into the judgment hall of Osiris, the hall of Ma'at, where you will be asked to account for everything that you've done with your life. So it seems to me very clear that the Great Pyramid
Finally,
is part of
holy jeez.
an attempt to create
Like,
a
come on, why?
three-dimensional model of the afterlife realm.
If the ancient
Why?
text from both Sumerian cuneiforms
Why?
and Egyptian books suggest the Great Pyramid as a place to resurrect the dead,
Good.
could there be another hidden message?
There is an ancient code to be found within the Great Pyramid. It's within the geometry, not just of the pyramid itself, but its relationship to the other two main pyramids of the Giza Plateau. Having studied this for a number of years, it seems to be related very much to do with the idea of the music of the spheres, the idea that there's some kind of connection between the primal tones of the universe itself and their relationship to the creation of form and structure in the physical world, and that to somehow attune and enhance this connection, that certain proportions have to be constructed into the design of the pyramid and also the geometry of the landscape itself. And these seem to reflect the musical intervals, in particular those which are known as the perfect fourth, which has a ratio of 4:3, and those known as the perfect fifth, has a ratio of 3:2, one of which is an inverse form of the other.
If the Great Pyramid is indeed a construction to harmonize creation, wherein lies the code to such a great power?
Many people don't know this, but in fact it's not a four-sided pyramid. It has a very slight concavity on each side, making it an eight-sided pyramid. Now, the minute you do this, you not only complicate the design tremendously, but it produces rather bizarre geometry. So, this geometry, when we analyze it, produces numbers. Numbers keep popping out.
Come on, man.
Numbers that
Fuck
shouldn't
you.
be there. Things like universal constants. Constant, that has been known for over 100 years. The phi constant, the golden ratio, but we have now strange numbers like Newton's number coming up in the design.
Could this geometry produce a message?
The Great Pyramid is situated within a whisker of latitude 30. It seems like the latitude choice was derived from astronomy, because there's a lens effect of the atmosphere of the Earth, and when you take that into account, a tiny error
come on, man.
shy of latitude 30 goes
Fucking
away.
stupid.
They were on astronomical latitude 30, if you like. Seems like a very deliberate choice, because it's not a random latitude. It's 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. This is just one of the many ways, I feel, in which the Great Pyramid deliberately and purposefully speaks to our planet. The next way it does that is that it is aligned. But if you take upon yourself the project of building a pyramid and aligning it to true north, south, east, and west, you wouldn't make any error at all. There is an error in the Great Pyramid. It's tiny. It's 3/60ths of a single degree off true north. This is almost eerie precision because the scale of the monument is so huge. This thing is 481 feet high. It has a footprint of 13, slightly more than 13 acres. It weighs 6 million tons. It consists of 2.5 million individual blocks of stone. We've taken that whole gigantic mountain of stone, and you are aligning it within just 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. We're not talking about magnetic north, which varies. We're talking about astronomical north, the true north of this planet.
Come on.
It's a very remarkable thing, and that's the north of this planet. Once again, the Great Pyramid is speaking to the Earth.
Could the pyramid be revealing something else about our planet?
Then you find something else as you go deeper. Start measuring the Great Pyramid. Measure it very, very, very precisely. Measure its base perimeter, and then measure its height. And scale those numbers up. What you find is that at a scale of 1 to 43,200, and I'll explain why that's not a random scale in a moment. On a scale of 1 to 43,200, the dimensions of the pyramid give you the dimensions of this planet. In other words, if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. And if you measure the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. So in all those centuries and millennia, when our ancestors went through the Dark Ages and didn't even know that they were living on a planet, let alone the dimensions of the planet, all they ever had to do was go
It's an animation. Like, come on. That animation was so stupid.
They have the dimensions of our planet.
Could this be the evidence to suggest that ancient places like the Great Pyramid are here to always show us our place in the stars.
Egyptologists are aware of this, but they say it's a total coincidence. No significance to it whatsoever, as far as Egyptologists are concerned. And you know, if the scale were something different, if it were 1 to 57,000 or 1 to 42,000 even, they could be right. The reason they're not right is that the scale is not random. The scale is defined by a key motion of the Earth itself. Our Earth, as well as spinning on its own axis, has a wobble on its axis. That's called precession. Rather, the effect that you get if you set a spinning top spinning. As it begins to slow down, it begins to wobble, and the top of the top begins to transcribe a circle. The Earth does that. If you take the extended north pole of the Earth and extend it out into the heavens, you'll find that today in our time it's pointing at a star we call Polaris. That's our pole star. But it hasn't always pointed at Polaris, and it won't always point at Polaris in the future. Sometimes it'll point at empty space. Sometimes it pointed and will point at other stars. There was a time when Thuban in Draco was the pole star. That's because of the precessional wobble on the Earth's axis. The extended north pole of the Earth isn't always pointing at the same place. Over a cycle of 25,920 years, it's doing that.
Why?
That's why
Fuck
the pole
you.
star changes. At the same time, on the horizon, and we know that ancient cultures had a great interest in particular moments of the year, particularly the equinoxes, when night and day are of equal length. It was an obsession of ancient cultures. What was the constellation that lay in the place on the horizon where the sun rose on the spring equinox? What was the constellation that housed the sun? This is familiar language in astrology. What's the constellation that housed the sun on the spring equinox? In our epoch, it's the constellation of Pisces. We live in the age of Pisces.
Come on.
It's not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol, because Christianity began at very near the beginning of the age of Pisces. Each one of these zodiacal ages lasts for 2,160 years. And then the sun transits out of, on the equinox, transits out of one constellation and into another. So we indeed do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Because of the precessional motion of the Earth, because of this change, this wobble on the Earth's axis, the constellation that houses the sun on the equinox is shifting out of Pisces and into Aquarius. That shift will be complete within the next 150 years.
Fuck you.
What we have here is a process that operates at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. We allocate 30 degrees to each of the 12 constellations of the zodiac. Multiply 72 by 30 and you get 2,160. That's a zodiacal age. Take the whole cycle of the zodiac, the whole 12 constellations, each with 2,160 years, housing the sun on the spring equinox, and you get what the ancients called the Great Year, when everything cycles back to the beginning and the whole process starts.
Come on, Mike. Come on.
That's 25,920 years.
Fuck you.
The heartbeat is 1 degree every 72 years. It is defined by a key motion of our planet. That number, 43,200, is a multiple of 72. It's directly related to that number. And it's not as though we're confined to Giza and the Great Pyramid. Those numbers are found all over the world. They're found in ancient mythology. Osiris, after all, was killed by Set and his 72 conspirators. The number occurs in the ancient Egyptian texts. It occurs in the number of syllables in the Rig Veda. In India, it occurs in Norse mythology. It's found all around the world. There's an intense focus on this system of numbers. So it can't be an accident that the same system of numbers crops up in the Great Pyramid, and that not only does the Great Pyramid give us the dimensions of the Earth, but that it does so on a scale defined by the Earth itself. That's an incredibly clever piece of work that we're looking at.
Could the ancient builders have given us a monument to decode our human existence? Interestingly enough, the numbers Tesla was obsessed with show up in the equations of the Great Pyramid. The numbers Graham has concluded from his research on the pyramid are 72, 43,200, 600, 30, 25,920, and 2,160. And all of those numbers either equal 3, 6, or 9.
Then let's give you one more example. Let's track east from Giza. Let's go off to Cambodia, to Angkor in Cambodia. An amazing site, again, very much devoted to the investigation of the mystery of death. The very word Angkor actually has a meaning in the ancient Egyptian language. It means life to the Horus. And lo and behold, it turns out that Angkor, with its pyramidal monuments, Angkor lies exactly 72 degrees of longitude east of Giza. I do not believe that that is an accident or a coincidence. I think there's a deep and ancient connection. And what we're looking at in Angkor, because that site was continuously used by many later cultures, both Hindu and Buddhist, what we're looking at in Angkor is the latest incarnation of a much more ancient site, which, just like Giza, goes back into remote prehistory.
Could these precise calculations be spread across the globe and communicating a code? Is it possible this is what Nikola Tesla tapped into? Robert Bouval predicts this is the language of the
Scene
future.
start.
The way we read the universe is through mathematics and through its geometry. And through its mathematics and geometry, we need to know.
Oh, please.
Slowly through our evolution, we begin to work out how triangles work, circles, ellipses.
This is so
various shapes,
fast.
and now work out the numbers, how they produce numbers. So, having said this, the language.
Oh, whatever happens, happens. Oh, how is it not that fast? What?
As human
Like
beings,
what?
to be communicating. It sounds a bit too science fiction, but I don't think we'll be talking English or Chinese in the next 2-3 centuries. Already we're using a different language, using computers. I think we'll be talking mathematics in the sense that to get a pure idea out, to get a pure thought out, and to structure it so that you understand exactly what I'm talking about, the shape, the size, the dimension, the weight, the speed, I'll have to number it, I'll have to put mathematics. The Great Pyramid is speaking that language, it's transmitting that language. It's a silent language, if you like, that needs to be read. We don't need Egyptologists, we don't need experts in hieroglyphs. It doesn't have hieroglyphs. We need mathematicians. We need mathematicians to read it. And that's one of the goals, is to tempt them to get into this. We've moved in a direction where we rely on external knowledge. We seem to think that the answer is out there and we look for it. Well, the answer may be inside us. I truly believe this. And therefore we need to rechange how we see ourselves and how we educate ourselves. I think what's interesting now is that science is beginning to sort of touch the frontiers of what you would call in general terms spirituality. We begin to realize that the universe is mental. It is a mental universe. And we need to think in different forms, not just purely classical science.
If indeed the purpose of the Great Pyramid was to educate humans on our place in time and space, could it also be a device to help change our consciousness?
I have for a long while argued that the central concept of certainly the pyramids of Egypt, and I think the case is true all over the world, was to do with the transformation of human consciousness. Whatever else the Great Pyramid is,
Why? Like why?
Egypt, whatever else it is for sure an instrument that works upon human consciousness.
Could the Great Pyramid be a monument that was built to withstand all catastrophes so that humanity could always have the codes to the universe? Standing near the pyramid is another monument that has baffled experts for ages.
In the 1990s, when I first started studying the Sphinx, what I determined is that it must go back to an earlier climatic period. When I initially calibrated these, I knew that it had to be at least 5,000 to 7,000 BC. Since then, I've continued my studies, and I'm convinced at this point that we have to go back to at least around 10,000 BC.
Up next, the code left behind by the Sphinx.
We hope you enjoyed this insightful presentation from Gaia. After-school subscribers can join Gaia and watch 2 complete seasons of Ancient Civilizations absolutely free. Just click the link in the description, but act fast. This offer is only available for a limited time.
Like, fuck you.
Well, this brings us to the 7th visit, and I hope to hand you the master key to success before I finish.
As human consciousness
Hello.
Bad, wicked youths of raps. Not a mercy won't. Chinana chillon. Follow me no man.
Can you believe it? I's got me own show. And I ain't got a clue what to do. I'd be shitting myself if I wasn't so mashed. Here's the dealio. Channel 4 thought I was well good on this Batty show I used to do. At 10 o'clock or whatever, and they say, listen, Mr. G, you got a month and 200,000 squid to make a program. Man, me has never had a better 4 weeks in my life. Me and the West End's Massive has been living it large in Amsterdam. The girls is so friendly there. I tell you, I has never seen ping pong played like that. Respect, girls, respect. In the show tonight, we're gonna be tackling some serious issues. We all know there's a lot of killing and bloodshed out there in the ghetto. I've seen it on the streets of Chertsey. I've seen it on the streets of Eatonwick. And if we don't start changing the way we think, Langley Village will be next. In the next half hour, there'll be food for your head, food for your heart, and food for your beast. Or for your punani, if you are. There'll be no sexualism on this show, thank you. So we've gone all round the globe in the search for realness. First up, I flew all the way to the other side of the planet to a place called France.
I has come here to Cannes, that is in France, which is where the biggest pricks from all around the world come to sell their films. And I is gonna try and raise 300 million squid for a little idea I have. Piece of piece. The film is called Buka.
Buka. Okay.
Do you like the title?
What does that mean?
Buka is like the sound of when you shoot someone. Buka. This is gonna be a film that doesn't
No,
run
we
away
need
from
the.
the
I
real
thought
issues
this was the
of
OG.
violence and drugs. This is gonna glamorize drugs and violence.
Glamorize it?
Classic Ali G. Best of Ali G.
Hear me now. You've got to be well clever to run a massive business. I was actually
Good morning. There's been this...
We're almost at the edge of history when we go to 11,600 years ago. That's the date that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is built. That, weirdly, is the date that Plato's Timaeus and Critias gives for the submergence of Atlantis. Archaeologists roll their eyes at any mention of Atlantis.
Flat Earth for archaeologists.
Yeah, it's flat, it's flat Earth.
I want to talk about Antarctica.
I was very interested in Antarctica. There's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green. The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the human species?
Yes.
He did know that other pyramids had their entrance in the north face, and that is the entrance through which you will have gone when you entered the Great Pyramid. It's called Mamun's Hole. I'm doing a debate with a leading archaeologist on the Joe Rogan experience. It's a very good thing that this is happening. The mainstream has normally said, no, we don't want to talk to you guys, you're Looney Tunes, we're not going to give you a platform. But in this case, it is happening. I have things to say that I'm going to preserve my ammunition for. It's on psychedelics, particularly on ayahuasca, I have felt the presence of the entity that I call Mother Ayahuasca. She took the form of an enormous serpent who wrapped herself around my body. Felt enormously comforted. And again, I got a message that I've had many times, is that you won't be good at giving love to others if you don't love yourself.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to Flagrant. And today we're incredibly excited because we're sitting down with the Godfather, okay? The Godfather of my YouTube rabbit holes for the last maybe 5 years, 6 years, years beyond that. We have Grant Hancock in the building.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on the show.
No,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it.
I actually went to see the pyramids because of you.
I'm very glad to hear that.
It was a mind-bending experience.
And when was that?
This is, God, when exactly was this? 4 years ago? Pandemic kind of makes things
It was like 3.
a little murky, maybe 3, but it was pre-pandemic.
Well, the Giza Plateau and those 3 massive pyramids and the satellite pyramids, an amazing place. And the Great Pyramid itself is totally, utterly unique, extraordinary, and special. I have a long relationship with the Great Pyramid.
I saw this unbelievable story of you going to the top. I got like a quarter of the way up by myself, and I was there with my wife, and I was like, I'm not trying to get arrested and have her just be alone in Egypt. And so I put it out and I went back down.
Probably a wise decision, because you could have spent some year or 2 in jail.
Wow. Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Did you get locked up when you went up top?
No, the illegal climbs that we did, the first illegal climb involved 4 o'clock in the morning and a lot of bribery. And
how much was it back in the day to get to the top?
This was like 1996. Might even have been earlier. It might have been 1994. And we had a local guy who made contact with all the guards around the pyramid. We paid him money. I forget the exact amount. He said he'd paid them off. But then when we got to the base of the pyramid, we had to walk all the way around it, which is a considerable distance, 750 feet along each side. We had to walk all the way around it, and then we had to add more money to each of the guards at the 4 corners. And then we went up, and my advice to anybody who's climbing the Great Pyramid, which is pretty much impossible these days, either legally or illegally, is go up the southwest corner, because the southwest corner is pretty intact. It's pretty much a straight line. You can follow it all the way to the.
What is the entrance on?
North side.
That's north.
Yeah.
So south.
The opposite side, and the southwest. Yeah. Which is the opposite side to the Great Sphinx, and
then nobody's looking at you.
Well, it's good for that.
They're all facing east to pray.
But then after we were a few courses up, and another guard turned up with a shotgun. I don't think it would have reached us from that distance, but there were threats, and we had to promise to pay him more money.
So he points the shotgun.
Yeah, kind of.
He's threatening you.
Yeah,
you guys go, we'll pay you, and he's like, okay, well now you can.
Basically, we did a deal that we'd pay him when we came down. And,
did you?
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. It's good to keep your promises. And then we climbed.
Do you remember how much you paid?
I actually don't. But back in the day, I guess it was probably 1994. It would have seemed a lot to me at that time, but it also seemed worth it. It was a fantastic adventure, starting in the dark, or just the beginning of dawn light, and climbing up to the top, taking shelter at various points behind bits as other guards appeared, finally getting to the top, and then the light coming up and just this majestic view.
So sunrise on the top.
Sunrise on top of the Great Pyramid, and the second pyramid, to your south. It's just an amazing thing to see, and it was an amazing experience. I would regard it as one of the peak experiences of my life.
Wow.
I did have one other illegal climb, which was just fortunate. It was following the holiday of Ramadan. They have a thing called the Eid, which is a celebration, and I would guess there were 30,000 Cairenes on the Giza Plateau having picnics, and they just decided they were going to climb the Great Pyramid. Not all 30,000, but several hundred of them, and we just joined them, me and Santha, and we climbed with them, and that actually is one of the moments when I realized how difficult the Great Pyramid must have been to build. Because the biggest danger climbing up there with several hundred people on the pyramid was other people coming up and down.
So imagine managing that with all the blocks.
With all the blocks and supposedly a huge workforce and ramps or whatever the Egyptologists imagined was done, and I don't believe anybody knows how it was done. For me, that was the biggest risk, was people bumping into you, going around you as you're climbing up. But again, we got to the top, and then I had 3 legal climbs in those days when those were allowed, doing various filming projects back in.
When do you see your last name inscribed in the block? This is an incredible story.
Yes, it is. I think it was on the 2nd or 3rd climb. I'm not absolutely sure. I think it may have been one of the legal climbs, because it was daylight and we were relaxed. as we were not when there were hundreds of other people up there with us. So I think it may have been one of the legal crimes. And there I did see, and it's on the south side of the Great Pyramid, the southeast side, overlooking the boat museum, which used to be there. And there was the name initial P and Hancock. And at that time, there was a date beside it, and that date, if I recall correctly, was the 5th of April, 1916. Oddly enough,
1916.
Yeah. Now my granddad was a chaplain with British forces in Egypt in the First World War, so I had to consider the possibility that it could be him. He was called Philip Hancock.
Oh, wow.
But I couldn't absolutely guarantee that, and I was able to confirm it by finding my grandfather's diaries, which were little diaries about that high, tiny little writing in them. And on that date, there was a single line which said, "Climb Great Pyramid today."
Wow.
And then I found...
And it was dated 1916?
Yeah. And then I found his biography, which was passed down to me by my dad. And he also talks about his climb of the Great Pyramid in that, although in very spare terms, doesn't say that much about it.
I know it's not that much that he put in there, but did he say there was any security? Was
At
this
that time,
free
no.
range? Sand is covering the bottom
Totally
of it?
free range. And I think the sand was definitely cleared away at that time. But anybody could climb the Great Pyramid. And there was, in fact, the guy who organized our first illegal climb, and I think I can say this safely because he's passed on to the next world, was a guy known locally as Champion. And he was called Champion because he was the champion runner up the Great Pyramid. He could run all the way to the top of the Great Pyramid. There were times people did that, and it was totally legal, and nobody objected to it at all. And that went on, I think, certainly through the sort of 70s and 80s. But by the time my wife Santa and I climbed 1994 for the first time, I'm pretty sure it was 94. It had become illegal, and now it's totally illegal. It's completely banned.
Yeah.
And I doubt even if a film crew would get permission to climb the Great Pyramid now.
Even like that.
Yeah. They're very careful about it, and one of the reasons why they're careful about it is that every year at least one person dies trying to climb the Great Pyramid. People still try to climb it illegally, and as you can imagine from the bit of the climb you did, you're looking at a 52-degree slope.
Yeah.
So once you get up 150 feet above the ground, if you lose it and fall,
it's over.
You're going to go all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
And it's over. Yeah.
In the beginning, you have a lot of confidence. The first few tiers of rocks seem pretty easy.
They're not too bad.
But I can imagine you're halfway
Yo, Sailor,
up and
what
you
up,
start
bro?
looking down. And
What up, Sailor? We got the untied world
And
record. I don't know if
also,
you're here lurking. Oh
the
shit! What the
course
fuck happened
sizes
there?
vary. Some of them are
the rocks
really
get-
no more than sort of hip high. Some of the courses are chest high, so you've got to.
Courses are the blocks.
Yeah, I mean it's laid out in layers. So, it looks like a step pyramid now. It wasn't before.
Yeah.
In ancient times, it was covered with facing stones.
And you can see some of the facing stones.
Some of the facing
still
stones are still there down at the
Thanks,
bottom.
thanks,
They
man.
give you a sense of how
I'm not
beautiful they
fishing
were
for
and how magnificently
compliments,
well it was
but I just wanted to tell you.
but
This
the
is pretty
theory
psych, pretty
there's
hype.
no absolute proof of this, that they came off during an earthquake.
It's vital.
I
Oh
believe,
wow,
1301.
nice response,
And
David.
at that
Nice
time, it's likely
response.
that that's when the Great Pyramid lost
What
its
up, bro?
summit. Great Pyramid stands at the
Yeah,
moment
thanks,
about
man.
450, maybe 455 feet tall, but
That's
its
solid.
original height was 481 feet tall. And you can calculate that from just pursuing the slope of the sides up to the
30 feet
Thanks,
came
buddy.
off in that earthquake.
yeah. So there's a flat platform, or rather even a stepped platform on top of the Great Pyramid with one level and then one level, another level. But the calculation is very simple.
we're gonna play
You
more
just
Bunker 1, I
pursue
think,
those
right now.
side lengths
I'm gonna go for
up to
lower.
where they would meet, and according to that calculation, the Great Pyramid was originally 481 feet tall.
Wow.
So it lost about 30 feet. The question is, was it in fact ever completed? We don't know that for sure.
Right.
But the general view is that earthquake brought part of the top of the Great Pyramid tumbling down as well and knocked off the facing stones. And then, of course, it was used as a quarry.
That's
by local
what
people.
I've heard. Yeah.
That's
because
funny.
it's very
Playing
very
through the
useful to
CRT
have all
now.
this nice cut stone lying around, and a lot of those facing stones were taken away.
Okay, so after inspiring probably tens of thousands of people to go to the pyramids like myself. You managed to get banned from Egypt?
Yes.
Is it a real full-time ban?
This is not clear to me. We
gotta sneak in, Graham.
In my
we gotta do one more time.
There's a champion junior that you can bribe.
Dude, we need a carved G Hancock right next to Pete.
I think this would be good. It's very difficult to do that with a film crew, however.
That's a very good
and this
point.
is when it happened. Is that my Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse? We wanted to film an episode in Egypt, which you would have thought the Egyptian authorities would welcome. But when they asked who is presenting the show, and we said that Graham Hancock is presenting the show,
They said no.
They said absolutely no way, and they would not grant filming permission.
Let me tell you something. The Four Seasons in Cairo wants you to do an episode about the pyramids. I promise you.
Yeah, it would bring a lot of interest and a lot of people, but there's a rigid, fixed view amongst Egyptologists about the prehistory and the history of ancient Egypt.
So
and what the Great
questioning
Pyramid is.
that...
Questioning that gets you banned.
Yes.
That's the first line of defense against a critic or an alternative point of view.
Yes.
Is simply
How
to
you say
deny
that?
them
Hope you're
access
good,
to
man.
the site. And I felt since that happened that I've had my left arm cut off, because Egypt has been very central and very important to my work. I hope eventually I will get back in. Could I go as a tourist? Maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
Announcement. I'm coming to the motherland. Play the bagpipes, Miles. That's right. The Life Tour is coming to Glasgow. Okay? Scotland, we're showing up. We're also coming to Dublin. Ireland, we're showing up. And you know what? We are not going to leave the north of England out. Manchester, we are pulling up.
Oh, insane.
Is it Man City or
dang,
Man
dude.
United? We're going to see who's in the crowd.
Wow.
And whoever shows up more,
Holy
that's
moly,
who
buddy.
I'm rooting for the rest
Holy
of my
moly.
existence.
Hell
so
yeah.
make sure you make the right decision, red or blue, because that's who I'm rocking with afterwards. Okay, those tickets are up for pre-sale right now. Code is Andrew. Get them fast. TheAndrewSchultz.com. Can't wait to see you all. Also, thank you so much, everybody who sold out the Royal Albert Hall show in London. We did that in a few hours. That was unbelievable. Thank you so much. Cannot wait to do the show in that remarkable venue. TheAndrewSchultz.com for all the tickets. Go get them immediately before they're gone. Can't wait to see you all. Peace.
Did the legal climbs, were they aware you did the 2 illegal climbs previously?
Yeah.
Oh, and they still gave you permission?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
At that time, everything was much less sensitive. Everything was much less sensitive until 2015, when I had the beginnings of a public debate
come on,
with
man.
who is regarded as the leading Egyptian Egyptologist, Zahi Hawass. And unfortunately, in that debate, Zahi, it's actually on YouTube, bits of it, because there was a member of the audience present. Zahi massively lost his temper and stormed out. And then...
so you won.
Then I don't know, but the debate didn't happen. Then I gave a talk. He sat sulking outside. Then he came back, gave his talk. Then the audience asked questions. And again, bits of this were filmed. And one of the audience asked him if he knew about a site called Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which is probably the most important archaeological site in the world at the moment. And Zahi said that he didn't know anything about it at all, and that was on camera. So unfortunately...
This door, the stupid
man is
door.
actually enormously knowledgeable about ancient Egypt, but unfortunately he came across looking not very good. And ever since then, my relationship with him, which had been okay until 2015, has been extremely negative. And when the Egyptian government are approached for filming permission, which these days is done through the Tourism and Antiquities Permission.
Thanks, buddy. I'm glad you
when
shared
they're
that with
approached
me,
for
man.
filming
You're gonna
permission,
love him, dude.
Zahi's the guy they go to
Oh,
and
it's gonna be
says, "Okay,
powerful,
for
my
these
man.
people
Oh
to
my
come
god.
and film." So
Gotcha. So if you
It's a
agree
powerful
with him,
experience.
it's not going to happen.
It's
And I understand the defensiveness, because when you wrap your cultural identity around something or creating something as majestic as the pyramids, feeling as if that's like being ripped away from you can really make you feel as if your identity is being taken.
Yeah, and to be clear, I would never wish to divorce the Great Pyramids from the ancient Egyptians. There are a lot of wrong ideas about what I think about this.
Please clarify, because I'm a little hazy on it.
The clarification is this. It's complicated, all right? But inside the Great Pyramid, there are 4 very narrow shafts which point up at the sky. 2 of them point north and south from the so-called King's Chamber. I say so-called because no burial was ever found in it.
Yeah.
There was a sarcophagus found in it. It's still there, but they had to build the chamber around it. They couldn't bring it up in the funeral ceremony. It's too big to get through the corridor. So 2 shafts point north and south, and they do actually exit on the outside of the body of the pyramid. And back in the 19th century, explorers climbed up there. There they go. You're looking at the King's Chamber South, King's Chamber North, and both of those, you could roll cannonballs down them from the outside, and they would turn up in the King's Chamber. But the shafts of the Queen's Chamber are more complicated. Until, I believe it was 1872, nobody knew they were there. The inner wall of the Queen's Chamber was completely smooth, but there was actually, he was a Freemason called John Wayneman Dixon, who had explored the King's Chamber, and he figured, look, there's shafts in the King's Chamber, maybe there's shafts in the Queen's Chamber. And he went around knocking on the walls, and he found 2 hollow points, and he broke those through. You could do that in 1872. And lo and behold, they opened up into these 2 shafts, which go horizontally at first and then point up at the sky. They do not exit on the outside of the pyramid. They're very, very mysterious. The thing is that the angle of those shafts points to significant stars, 4 significant stars, in the period in which Egyptologists believe that the Great Pyramid was built. Archaeoastronomy, which is a universal language, one of them is the lowest of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. And the constellation of Orion was identified with the god Osiris. He was seen as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So having a shaft pointing at the belt of Orion or Osiris makes perfect sense. And others point at 2 of the 2 northern shafts point at 2 of the circumpolar stars. I forget exactly which ones now. And again, they point at them in the era when the pyramids were built, because the positions of stars in the sky change very slowly down the ages. So from an astronomical point of view, it would be absurd to disconnect the Great Pyramid entirely from the ancient Egyptians. But there's a problem. And that problem is the ground pattern of the 3 Great Pyramids and their relationship to, it's not an accident that Orion's belt has 3 stars and that the Great Pyramids are 3, and that they are positioned on the ground, anybody can see it, in a pattern that looks very similar to Orion's belt. It's like a painter has got his easel in front of him and his canvas, and he's looking up at the sky and he's painting on the canvas the 3 stars of Orion's belt, and then he lowers that canvas down to his feet, and that's what you have on the ground at Gyges.
It's that perfect.
It's that perfect, but it's only perfect 12,500 years ago, roughly 12,000. Let's say a round figure, 12,000 years ago.
Yeah.
These changes in the sky are actually caused by a motion of the Earth itself. It's a very slow motion. It's a cycle. It takes 25,920 years to complete. The pattern of the stars on the ground and the stars in the sky and the pyramids on the ground and their relationship to the Nile River and the Milky Way locks perfectly
at 12,000.
About 12,000 years ago, not on a single day, but over an epoch of about 1,000 years, and then it gradually shifts out, because this is a very, very slow change that takes place. So you have the ground saying 12,500 years ago, and you have the shaft saying 4,500 years ago.
So one might assume that those shafts were maybe carved out at a different time, potentially?
Well, yes. The way I look at it is, I think the site was sacred more than 12,000 years ago.
Right.
I think ground platforms were created there. It's important to remember the Great Pyramid is already built around a natural hill. The first 30 feet inside the Great Pyramid is a natural mound, and there are traditions in ancient Egypt of the primeval mound. And if you enter the Great Pyramid, and you may or may not have been able to do that when you went there.
I went in.
Did you get down to the subterranean chamber?
I think everything was. Oh no, we did. The subterranean was much bigger.
Was it a very rough-hewn chamber, cut out of solid bedrock, or was it a built chamber?
There's the built one that we saw. Is it called a sarcophagus? No.
Yes, that's the King's Chamber.
We went to the King's Chamber, but I believe that there was another one. I can't remember.
You can see that on the screen there. You can see the subterranean chamber. You see the entrance in the north face.
Yep. No, I don't think we went that far.
And then
we went to.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's about 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid.
Wow.
And it's about 600 feet beneath the apex of the Great Pyramid.
Wow.
And it's cut out of solid bedrock. And my view is, and it's only in theory, and I don't claim that I'm correct, it's just put this forward for thought, is that the original sacred site on the Giza Plateau was that natural primeval mound beneath which the ancients hewed out this enormous subterranean chamber, which is it looks like a rough, unfinished chamber, but it has curious acoustic effects. Which are in themselves very interesting.
And then that people talk about.
Yeah, it's an amazing place to be, and actually you get a resonance. We tried an experiment with an opera singer up in the King's Chamber. You could hear her down in the subterranean chamber, which is quite remarkable in itself. But I think that was the original sacred site. I think the ground platforms were put in position, and I think the ancient Egyptians finished off the job in a brilliant way. In a brilliant way, overbuilding and commemorating and memorizing a site of enormous significance and importance to them.
Sorry, when you say finished off, I'm dumb, so I'm gonna ask dumb questions. When you say finished off, what exactly do you theorize?
I think the vast majority of the Great Pyramids as we see them today were the work of the ancient Egyptians.
Okay, got it.
I think they were building on a prehistoric foundation.
Okay.
And it had been sacred for
So your point is
thousands
not to take away from what age you think they built most of it. You think we're just discounting that there might have been people here 12,500 years ago that also built something.
Correct, because that runs against the archaeological mainstream, and this is where you get into issues of geology and the issue of the Great Sphinx. Because I think, again, it's just my theory. I don't claim I'm 100% right, and everybody's got to listen to me and tell the Egyptologists to go away. Just my view is that on the Giza Plateau were the three massive ground platforms of the three Great Pyramids, the subterranean chamber beneath what is now the Great Pyramid, the megalithic temples, the so-called Valley Temple and the Sphinx Temple right beside the Sphinx, and the so-called mortuary temples. These are all megalithic that stand beside the Great Pyramids.
Those are the three little ones that are next to them?
Those are the so-called satellite pyramids. Okay. But there are megalithic temples. When I say megalithic, you're looking at structures where the largest single block weighs 200 tons. These are gigantic blocks of stone. But of particular interest, right in front of the Great Sphinx is an almost completely ruined one, and then just to the south of the Great Sphinx is a rather intact one called the Valley Temple. And this temple
what am I doing?
Again bears evidence of being built in two stages. Because when you look at it, you see that its core is made of limestone, enormous limestone blocks in the range of 50 to 100 tons each, maybe more.
You can bring this up, Mark?
In the one on the left, you can see the limestone blocks up at the top. That's the original structure. And I and my colleagues, and particularly Professor Robert Schoch from Boston University, who is a geologist, are of the view that the ancient Egyptians renovated a far more ancient limestone temple. So you can see the weathering on the limestone temple, and then you can see the granite blocks that were added by the ancient Egyptians. And the puzzle of those blocks is that they are carefully cut to fit around the weathering in the limestone core blocks. So they were respecting those limestone core blocks. They weren't demolishing them. It would be easy just to cut them flat, if you're going to do this, but no, they didn't. They carefully cut each granite block so it would fit around the weathering pattern.
We'd only do that if you thought that a place was sacred.
You felt it was special, and you were trying to preserve it. Likewise, the Sphinx. Again, I need to pay tribute to others. I need to pay tribute to John Anthony West, who was an independent Egyptologist, brilliant man, dear friend of mine.
Rest in peace, right?
Yes, passed away in 2018. He used to call academics quackademics. He was a master of vitriol. And he was the first to draw attention to the possibility that the Great Sphinx may also be a multi-phase monument, not just a monument built in the 4th dynasty, 2500 BC or whatever. He pointed out that there seemed to be very strange erosion patterns. They're harder to see on the
fissures.
body.
There might be on the walls.
But on the surrounding trench, they're much easier to see. And then he brought Professor Robert Schoch from Boston University, who is a geologist, and Schoch agreed that what we're looking at here in the fissures around the side of the Great Sphinx, and to some extent on the body of the Sphinx, is what's called precipitation-induced weathering. It's not a flood. It's weathering that's caused by exposure to a very long period of heavy heavy rainfall.
Right.
And then you have to get into paleoclimatology. When did it rain on the Giza Plateau enough to cause this level of exposure and weathering? You can see the outer trench. The Great Sphinx is cut out of solid bedrock. They created a trench around its body, and the core body was left in place. I and my colleagues think that core body goes back 12,000 plus years. It was originally in the form entirely of a lion with a massive leonine head. But then, by the time that the dynastic period of ancient Egypt came along, the Great Sphinx was very damaged, particularly its head, jutting up above the plateau. And we suggest that at that time, the head of the Great Sphinx was recarved into a human head wearing a classic Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh.
Can you bring up quickly the Sphinx that is covered up to its neck in sand? So this is what the ancient Egyptians probably were looking at,
yeah,
right?
they were looking at a monument cover, yeah, like that.
I mean, this is
there's many times during its history when that's all there was, you know. That was the bit that got damaged, and we think back 4,500 years ago, 2,500 BC, it was like that then too, but it was a lion head, and it was very damaged, and they felt they're going to recarve it into a human head, and it is out of proportion with the rest of the body.
Which again does give credit to the Egyptians. I'm just trying to cozy you up to the Egyptian government here.
We want you back in.
Also, the Hebrews are okay with this.
I think the ancient Egyptians massively venerated this site from the beginning. It was the place of the beginning. It was the place of the first time.
Yeah.
A time that they called Zeb Tepi. And I think their project was to honor and memorialize it. And then this is where we get into spooky areas which the Egyptologists don't like, which is I'm suggesting that a body of knowledge was carried down within ancient Egyptian culture, and that a certain moment came when it was decided to turn the Giza Plateau back on again, and that body of knowledge was manifested in the construction of the Great Pyramids. It's very peculiar that the quality of workmanship on the Great Pyramid, and indeed on the other two pyramids at Giza, is extremely high. But go a generation later, 2 generations later, to the 5th dynasty, go to the Pyramid of Unas at Saqqara, where the so-called pyramid texts are inscribed inside the so-called tomb chamber. And that pyramid, the exterior of it is a mess. It's very poorly built, very poorly constructed. You know, you look at it, it just looks like a heap of stones, whereas the Great Pyramid today is still a majestic structure. Yeah. So it's as though they put everything they had into
try to replicate it, but they just
try to replicate, and then a generation or two later they could. That's the Pyramid of Unas.
Yeah.
You know?
What if it's just like the Knicks, where like the father did a really good job, and then the next generation just really fucked the whole thing up?
Yeah, I mean it could be, but it's
pointless shots on my team. Like
no, it's a fair point. You know, I mean, human societies go up and down, and that can happen. But that's my view also with the idea of a lost civilization, that we can have an apex and they can fall into a slump and they can come out again. But is knowledge preserved and passed down through the ages? Yes, I think it is.
Now, why wouldn't the people in the Nile Valley at that time, 12,000 years ago, also not be Egyptian? Like, could they still be ethnically Egyptian at that time?
Well, I think in a way, I'm actually deeply uninterested in ethnic matters. When I come to relate to and evaluate a fellow human being or a culture, I'm interested in the ideas that those people have. I'm not interested in their genes. I think actually genes are vastly overrated. They're the least important aspect of a human being. They've been blown up into huge importance in our culture today, but I think
thanks, buddy. Thank you, my man. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with that time. I am going to keep going, though. Thanks, buddy.
It's been my privilege to travel
that was a nice ending.
The
ending was good.
Intensely for
what up,
the
bro?
best part of 40 years.
Hey man, it means a lot that you're here, dude.
Remotest village in the remotest corner of the Amazon, or whether I find myself in New York City,
for
once
you
I get
just
down
being
to talking
who you
face
are.
to face with
Yeah, we're playing on the CRT, man.
just like me, and they have the same hopes, the same dreams, the same fears as every other human being. So I think we make too many divisions. I love cultural differences. Yeah. Cultural differences are great. Differences in ideas are great, but genetic differences are trivial in my view. The things that divide us as human beings are far less important than the things that unite us as human beings. I think maybe it's high time we recognize that. So whether the modern Egyptians are ethnically connected in any close way to the ancient Egyptians is a matter that I regard as fundamentally unimportant. The modern Egyptians also honor and respect the Great Pyramids, and ancient Egyptian culture, and that's what matters to me.
I'm curious, piggyback on that, like, how do you feel about the criticism that you got some people saying you're a racist after the Netflix documentary?
Well, that criticism was.
Thank you, buddy.
That's why
We're
we're like, we hope you're racist. We
You kind of let me down with this whole everyone's equal talk.
That was interesting. The subject of race is never mentioned in my Netflix series, Ancient Apocalypse. It's never mentioned at all. But when the Society for American Archaeologists wrote an open letter to Netflix demanding that my documentary series be reclassified as science fiction, they accused me of spreading racism, white supremacy, misogyny, and anti-Semitism. None of these issues are ever mentioned in the series.
Wait, what was misogynistic?
I don't know, and you know, what, for that matter, was anti-Semitic. It's very, and what was racist, since race is never mentioned. But what these labels are very useful for, if you shout them loudly enough, and if your friends in the media see a nice story here and pick them up and multiply it, what they're very useful for is turning people off the work of an opponent.
Yes.
And that was clearly what went on here.
If you're radioactive, I don't even have to debate you because you're radioactive.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's fundamentally what went on. Now, what is the reason for what was the possible? They had no justification for any of the others, but what was the reason for saying that I was spreading racism and white supremacy? It's because in a number of my earlier books, I reported indigenous myths and traditions, particularly from South America and from Mexico, which in some cases referred to a white-skinned, bearded stranger and his companions who came after a time of darkness, after a great cataclysm, bringing knowledge and teaching knowledge to the inhabitants of the country. Now, that is not me saying that, that is indigenous traditions. The view of archaeologists today is that many of those traditions were simply made up by the Spanish conquistadors. I don't think that's true. There are many other archaeologists who don't agree with that and think that they are true and genuine indigenous traditions and should be rightly reported as such.
Oh, that was
Whether we're
fast.
referring to Quetzalcoatl in Mexico or to Viracocha in the Andes. These traditions, it's a pan-American myth, and they're not only found in the Americas but all over the world. They don't always refer to a person as white skin. You know, the emphasis that's put on
Come
skin
on,
color
please
today
blow the
is
camera up. Like,
really
what are you
recent in
doing?
human history.
Are you
It's a few
serious?
hundred
Like,
years
what
old.
the fuck, man?
Did the issue of white skin or black skin carry the same resonance 12,000 years ago that it carries today? I somehow doubt it. I doubt it very much. I don't see why it should, because the abuses of human rights that were taken that were carried out in the name of color are recent developments. They're not ancient developments, you know, and therefore
Recent in the scale of human history.
Recent in the scale of human history. Let's say the last 500 or 600 years, something like that. They weren't really there. They weren't really there.
What? I
before
can't
that.
believe
But
it
it's
didn't pass them away.
It's a
Like,
huge
what?
distraction from the major issue. They also refer to these individuals as being bearded. They often refer to there being 7 of them. In ancient Mesopotamia, they're called the 7 sages. In ancient Egypt, at the Temple of Horus at Edfu, they are also referred to as the 7 sages. In ancient India, it's Manu and the seven sages who appear after the flood, trying to restore the knowledge that was lost during the time of the flood. These are indigenous traditions.
Same story, different parts of the world.
Same story, different parts of the world. That's one of the things that interests me about it. What interests me about it least of all is the issue of skin color. What interests me about it most of all is the issue that there seems to be a memory of a cataclysm after which a group of people tried to preserve knowledge from before the
Is this the Snow White myth?
I'm not sure.
She falls asleep, 7 dwarfs, or the 7 sages, they come wake her up with the wisdom of a guy should make out with you when you're passed out.
I need to reread the Snow White.
Okay. There might be something there. This is good.
Yeah, well, no, because myths, myths are the memory bank of our species.
This is what I loved about the Netflix special. Treating the myths as a way of passing on true information.
Yes.
And
Dude, I'd be happy with like
and
25.
taking them seriously,
Would be
not
really
looking at them
nice.
as figments of
Really
imagination.
happy
If we were to
with
pass
25.
on
data and fact. It's way more digestible in the form of story. We memorize stories.
If you wish to pass information to a distant future, if you wish it to be preserved, you wouldn't be smart to just write it down. How can we know that our script is going to be readable by any other culture? Let's say 10,000 years in the future. Will anybody be able to read the English language? Who knows? I have no idea. It's fragile. An example I often give is the Indus Valley civilization in Pakistan and India. The Indus Valley civilization, nobody actually knew that it existed until it was accidentally discovered while a railway was being built through a site now called Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan. And then they found that there were these actually very, very sophisticated, very complex mud brick structures on a very large scale. Then they began to look at it. Then they found that this culture had a language, a fully developed written script. It's about 5,000 years old, but there isn't a single Rosetta Stone that enables us to translate that script into any more recent language. So we can't read that script. The script exists, but we can't read it. So there could be all kinds of information in that script, which tells all kinds of things about our past, but it's not readable.
And how long ago were they thriving?
5,000 years ago.
Wow.
One of the interesting things in the Indus Valley civilization is that there is a particular seal that has survived, a seal that would have been used to stamp an imprint onto cloth or something like that. It's called the Pasupati seal, and it shows a figure which is recognizable as the god Shiva, who's of course an important deity in Indian culture to this day and in the Vedas. And it shows that individuals seated in there you are, that's the Pasupati seal. Well, what you'll see is that underneath it, the way his feet are organized is that his heels are pointed forwards. This is a really difficult yoga position, to sit like that and have your heels pointed forward. You've got to kind of almost disjoint your legs in order to do that, okay? And the problem with that is that it's an advanced yoga position. It's found in a seal that's 5,000 years old. We have to ask ourselves, how many thousands of years before that was yoga being developed?
Shit.
You know, again, there's a hint of a lost human culture in this. The posture is called Mulabandhasana. And I certainly can't do it.
Unbelievable. Because what do we date modern Indian civilization back to? Is it 5,000 years
since
ago?
the Indus
4,000.
Yeah, since the discovery of the Indus Valley civilization, you know, we have to accept that civilization in India is at least 5,000 years old. The largely and correctly discredited notion of an Aryan invasion of India needs to be abandoned as well. Yes, there were multiple cultures moving back and forwards, but Indian culture is extremely ancient.
5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Indus Valley, that's like a thing you'll learn about in textbooks.
Yeah, you learn about it now.
Accepted, yeah.
But what most people don't realize was nobody knew it even existed. It was a lost civilization.
And the language is completely independent. There's no connectivity to anything.
Nobody can connect it to anything. We don't know what it was. There's some suggestion that it may have been Dravidian peoples, the peoples who are now found primarily in southern India, people of the Tamils. As a matter of fact, my wife is Tamil.
Gotcha.
And that's been very helpful to us when we've been researching in southern India. We did a lot of diving in southern. My wife is a photographer and a diver, as I am, and we did a lot of diving in southern India. So it was great to be able to talk.
See, that's
for her to be able to talk in their own language to Tamil fishermen and Tamil divers, and see if they'd seen any weird stuff underwater, which they certainly had, and they took us to diving on structures that are a fully formed city off the town of Mahabalipuram.
Now, you speak about this in the documentary, but I think this is really important to understand as well, that most of human civilization has been organized around water, right? Close proximity to water, obviously you can fish, travel, etc. And as the water levels change, some of those ancient cities could be completely covered.
Yes.
You've recovered some of these. You've seen.
This is one of the things that I think is missing from our understanding of the past. It amused me, but also irritated me that in that open letter to Netflix, the Society for American Archaeologists claimed that they could absolutely for certain be sure that there was no lost civilization during the Ice Age. They knew it was a fact. And if there had been any civilization, they would have found it, and they would have published it.
Right.
Well, how do they know that there was no lost civilization then? Because it's really important to understand that archaeology is often driven by accidental finds. A lot of archaeology, particularly in the industrialized countries, is the result of somebody building, there's a huge building project going on. Maybe a housing estate is going to be built, maybe a road is going to be built, maybe a railway is going to be built, maybe a dam is going to be built. And then let's call in the archaeologists to make sure that we're not going to wreck any ancient archaeology while we're doing this. And that's a lot of archaeological discoveries are made as a result of that.
Right. There's no way this is 26.
Inquiries. The second issue with ruling out completely the possibility
there's
of a lost
no way it's
civilization
26.
is that archaeology sets itself up as the sole arbiter as to what is and what is not evidence. So I and my colleagues argue that we should consider the possibility of a much older Great Sphinx, as we've just been discussing, on the basis of its geology. I'm just going to add a more complicated point. It's not only the geology. The Great Sphinx points perfectly due east. The sun rises perfectly due east on the spring equinox. If you go to the Giza Plateau or anywhere else in the world on the northern hemisphere, on the summer solstice, you're going to see the sun rising far to the north of east. Go there on the winter solstice, you're going to see it far to the south of east. But on the spring equinox, it rises perfectly due east.
Wow,
Directly
it
along
might
with
be
the gaze of
26.
The Sphinx. The Sphinx is
I don't know.
looking
Where did
at
that
where the
pause
sun
from?
rises
Was that like
at
30?
dawn on the 21st
Like that
of
was
March
just
in our
insane.
calendar.
So like that one
Now,
was perfect ending.
Because of this wobble on the Earth's axis.
What is that called again, the wobble?
It's called precession.
Precession, yeah.
Imagine a spinning top, which is spinning and is kind of doing this.
Yeah.
And that's the viewing platform from which we observe the stars and the sun and the moon and everything else. And obviously the changes in its orientation are going to change their orientation. And that's why we get the astrological ages. Again, mainstream science sneers at these things, but it is a simple astronomical fact that there are 12 constellations that lie along the path of the sun, which is called the ecliptic, and they are the constellations of the zodiac. And right now we live in the age of Pisces, very near the end of the age of Pisces. It's a simple fact that the ancient Christians go back about 2,000 years.
Ah, the fish.
The fish was their thing. Before that, it was Aries, the ram. Ancient Egyptian symbolism at that time was very much focused on rams. Go back before that, it's the age of Taurus, roughly the Pyramid Age. That's why if you were building a huge 270-foot-long rock-hewn monument in the Pyramid Age, you'd be more likely to make it in the form of a bull than in the form of a lion.
Yeah.
Of a lion. Because there is a time when you go back, guess when, about 12,000 years, that you find it's the constellation of Leo that is rising behind the sun. That's the age of Leo. Just as we live in the age of Pisces, that was the age of Leo. And there was a time when that monument would have looked directly at the place where the sun rises. First, it would have seen its own celestial counterpart, the constellation of Leo, sitting on the horizon, and then the sun rising beneath it. So to us, this, and I speak of myself, Robert Boval, Robert Schoch, John Anthony West, and a few others, we think it makes more sense, take the geology, take the astronomy. This monument has its origins 12,000 years ago. But Egyptologists say, no, we know the Sphinx was built 4,500 years ago. I'm not going to bore your audience with the details, but the evidence is incredibly flimsy. There isn't a single document that attributes the Great Sphinx to Khafre, who is supposed to be the builder of the Great Sphinx. There's nothing. It's just opinion, pure opinion. And we think that they are not right to dismiss the case for a much older Sphinx and to say that. So they select what evidence is evidence and what evidence isn't evidence. That's the second thing. And then the third and final thing is that huge areas of the world that have never been looked at by archaeology at all, or if looked at by archaeology, looked at only minimally. Of course, the most important are the flooded continental shelves, and that's why Santa and I spent 7 years of our lives, frequently risking our lives, scuba diving all around the world. Sea level rose 400 feet at the end of the last ice age. Let's be clear, it did not rise 400 feet overnight.
Right.
This was a rise that was extended over a period of 11 or 12,000 years, from about 21,000 years ago down to 10,000. It was even still rising about 6,000 years ago.
All over the world?
All over the world, yeah. There was a global, all the world's oceans are connected, and but in local areas, if you have a very steep coastline, the effect of the sea level rise and the amount of land it eats up is going to be a lot less than if you have a gradually sloping coastline. And 120 feet level sea level rise on a very steep bit of coast is going to remove relatively less land, whereas on a very sloping bit of coast, it's going to inundate much more land. And the calculation is that 27 million square kilometers that was above water during the Ice Age is underwater now. Roughly, I think that's roughly 10 million square miles. I can't do the math in my head, but something like that. So it's an awful lot of land. I think it's Europe and China added together. It's not that there's been no archaeology done on the continental shelves. I think we're looking at something from Alexandria here.
Yes.
Yeah, we are. I've dived there as well. And that's inundated not because of sea level rise, but because of subsidence of the Nile silts. Alexandria stands on the Nile Delta, and the silts subsided and resulted in the flooding of this. The Nile carries a lot of silt with it, a lot of earth with it, as it flows out of Uganda and out of Ethiopia and northwards into Egypt, and you come to the Nile Delta, and all that earth it's carrying, which also provided the fertility of ancient Egypt, all that silt is then dumped in the Nile Delta, and there were constructions were made on top of it. And the submergence of the sites off Alexandria, which is a magical, spooky place to dive, by the way. I've been lucky enough to dive there. The submergence of those sites is largely because of subsidence of land rather than sea level rise, because it's relatively recent. Those
So if
sites
you're
are
saying
not
the
old.
silt itself has dropped.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Because
anything
it
built
wasn't
on
solid ground.
Yeah, anything
I
built
got
on top of it went down.
Guys, I'm in different clothes. Why is that? Because we were able to add another special taping at White Oak Music Hall. I'm fighting to get everybody in. I appreciate the demand so much. So, tickets are being released today, the day this comes out. 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's Texas time. So hurry up and buy the tickets, please. I appreciate the demand so much. I want to get everybody in that I can. Also, speaking of adding shows, we are adding shows at Zany's in Nashville, July 14th and 15th. The 13th is sold out. I believe I'm going to be in Huntsville on the 12th. Also, I got a bunch more shows. Please check the website because tickets are selling out for these shows, and I don't have time. We got to get back to Graham Hancock. But thank you guys so much. AkashSingh.com. Hurry up and cop. Also, guys, if you need tickets to a show that might happen to be sold out, again, my special taping is an example. You know where you can find them?
Sorry.
Look at that. Akash Singh tickets. And what's even better is SeatGeek will tell you how good or bad a deal is. Whatever tickets you need. If you see a green dot next to the ticket price, that means it's
Still
good.
only.
You should buy it.
You know how fast that is? That's so
Don't buy it yet.
fast.
Hold off. Something better is coming. No other ticket app is doing this for you. SeatGeek
That's
is
so
where it's
fast,
at.
man.
There are 28 million downloads on SeatGeek.
These
It's the
times are
number one rated
crazy,
ticketing
dude.
app
These
for
times
a
are so
reason.
crazy.
And there are 70,000 events listed every single day. That includes concerts, sporting events, music festivals, and more. Also, if you need Andrew Schultz tickets, wherever you are on the globe,
Like,
SeatGeek
that's
might be
such a
able to help you.
crazy
Watch it, look at
grind,
that.
man.
And just
Bunker
because we
One
at
Double
Flagrant
O,
always
my
come through
God.
for you, we got a code. Use Flagrant for $20 off
Nah,
tickets
dog.
at SeatGeek. Again, that's $20 off your first purchase.
What if you wait
with
for,
the
like, a
promo code
grenade
Flagrant. Make sure you do that
to
right now.
paste
Just
that?
download the SeatGeek app on your phone. Buy your first tickets, use a promo code Flagrant, you get $20 off. Now let's get back to the show.
Why is it a spooky place to...
Like, that's so fast.
Well, because you're coming across statues underwater, you're coming across columns underwater. The visibility is not perfect. It's a little bit kind of weird, and it's just magical.
And he's gotta wait for him to run? I don't know.
Diving on an underwater city, but I cannot claim, and I do not claim that city is 12,000 years old. No, it's not. But I do claim that in connection with a giant stone circle called of Akijima in the Kerama Islands in Japan, which is 30 meters under sea
Hey,
level.
Elusive,
Where there has been
Joe's in
land
here.
subsidence where you can calculate that it's
Can
been
you
underwater
use
for
a
12,000
USB N64 adapter
do absolutely
for
claim
the
that in
Switch?
terms of
Because I think I have
enormous
one.
structures that lie off the coast of
I might do that.
Mahabalipuram, in Tamil Nadu, in
Like a
southeast
plugged-
India.
plugged in.
Pumpahar, a little further south.
I guess there's
a
only
huge
one way to find
U-shaped
out to
structure
try it, right?
underwater there. That Santa and I dived on with a team from the National Institute of Oceanography in India.
This wireless
You have to be
control's
careful
working
when
pretty
you look
well,
at
though.
underwater structures. You have to look at all the conditions that have led to their submergence. And in some
Oh, yeah.
cases, it's very clear that they've been underwater for a very, very, very long time indeed. Malta,
That's insane.
which we featured in
It's game over,
Ancient
man.
Apocalypse.
Wait, when you went to Malta, did you go? Malta's the one that's divided. There's like an active civil war going on, right?
No. No.
Oh my God, you can do that? I can do that right now.
Turkish side and then a Orthodox Christian side, and they're basically like a border that they
I could
just
literally
kinda
do that
built.
right now.
No, not in
Am I not thinking of-
Cyprus. Not in Malta.
Oh, am I thinking about
be,
Cyprus?
Yeah, could
Wow.
be,
Okay,
could be Cyprus.
Well,
Malta-
we're gonna be
Malta's a
playing late
wonderful
into
tax
the
haven
night, I
and
think.
good place to shoot.
I'm gonna do that in like the next break,
Malta's,
in like
Malta's
5 minutes
has
maybe.
been for a long time, but Malta used to be joined to Sicily during the Ice Age. Malta wasn't an island; it was part of the mainland.
Yeah.
Part of Italy, Sicily, all the way out to Malta was
Oh,
all above water
right.
during the Ice Age,
Cruise
and all underwater
control.
now. So, one of my interests as a diver is what do we find underwater in Malta, and what you find strikingly
not full
underwater in
speed
Malta is
at
a
the
repetition
start.
of the so-called cart ruts that you find above water in Malta as well, which have never been properly.
Cart ruts?
Yes, they're parallel tracks that are cut into the bedrock on the island of Malta. And they look actually like railway tracks in
Yeah.
a way. I'm not claiming they were a railway, but they look, that's just a comparison. And there are even junctions in them. And nobody knows what they are. The word cart ruts is what they're called, but the notion that they would cut.
I played some Aztec
gradually
00,
cut
was
out
getting
by
some good
carts
runs,
being
but
rolled over them doesn't
it was
make a
too
whole lot of
tragic,
sense.
man. It was
looks
too
like they've been cut
heartbreaking,
by
the big
hand,
room.
But more interesting is the fact that they continue.
It's too
under
much.
them. And we've dived on those cart ruts down to 27 meters,
gonna play
which
a
is
bit more
80,
after.
90 feet maybe underwater. They've been underwater for thousands and thousands of years.
And
so then the issue becomes, are we secure on the dating of all the structures above water on Malta? And I suggest strongly that we're not.
Yeah.
There's been very little carbon dating done on the Maltese temples.
Interesting.
And that carbon dating is itself insecure.
Aztec Love, Smile,
doing
yeah.
a debate with a leading
Yeah, I'll play it. We were at 27. That's pretty good. We'll probably come back. We're hopping back and forth. I don't know if you've been here all stream, but we're hopping back and forth. It's been good.
It's
a good approach.
It's the first
It's a
time that
healthy
somebody
approach.
representing the alternative point of view has
willing to
actually
come
been
out, huh?
debated by somebody from the mainstream. The mainstream has normally said, "No, we don't want to talk to you guys. You're Looney Tunes. We're not going to give you a platform." But in this case, it is happening, and I have things to say about Malta that I'm going to preserve my ammunition for.
Nice. Can you give us a taste? Can you give us a little taste?
It's
what
to
am I
do with
doing?
the absolute insecurity
Wow,
of the carbon
insane.
dating.
I see.
Got it.
Do you think there's any submerged pyramids?
Just to finish that point, carbon dating, by the way, and again, this is not something that everybody knows. Carbon dating can only date organic material. It can't date stone.
Yeah.
So if you're going to date a megalith according to the organic material found around you, you want to be pretty sure that the organic material dates from the same time as the megalith and wasn't introduced later. Right.
And there's no way in proving that it is or it
Well,
isn't,
it's
right?
very, it's
you
very,
find a
it's very
shield
difficult.
on it. Yeah.
It's very difficult to do. And the fact is, there are very few carbon dates from Malta, and the new dating work that's been done there hasn't added usefully to that database.
And when are you doing this on Joe's Pod?
So 24th of October. The archaeologist who's going to debate me is called Flint Dibble. He's American, but he teaches at the University of Cardiff in Wales, in Britain. His father was a famous archaeologist called Harold Dibble. Flint has been very pointed and aggressive.
Insane. You're going to seriously go for that on this? Holy shit, dude, that's insane.
I had wanted to debate another archaeologist who's called John
You're mad,
Hoops
man.
from the University of Kansas, because he
I gotta get this. I gotta get a completion.
the most obnoxious in
I gotta get
these
a completion
ad
soon.
hominem attacks against me, and straw men attacks, like Hancock says this, Hancock says that, when Hancock doesn't say either this or that. But if you say it enough, it begins to have an effect. And I would have liked to have called John Hoops to account and invited him to debate me, but
On
unfortunately
essay.
he backed out, and he wouldn't do it. Flint Dibble,
On Secret
this
Agent,
is
right?
genuine. Flint Dibble has had some health issues. I won't go into the details. And we've not been certain until very recently whether he will be able to make it. But kudos to him. It looks like he is
That's
going
crazy.
to make it.
That's great.
And what he's doing and what I'm doing
It's insane.
on the 24th of October is we're both putting our reputations on the line. This is a
pay-per-view event.
This is a high stakes. This is a high stakes
Yes.
issue for both me and him,
Yes.
because anything can happen in a debate, and I certainly intend to make sure that I'm properly prepared. I'm sure he's going to make sure he's properly prepared. I hope we can end up hugging each other and finding some common ground,
Yes.
rather than all of this hatred.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Sorry, there's one question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but as society got more advanced in this time, it seems we have less and less dependence on astronomy.
Insane.
Astronomy, when I'm thinking 4,005
Holy
years
crap,
ago
man.
now, it just kind of filled in the blanks of what we couldn't figure
That's
out.
amazing.
On our own. So 12,000 years ago, if there's a really advanced civilization, why would astronomy play
So
as big of a
amazing.
role in them where everything is pointing to X, Y, and Z stars?
Well, first of all, let's consider what we mean by advanced. What is an advanced civilization? Are we really an advanced civilization? Do we look around at much of our culture that we would say that's incredibly advanced? Or are we talking tech? Are we talking tech? We're technological.
Easier on Xbox. Interesting.
We believe that is advanced.
Why?
And that is one of the mistakes in looking for a quote-unquote advanced civilization in the past, is that we tend to be looking for ourselves in our past. Whereas it's possible for a civilization to be advanced in other ways. We could not measure longitude. Very important issue if you're a navigator and a sailor. We could not measure longitude until 1760s, 1750s, and sometime in the second half of the 18th century. It took the creation of a very precise marine chronometer.
You don't have to say why. You can lurk. You can be a lurk. You
your
don't have to
longitude
answer all the questions.
Otherwise,
Thanks, bro.
in the middle of a stormy night, you could find yourself 300 miles west of where you thought you were and crashing into a coastline. It's a really good thing to know longitude. There was £1 million in the 18th century was a lot of money. There was £1 million British prize for cracking the longitude problem. And it wasn't until the second half of the 18th century that it was solved.
Wow.
So it's weird that on ancient maps, copied from even more ancient source maps, there are precise longitudes, precise relative longitudes. This is one of the things that suggests to me that a civilized... the second thing is those maps show the world as it looked during the last ice age. Thirdly, and most important, they show Antarctica. Our civilization didn't discover Antarctica until 1820. So if I find a map from 1520 showing Antarctica, where the map maker informs us that he based his map on much older source maps that were falling to pieces, and that he that will fall completely apart, he's preserved the information in those maps on his maps. He's copying from older, and there is Antarctica. So did they just make it up? That's what
Why do we still call it Antarctica? That was another thing I was like...
Well, opposite of the Arctic.
Yeah, but it's like, bro, he called it Antarctica. Why don't you just look at the map? You're going to call it the same, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we call it Antarctica. They used to call it Terra Australis, the southern land. If you go for the Orontius Phineas map, for example...
Maybe I need the elite controller.
You'll find a much better
Yeah, I thought that map said Antarctica. That's where I got tripped up.
Oh, I actually am really excited that we're talking about Antarctica.
Yeah. Antarctica is an interesting
This
place.
is my newest rabbit hole.
It's one of those great... You see, there's Antarctica. That's the Orontius Phineas.
To the right?
There's South Africa, and there's Antarctica, and there's the tip of South America, almost touching Antarctica. It's a bit bigger than it is today, but it would have been like that during the last ice age. That's a map from 1531, and what they're saying in the legend is that here in this map I expose regions that neither Eudoxus nor, I forget the names of all the ancient maps, none of them knew about it. They were hidden in darkness, but here they are. Hidden in darkness, I suggest they're hidden in darkness on ancient maps that Orontius Phineas copied from.
Wow.
It's an anomaly that it's sitting there, and it's not good enough to say that those map makers
well, I can
just
play
wanted to
Xbox through my
balance the world,
CRT
so they
now
put a
too.
fantasy continent there, which later turned out to actually be
That's
there.
the plan.
Right.
That's roughly what they're saying now. So that suggests
Run
to me
everything
a
through.
culture that was
Run
capable
every
of
speed
exploring
running
and
thing
mapping
through my
things
CRT.
during the last ice age. The
And now I
second
have it
issue,
set up. That's
is
amazing.
precisely astronomy. It's ancient knowledge of precession. Which
You use the
again
chair.
our culture attributes to the Greeks, roughly between 300 BC and 100 BC. They're supposed to have been the discoverers of precession. Precession is very hard to observe. In a single lifetime, it's a fraction of an inch on the horizon, the change. So you have to keep records over long periods of time. You have to have a system that preserves those records and passes them down. So it's the knowledge
that's
of
the
precession
slowdown
that is
you're
manifested
talking about.
in ancient mythology and in ancient traditions, often traditions that speak of a global flood. The Vedas themselves contain numbers that are related to precession. Again, I don't want to get too boring, but precession proceeds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years, and this is the key number that is found in ancient mythology around
Yeah,
the
I
world.
noticed
and
it.
variations of that number. So 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 is another precessional number. 108 divided by 2 is 54. That's another precessional number. That's why on the bridge at Angkor Thom in Angkor in Cambodia, you have 54 figures on either side of the bridge. And what are they doing? They're hauling on the body of the serpent Vasuki, who is wrapped around Mount Mandara, and they are churning the Milky Ocean. The argument is that this is a symbol for precession, that is taking place there, and the numbers are multiplied. And another example I often give is the Great Pyramid itself. And it's very important, I made this point at the beginning, it's very important that when people want to check this calculation, that they use the true original height of the Great Pyramid.
Like
the
what?
481 feet that it would have risen to, rather than its rather stunted 450 plus feet today. When you use the true original height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And when you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. Now, why does 43,200 matter? It's 600 times 72. It's another precessional number. It's a number generated by the precessional motion of the Earth itself. And there we enter a very clever piece of work. Great Pyramid is almost perfectly aligned to true north. It's within 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. It's an error, but it's really good. When you look at a monument on that scale, 6 million tons, 481 feet tall, you know, and you get it within 3/60ths of a degree of true north, you are doing very accurate work. And you were saying something else as well.
You think they figured that out back in the day?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You think they were like,
they used astronomy. They used astronomy to figure it out.
But no, that they messed up a little.
It's really similar
I think they did the
to
best they could.
N64.
I think they did the best they could. We also have to take account of
It's
movements of
very
the Earth
similar.
itself.
Oh, so it might have been right at the time.
It might have been. There might have been
As
a
you
slight
know.
shift in the tectonic plates underneath. I'm not sure, but the fact is, it's 3/60ths off now.
Okay.
What it does tell us, apart from the level of accuracy,
The slowdown
that
is
when
really
they
what
made that
gets
monument,
me
they wanted to
on
lock
the
it in
Xbox.
to the key.
It's like
cardinal
it's just too
directions.
much.
Perfectly
It's
true
too
north, perfectly true south,
can't deal
perfectly
with
true
it.
east, perfectly true west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. Then the cardinal directions of this planet mattered to them. They were speaking to the Earth with that monument. Secondly, it's located on latitude 30
To be
degrees
honest
north,
with you,
give or
my
take
man.
a few seconds of arc. And latitude 30 degrees north is
Oh, wow,
1/3 of
insane.
the way between the equator
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's
the
like
North Pole.
it's true.
Okay, so that's not
I don't
an
know.
insignificant latitude. It's a
It's
significant
interesting.
latitude. It seems like the monument is speaking to the Earth, and then we find that it encodes the dimensions.
I mean,
of
I
the
didn't
Earth
complain
on a
about it too
scale
much when I was
provided by a key motion
speedrunning,
of the
but I
Earth
mean,
itself, namely the Earth's precession, operating at the rate of 1
if
degree
I go
every
for a
72
little
years.
crazier
Multiply that by
times than the
600,
ones
you
I
get
did,
43,200. That's the scale.
like
the
I don't
pyramid
even
is
have
built on,
Bunker
1 to
117
43,200. So it's a monument that speaks to the
on
Earth, that
Xbox. I have
is
18.
aligned to the cardinal directions of the Earth, and that encodes the dimensions of the Earth on a
Xbox
scale
One.
defined by the Earth itself.
And nobody would object to this at all.
Nobody that I know of, once they get the measurements right and realize that they're not dealing with a 450-foot tall monument, but a 481-foot tall monument, nobody disputes that. That pi, which is used to calculate the diameter and circumference of a circle, is built into the Great Pyramid. This is broadly accepted by Egyptologists. It's just that they regard it as a coincidence.
And your theory is also that the ancient Egyptians did this, right? Because you said they did most of the work.
Yeah,
So,
I think they did. I think it was finished off. You define the very moment you start building that 52-degree slope into all the sides, you're defining what the apex is going to be.
Right.
That's there from the beginning.
And what was their daily ritual use for the pyramids of Giza that you theorize?
Well, actually, nobody has any idea. The Great Pyramid was sealed. It was a sealed monument. So in roughly 900 AD, forgive me if I don't give you the exact date, give or take 50 years, the Caliph al-Mamun, who was running Egypt at the time, wanted to get inside the Great Pyramid. This is 400 years before the earthquake. The facing stones are still in place. He could not find the true entrance to the Great Pyramid. It turned out that it could have been found. According to accounts, there was some sort of almost like a button that you pressed, and the doorway would slide, the facing stones would slide away, and you could find the true entrance. But he couldn't find that. So, but he did know that other pyramids had their entrance in the north face, other older pyramids, like the Pyramid of Unas. He knew they had their entrance in the north face. So he started hacking away at the
I'm
north face
terrible
of
at
the Great
Bunker
Pyramid.
1.
And that is the entrance through which you will have gone when you enter
That
the
would
Great
be something
Pyramid.
for
It's
me,
called
like someone to try, but I'm
Mamun's Hole.
terrible at it.
He and his team hacked it out
Agent,
with
I mean.
sledgehammers and chisels, and they broke their way in to the north face. And then as they were doing so, they heard a block falling in a hollow space. And then they knew they were onto something. That block that fell, caused by the vibrations that they had caused, must have been in some kind of passageway or chamber. So they headed towards that sound, and that's where they found the original passageway system of the Great Pyramid, which after you've gone through Mamun's Hole, gone round a little corner where it's all cut out of the rock, and then you find yourself going up into first of all, the ascending corridor, and then the Grand Gallery, which is a most majestic structure. They found the original entrance system in that way, and now the true original entrance is open, but it's not used by tourists who enter the Great Pyramid.
Okay, I want to talk about Antarctica. Because I think this is going to be the new obsession. I feel like it's trending super high. Who knows if there's any truth to it, but a friend of ours, who will remain nameless, went there.
Yeah.
Got to go on a cool experience, trip, etc. And he said a couple interesting things. He said the mountains looked eerily pointy and four-sided. He said way more mountainous than he thought it would be. I think the illusion, maybe from looking at maps and watching penguins, is
By the way,
just
you can
this
see
flat.
mountains. You can see mountains on the Orontius Phineas map version.
Oh, is that what the little etchings
around the
are?
edges there?
Interesting.
Those are mountains.
Now, he also said this. He said a couple things. He said there is a pact with every country that
So
has a
dumb,
slice of
man.
it that they will not dig or remove any minerals from Antarctica. And he even said that a scientist was there, said to them, World War III will not start until one of these countries breaks that pact. They are clearly protecting or preserving something that may or may not be under, I believe it's 3 miles, Mark was saying earlier, at its thickest of ice. Now, Mark, maybe you should describe the thing that you were saying before about there was a time where
I was
Antarctica...
reading an article that perhaps 90 million years ago, there was a lush rainforest that is now covered in miles of ice on the Antarctic continent.
Yeah, that's probably true. If you go back that far, you would find that the Earth's climate was very different from how it is today. And there's undoubtedly a time, they found fossils on Antarctica, there's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green. The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the human species?
Yes, this is where it gets tricky.
And this is where it gets tricky.
Man, I'm getting lit up in this version, man. I get lit up in this version. It's crazy.
Descends from a line
I don't know, ammo
that
so
goes back about
fast.
6 million years, not much further than that, if we accept conventional evolutionary theory. So 6 million years ago, Antarctica is supposed to have been as cold and as frozen as it is today. Now, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, which is my first book tracing the possibility of a lost civilization, I was very interested in Antarctica, and I was interested in it because of the work of a previous researcher called Charles Hapgood. Charles Hapgood wrote a number of very important books. One of them is called Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, which precisely goes into this issue of ancient maps that don't fit.
Feather that bad boy,
understanding of what the
yeah,
world
it's
was, how the world was supposed to be
crazy,
known at
man.
that time. And
It's
another
wild.
is called The
This
Path
is,
of the
dude.
Pole. And
I
he
feel like Goku
proposed a
training
phenomenon
in
that he called
100
Earth crust
Gs.
displacement.
When I go back to
whereby
N64, I swear to God, I'm gonna be
the
like
entire
fucking.
outer crust of the Earth,
The
like the
Ginyu
skin
Force
of an
has
orange,
no idea
might
what's gonna hit them.
leaving the core of the Earth in place, so that it could shit like. So if you imagine a very loose orange skin, the fruit is inside, it's staying in place, but you're shifting the skin around it. Well, obviously then, if that happens, Antarctica could have been.
It would be nice to use my N64, like stick with like actually the same controller. That'd be insane. That'd be incredible.
All the theories I've looked at and supported, this is
Oh my
this is the
God,
one that
I
I've
actually
come in
have
for the-
that. I should
for the
try
most
it. I'm using the
criticism.
washroom. I'm gonna look for it.
And
I'm
I've
gonna
been
try
much
it.
more interested recently in the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and the notion that a cataclysm occurred around 12,800 years ago, caused by impacts of comet fragments, and we can go into that. But when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, although I was interested in comets, I was more interested in Earth crust displacement. And the standard academic response to that is, look, Antarctica's been frozen for millions of years, and that rules out the whole Earth crust displacement argument.
Like, come on,
I think that even those who are still researching this field would prefer it to be the mantle
I'm trying to be
rather
funny.
than the crust of the Earth that moves. Again, it's very technical. It moves in one
I
piece.
get so angry. I'm trying to be like, trying to take it lightly.
There's an Italian
That's what I
admiral
meant
called
by that.
Flavio Barbiero who wrote an article for my website suggesting that Earth crust displacement could be kicked off by a comet impact where it hits the Earth a glancing blow and causes a shift of this kind taking place. But by and large, I don't argue these days that Antarctica and Earth crust displacement
Are you serious
are
right
the
now?
mechanism we should be looking at. I'm much more interested in the very solidly scientifically grounded Younger Dryas impact. Back in 1995, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I was searching around for many possibilities that could have caused a global cataclysm in the range of 12 to 13,000 years ago, because that's what all the astronomy pointed at, 12 to 13,000 years ago. And Hapgood's theory seemed to me a very valuable and useful one. I still won't write it off. I won't dismiss it entirely, but I've shifted in the direction of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, simply because I'm in a constant argument with mainstream academia. And the issue to me, the most important issue to me, is the issue of a global cataclysm at the end of the Ice Age. What caused that cataclysm is a secondary issue. The cataclysm itself is the primary issue. And I found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis a better, much more scientifically grounded explanation for that cataclysm than the notion of Earth crust displacement.
But do any archaeologists or any of these prehistorians dispute the Younger Dryas?
There's still a lot of argument around it. There's about 60 major scientists who are involved in the Comet Research Group. They're all credentialed scientists. They've all published dozens of papers in peer-reviewed journals, including Nature, including Scientific Reports, and many, many others on the hypothesis. But there's also a group of academics who are opposed to it and dispute that any impact ever took place. And then, even in those who do accept that the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm, some think that it may have been caused by solar activity rather than by comet impact.
How would that work?
Well, it could work at the end of the Younger Dryas. There are two moments in the Younger Dryas. The beginning is 12,800 years ago. It's a very strange moment in Earth history. This is when the world's climate, which has been warming up for a few thousand years, the Ice Age is still very much present. The big ice caps on North America, big ice caps on Northern Europe. But it's been warming up gradually. And then 12,800 years ago, two things happened at once. First, a sudden cataclysmic drop in climate. It gets incredibly cold. As cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age more than 20,000 years ago. It gets incredibly cold. But then, puzzlingly, there's a release of water into the world ocean. I say puzzlingly because when the Earth is freezing, you would not expect meltwater to be going into the world ocean. It should be staying on the ice caps. And I cite the work of Cesare Emiliani and his work on the submergence of Bahamian corals. This is how do you know that sea level rose? There are certain corals that can only exist within a certain number of feet of the sea's surface.
Because they need the sunlight.
Yeah, and when they drown, that tells you the sea level has risen. And they point to a significant sea level rise 12,800 years ago at exactly the moment of the steep freeze. The comet impact hypothesis explains that, because it says that the shock at the heat of the impact of large fragments of a comet on the North American and European ice caps would have been sufficient to release that freezing water into the world ocean, to cut the Gulf Stream. That's the central heating system of our planet. It's called the global meridional overturning circulation. It's these currents of warm and cold water that flow around the planet, and the Gulf Stream was cut and the Earth got extremely cold. So I think the comet impact hypothesis does best explain that. But
so just real quick, so comet hits, cuts the Gulf Stream. Cutting the Gulf Stream
It cuts the Gulf Stream because it releases a huge quantity of meltwater from the North American ice cap, almost instantaneously.
So
my adapter, it's not
comet
working.
hits the ice.
Yeah.
that is in North America.
And Europe.
And Europe. That water cuts the Gulf Stream because it releases all this, which was frozen
freezing water. Goes into the world ocean. And
temperature plummets. But at the same time, there's much more potential water in the oceans, so that when the temperature does rise, now you have that meltwater.
Well, change the specific setting to just say wire the controller.
Years ago, in the 1,000 or 1,200 years after that, that's a window when all the great Ice Age megafauna go extinct.
Megafauna are
saber-toothed tigers, woolly mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths. The whole collection of famous Ice Age megafauna, they all go extinct in that window. And clearly, they didn't go extinct for no reason. There's the cataclysm of the Younger Dryas that made them extinct.
Have you seen the, oh God, what is the gentleman's name? He's a guy who I believe like excavates up in Alaska for gold. Pretty sure it is, I'm forgetting what it is right now. But they're like images of woolly mammoths who have had like their legs completely shattered, but they're intact.
Yeah, and is this a boneyard that's been
Yes,
found?
yeah.
That's right. That's very, very, very interesting. I've not been there. I've not looked into it yet, so I can't speak authoritatively about it.
But it might speak to your opinion right there.
What I can say is that at Serrania de Lindosa in Colombia, there is an 8-kilometer long rock art panel dated to 12,800 years ago, which shows these megafauna. It shows many of the extinct megafauna from that period. To get back to the point, so we have this window of about 1,200 years where the Earth is very cold, the megafauna go extinct, but then 11,600 years ago, just as fast and dramatically as the Earth went cold, the Earth goes warm. You're looking at a 10-degree rise in global temperatures in a couple of hundred years. It goes very, very, in geological terms, very rapid and very fast. And sea level rises very quickly.
And what is the cause
11,600 years ago, it's called meltwater pulse 1b. There's another collapse of the ice sheets and huge amounts of water go into the world ocean. Now that could realistically be caused by a sudden burst of solar activity, which melted down those ice sheets. But that's not what I go with. I still prefer the notion that we're dealing with multiple bombardments from comet fragments. And in this case, you're looking at a comet fragment that goes into a world ocean, that sends up a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, creates a greenhouse effect, and accounts for the warming that takes place at that time.
So 2 comments.
For sure,
One
buddy.
Cool things
Do
down,
it,
and
man.
one that heated things up.
Thanks for being here, man.
Any idea why one would cool down
Thanks
and
for
one
being
would
here.
heat up?
Depends where the impact is. If the impact's on an ice cap and it's releasing enormous amounts of meltwater into the world ocean, you're going to make the world very cold. If the impact's in a world ocean and it's putting a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, it's a greenhouse effect. And the world is going to get warmer. It's all theory. It's not fact. What is fact is the sudden warming at the end of the Younger Dryas and the sudden freezing at the beginning of the Younger Dryas.
So we're searching for explanations for that.
We're searching for explanations. I've picked the one I back, but I'm not claiming that I have to be right. It's what I do think is really important is recognizing this was a global cataclysm. It was sustained. It wasn't just a minute. It went on for 1,000 years plus, and it's in our backyard. It's in very relatively recent human history. We're almost at the edge of history when we go to 11,600 years ago. That's weirdly the date that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is built, 11,600 years ago. That weirdly is the date that Plato's Timaeus and Critias gives for the submergence of Atlantis, 11,600 years ago.
Decently deep into randomize the code.
Humanity in this 1,200-year window.
I need to be clear about that. Okay.
Oh, no way.
Because archaeologists roll their eyes at any mention of Atlantis.
Oh, that sucks,
if you
man.
even say the word Atlantis, and you're automatically regarded as a member of the lunatic
Sorry to hear that, man.
and if you've even said that word, all your work, all the 30 years of work you've done, the
But now I'm
1,000
sure it's
dives
better
done on continental shelves all around the world,
and more
all of those
relevant
can be written off
and more
simply
recent.
because you said the word Atlantis.
It will last longer.
Archaeologists.
Yeah, it's flat. It's flat Earth. And they detest the use
Now
of
tell us why the Earth is flat.
Well, that's one theory I definitely don't buy into.
No. Give us the Atlantis theory.
So the story of Atlantis comes down to us from Plato. It's expressed in 2 dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias.
Okay.
Plato was writing at around 300 BC.
Does it come from his uncle?
Yeah, it's arguably from a member of his family line, who was the
Interesting.
Greek lawmaker Solon.
Solon, yeah.
Who did make a famous and documented visit to Egypt
I see where you're going with
around
this.
the year 600 BC.
And he was told in Egypt
And he was at the
That
temple
would
of
be
Nefer
awesome.
Site in the Delta. And there are these inscriptions on the walls. That temple no longer exists. It's a ruin in the Delta.
Come on, man,
There are
why?
these
Like, what
writings
is
on the
this?
walls. And he asks a priest, what do the writings say?
So
and
dumb.
the priest spoke Greek and ancient Egyptian, and he told Solon what the writings say. That there was this great civilization, that it was destroyed in an
friggin'
enormous
dumb, man.
flood. Plato or
I hear-
Solon
yeah.
refers to it as Atlantis. Atlantis is not an ancient Egyptian word. It looks like some attempt to translate into a meaningful Greek phrase what was originally an ancient Egyptian phrase. And that ancient Egyptian phrase, I can tell you pretty much for sure, was the homeland of the primeval ones. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But the point is that then Solon asks, when did this happen? And the priests say, they're very relaxed about it. They say, 9,000 years ago. So immediately we have a date that we can put to our calendar. 600 BC, he makes the visit. 9,000 years before that, that's 9,600 BC. Give or take 23 years, that is 11,600 years ago. That's when Göbekli Tepe is built. That's when Meltwater Pulse 1b begins to
Yo, what's up, Master
And
Chief?
again, my critics will niggle away at the edges of this and say, well, Meltwater Pulse 1b unfolded over 300 or 400 years. If you average it out, it wasn't that much in any one year. But who says it happened at average rates? Who says there wasn't
It's a good
big
idea, Hideyoshi.
rise and then
That'd
a
be
smaller
great.
rise? Yeah. These things are very annoying.
That would be fun.
But the bottom line is 9,000 years before Solon is 9,600 BC. That's the Atlantis date. That's Göbekli Tepe's date. And then secondly, the Temple
Yo,
of Horus
Master
at
Chief.
Edfu in Upper Egypt is very important. There's been, I worked with a partial translation.
Edfu is?
Edfu is in Upper Egypt. It's sort of halfway to Aswan. In southern Egypt. It's this kind of middle.
Aswan is the quarry, I believe, where they
Aswan's the
got
quarry where they got a lot of the granite that they
Right.
brought. It's about 500 kilometers south, but Edfu's a bit further north than that. But it's also on the Nile. Now, the Temple of Horus at Edfu is a relatively recent temple, probably built around 270 BC by the Ptolemaic dynasty of ancient Egypt. These were Greeks who had overtaken ancient Egypt. But although they colonized ancient Egypt,
What is
ancient
this?
Egypt
What is this
colonized their
nonsense?
minds. And they
What is
became
this?
ancient Egyptians, more ancient Egyptian than the ancient Egyptians
Yes.
themselves in many ways.
It's like when white people go to Hawaii.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a break real quick because you need to upgrade your room. If you still got posters hanging up in your room, that shit looks childish, and you have to upgrade. That's where Displate comes in. Displate is a one-of-a-kind metal poster that captures your unique passions. They are sturdy, magnet-mounted, and last a lifetime. You can customize, collect, rearrange them all. Displate has both branded and artistic work. They have over 1 million designs available. They got official designs from Marvel, DC, both. That's crazy. And the NBA. So whether you want to buy a Displate for yourself or gift a Displate, they have a Floyd Mayweather. I happen to be very good friends, brothers you could even say, with a massive Floyd Mayweather fan. They also have a Guardians of the Galaxy one. That same friend loves Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I could get them a Displate. Displate is unique, easy, it's safe and magnet mounted, so it takes 20 seconds. You don't gotta drill holes in a wall and then pay for it when you move out of your apartment or make your home look bad. Magnet mounted in 20 seconds. Displate delivers its products worldwide in only 4 to 5 business days as well, so it's a perfect alternative, and really not alternative, upgrade for standard posters. To upgrade your room, go to displate.com/flagrant and use our code flagrant at checkout to get 20% off for 1 or 2 Displates. 30% off if you buy 3 or more. So the more you buy, the more you save. Go to displate.com/flagrant. Again, that's displate.com/flagrant right now. Now let's get back to the show. All right, we're gonna take a break real quick because if you're drinking, you might as well drink an adult beverage that's better for you, not some can of beer filled with a bunch of bullshit ingredients you've never heard of, or some cheap-ass vodka that's gonna make your hangover crazy and make your life worse. You need Juneshine. They have tons of easy-to-drink, to-go, better-for-you adult beverage options. They got margaritas, vodka sodas, rum cocktails made with premium ingredients and no added sugar. Unlike traditional canned cocktails that can have 20+ grams of sugar. Again, I don't drink, but if you're gonna drink something that is better for you. Got less sugar, got less carbs, not bullshit ingredients, and best of all, it doesn't give you that crazy, I just had a lot of sugar hangover. You give you a nice, light, bright buzz. Juneshine can be found in over 10,000 stores across the country. It's available at all the big retailers you're already visiting for groceries and alcohol. Whole Foods, Target, Ralph's, Vaughn's, Bevmo, Kroger, all of them. We've worked out a special offer for our listeners as well, as we always do. At any store, you can buy one June Shine package and get the second one for only a penny. That's $12 to $20 off. Fuck that, though. The value dollar amount don't matter. You get two for the price of one. I recommend trying one of their best-selling variety packs. It's a great way to try all their delicious flavors. So to do that, you go to juneshine.com/flagrant and text them a photo
Got
of your
less
receipt.
sugar, got
They will
less
Venmo you
carbs.
immediately. That's immediate. Venmo's right in your
Oh,
bank
the
account.
ad,
You're not gonna wait for
yeah.
a mail-in rebate that you're going to lose. None of that. Right in your bank account. Just do it. It's that easy. JUNESHINE.com/flagrant. Now let's get back to the show.
Inscribed on the wall of that temple, not in the language of ancient Egypt as was spoken 270 BC, but in Middle Egyptian, which goes back to about 2000 BC, carefully inscribed, and we're informed that it's based on temple archives. See that a temple stood there before the Ptolemies rebuilt that temple, and it stood on the foundations of an even older temple. The archives were preserved. That's what's inscribed on the walls. It's inscribed in Middle Egyptian.
No, I do
2000
not.
BC,
I do not drink soda.
it speaks of, it tells the whole Atlantis story. It just doesn't call it Atlantis. It speaks of a sacred island. It calls it the homeland of the primeval ones. It speaks of a great serpent that comes from the sky and splits the island in two. It speaks of a huge flood that arises and kills off almost all the divine inhabitants, apart from a few survivors, who then travel around the world. One of the places they go to is Egypt, and they make their first business to build primeval mounds in ancient Egypt that will be the places, the locations of all future temples and pyramids. The Edfu texts are very clear. Now, I just need to make this clear, because I relied on Eve Elizabeth Raymond, who was an early translator of the Edfu texts. But recently, the Edfu texts have been completely translated, every single word, into German by a gentleman called Dieter Kurth, and they've translated it all into German. It would be nice if it were all into English, because that's much more widely spoken.
What does it say in German? The
Well,
Jews
what it
did
sa-
not
what it
build
says
the
in
pyramid.
it supports everything in the original translation. There's not a single part of the original translation that's debunked by this. It supports it, and it adds information that wasn't there, because the reference in those Edfu texts to the destruction of the homeland of the primeval ones is 7,000 years ago, but that's in Middle Egyptian, which dates back to 2000 BC, so it goes back to 9000 BC again.
In 9000 BC is 11,000.
Yeah, it brings us to the same date.
I do.
I think the Egyptologists have been too hasty to dismiss Plato's story.
Real quick, so we can just understand what was said. The snake that comes down, like you said in the Netflix special, we can look at comets as potentially snakes.
It's very good. I highly recommend it.
This comet that comes and hits the island of Atlantis, that's like a direct
That's
shot.
awesome. Thanks, man.
Right?
Yeah.
But so maybe it doesn't hit exactly the island, but it's hitting close enough
Thanks,
where
buddy.
the effects of that hit
Appreciate
are
it,
going
man.
to dramatically affect the island.
And remember, they didn't call it Atlantis. They called it the homeland of the
Yeah,
primeval.
it's amazing. It's an amazing.
The ancient ones lived there.
Device.
That was their homeland. Whoever
created the mountains.
Who then their survivors, who included 7 sages.
It feels a lot like it, yeah. The quality is excellent. Playing through CRT, it feels like, yeah, pretty much exactly like
some people
64.
say the Azores Plateau might be Atlantis. Have you ever
Almost.
been there? And
It's
maybe we
excellent.
can describe really quickly where that is.
Well, it's in the Mid-Atlantic, and on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is interesting
Yeah,
because
like this control is amazing and it's wireless.
There's a phenomenon called isostasy. Isostasy is the Earth's surface is a little bit fluid. If you put
I highly
if you put a
recommend it.
heavy weight on one bit of it, it's like the end of a seesaw. It's going to force the other bit up. So in Britain, we had an ice cap on northern Scotland. But right now, the Isle of Wight in the English Channel, far to the south, is sinking beneath the ocean. Why is that? Because the ice cap on northern Scotland pushed northern Scotland down and lifted up the Isle of Wight. Since the ice cap's gone, the Isle of Wight is going back underwater.
You see this in the islands off of Italy, like Capri. Is starting to shift and rotate a little bit.
It's isostasy that causes that. And isostatic rebound in this case. And there is some indication that the ice cap on North America may have had an effect on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and may have raised it to a higher level than it was today.
Oh, so wait a minute.
But I'm not. I need to be clear. I'm not looking for Atlantis there or anywhere. I don't think there was one location. Every story and reference, and I don't think we should be looking for a genetic location for it either.
Right.
Just as it would be really hard to look for a genetic location of America today, the U.S. culture is a multicultural society.
Right.
There's the multi-ethnicity society. I suspect quote-unquote Atlantis was like that. I suspect that it was all over the world, that it occupied the best real estate on Earth, the lands that are now under a few hundred feet of water, caused by.
But if we knew where it was, we could at least look for some sort of remains.
If there were if there was a definite heartland for it, I think we should be looking for those remains on the flooded
No, I mean
continental
Dr.
shelves all around
Pepper,
the world.
as an adult.
That's what I spent 7 years of my life
If you're an
doing,
adult, I don't think you should drink
and finding
soda or
ruins and
Coke or
structures that
anything.
weren't supposed to be there.
Like ever.
I think there's the whole story of humanity.
What is it, like 40 grams of sugar
underwater. And I would, while I'm
in a
saying
Coke
that,
or something?
I would like to give credit to
It turns
archaeologists.
it
There is some work now
immediately
being
into
done,
into fat.
marine archaeology, which isn't any longer
Like
just looking for shipwrecks
I
from the
grew
medieval
up
period or
drinking
even
a
from
lot
the
of
20th
it,
century, but
and I
19th
was
century,
not
but
obese. But if I
are
do, if
looking
I
at the
drank
flooded
it now,
continental shelves. And
I would be
it's
very
just
obese.
started. This work should have
At
been
the age
happening
of
for
38.
decades. It's just beginning. I think that's going to reveal a great deal. And I know it's going
So
to
no, I
reveal a
haven't
great
drank
deal
it
because I
in,
found
I
a
don't
great
know.
deal. But I want to add that the Amazon rainforest and the Sahara Desert are
8
also
years,
underserved
maybe
by
more.
archaeology.
Yes.
And we can't claim that there was no lost civilization of the Ice Age while there's so much of the
I've
world
had
we
be-
never
I could
looked
drink
at at all.
beer and stuff.
Especially the Sahara Desert, right? Because there could be
Fascinating.
thousands of pyramids
I
just
drink
covered
beer.
in mounds of sand right now.
They really could.
We are finding a lot in
Which
the Amazon.
arguably could be
the
worse.
LiDAR in the Amazon. The
Yeah.
LiDAR work in the Amazon is fascinating.
Okay,
But rarely.
I hope to be back in the Amazon within the next few months.
Okay, I want to, while we're talking about Amazon, ayahuasca,
Yes.
psychedelics.
I'm into
Yes.
this.
Okay.
Do psychedelics.
Yes. And how they tie into
These myths and
these myths
Yeah.
in ancient civilization and potentially using the knowledge or experience gained from these psychedelic drugs to maybe build these huge megalithic structures.
Yeah.
How big a role do you think psychedelics have played in prehistory?
Well, it's one of the reasons why we should never look for ourselves in the past, because we've had the horrific, vicious, evil thing called the war on drugs for the past 50 plus years, which is gradually going away, thank God. You know, but we're a culture that's hated psychedelics since the time of Richard Nixon. We kind of just assume that every culture in antiquity also hated psychedelics. No, they didn't. They were deeply involved with psychedelics, whether you're talking about the Eleusinian mysteries in ancient Greece.
What's that?
It was a temple, the Temple of Eleusis. It stands just outside of Athens in Greece, what's left of it. They served up a potion to all the initiates. And the initiates included Sophocles, Pindar, Plato himself. All the great minds of ancient world went to Eleusis. They were given this brew, which was called the kykion. Then they went down into these deep chambers underneath the temple of Eleusis. And then they had extraordinary experiences, which gave them revelations about the nature of reality. They ceased to fear death. They knew that they knew that death was not the end. They had no fear of death anymore. After they'd had this experience. It sounds a lot like a psychedelic experience. And then we have the work that's been done on that brew. And that brew was made, we're told it was made from barley, mint, and water. But what grows on barley is Claviceps paspali, which is an LSD-like fungus.
Love it.
Ergot,
Love it.
which is soluble in water. There are ergots that are very dangerous, but there are
Ergots?
ergot. Ergot is the class of fungus to which this belongs.
Okay.
And some of them are extremely dangerous. But this one is soluble in water, is not dangerous, and is basically LSD. They were drinking LSD in the Temple of Eleusis, and they were having revelations about the meaning of life, and they were creating great philosophy and brilliant ideas at the time. It's of course massively connected to this surge of intellectual activity in ancient Greece. But ayahuasca.
Or even before we get to ayahuasca, what were we discussing earlier? Is the pineal gland that you see represented in like as the pine cone? I saw when I was in the Vatican. There's like this pine cone.
There's one at the Vatican. They're pictured in many of the Mesopotamian reliefs that show the seven sages. They're holding a pine cone to somebody's head. You know.
Yeah.
There's.
It is what it is.
A suggestion that the pineal gland, it has been suggested that the pineal gland secretes dimethyltryptamine.
DMT.
DMT. I think that the more recent work on that suggests it probably doesn't, but that it's a locus for endogenous. All of us have DMT in our bodies. We're all illegal here.
We're all carriers.
We're all carriers. It's a natural brain hormone.
Yeah.
The exact question of where in the body it's generated, some people think it might be the lungs these days. Wherever it is, it's there.
Yeah.
And the pineal is associated with it in a number of ways, and it's associated. The pineal is the third eye. It was an eye. The pineal was an eye. It still is in some amphibians. It has a
that's why it's called the third eye.
It has a lens, a cornea, and a retina.
We've just evolved out of it.
Yeah, it's gone deeper into the brain. It's no longer light sensitive, but it's still arguably the third eye. So the connection of the pineal and DMT is not absolutely clear, but there is likely some connection.
Okay, so the idea of us looking for ourselves in the past, we're looking at how people build the pyramids, and we're going, well, we have these cranes. Where are your cranes?
Where are your cranes? Yeah.
Instead of looking for the things that we are not utilizing that they may utilize, which are psychedelic drugs, and maybe that gave them access to. It's stupid to use the word powers because I think it kind of dismisses everything, but maybe they give them access to some sort of like otherworldly knowledge that could have helped them create.
Well, it's an interesting discussion, actually. Yeah. The interesting thing about psychedelics, one of the many interesting things about psychedelics, is for a start, new evidence that's emerging from scientific studies. At last, psychedelics have been taken out of the closet and are being examined for their therapeutic potential. And one of the things that it's very clear that psilocybin definitely does is
mushrooms.
Mushrooms,
yeah.
Which is closely related to DMT. It's a kind of orally edible, orally ingestible form of DMT. They promote neuroplasticity. They cause new neurons to grow in the brain. They make us smarter. Let us pay great tribute to Terence McKenna, a brilliant thinker in this field, whose stoned ape hypothesis and whose book, The Food of the Gods, was one of the early recognitions that psychedelics may have been the trigger that took our ancestor out of millions of years of boredom and put them on the path that we recognize as modern humanity.
Yeah.
It's a perfectly reasonable thing. Also, the way that psychedelics are very helpful with depression is very interesting. And why is that the case? Depression, and I speak from experience because I've suffered myself from a long period of depression back in the early 90s. Depression is a very narrow, rigid frame of mind where you get locked into recurring patterns of thought and they're very negative, and you keep on repeating them to yourself, and you start hating yourself, and you just can't bear anything, and you're locked, and you can't escape from it. And what psychedelics seem to do is that they break that pattern. They just break it completely. And in this case, for depression, what seems to work best is a massive dose rather than microdosing. Microdosing is great as well.
You have to snap yourself out of it.
You've got to snap yourself out of it.
There's also, like, I think in depressive states, there's a narcissism wrapped into it.
Maybe so, yeah.
Not a narcissism in terms of, like, I'm the best, look at me, everything's about me, but in the negative side of that.
It's all about you still.
Yeah.
Just...
And that constant negative thought. But taking and having a psychedelic experience will make you realize maybe how small you are in the grand scheme of things, or how you are intertwined into the fabric of humanity, so it can break out of that. Yeah, I like
Ego
that.
death will disconnect you from the universe conspiring against you.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not that important.
And if you belong to a species that has been making the same kind of stone tool without any changes for more than 1 million years, two things are happening. Clearly, cultural information is being passed down, and clearly you're locked in a very narrow frame. And then suddenly,
This
it
is so
changes.
fucking dumb,
And
man.
our
Like,
ancestors
come
start
on.
producing this extraordinary cave art, this amazing cave art. Whether you're talking about that site Serrania de la Lindosa in Colombia, or whether you're talking about Lascaux Cave in France, the art is stunning. And it is classically psychedelic art. It is featuring geometry, patterns of swirling dots, zigzag lines. There's Serrania de la Lindosa, and there's one of the extinct Ice Age megafauna with the arrow pointing at it up there. The geometry that's in there, the swirling dots, the sort of interlinked chains that are shown out there on the left. These are all classic psychedelic visions. Very often, as people enter a deeply altered state of consciousness, It starts with geometry and patterns, and then it manifests more into entities. And those entities are often therianthropic in form, Greek therion, wild beast, anthropos, man. They're part human, part animal in form. Not something that you see every day, but something that is
very common in
frequently common, very common in Egyptian art, and very, very common in deeply altered states of consciousness brought on by psychedelics, is the encounter with entities who then appear to communicate with us. And again, this is where the archaeologists roll their minds, because they like to think that consciousness is entirely local to the brain, it's all manufactured by the brain, and this is just our brain on drugs. Whereas in fact, the opposite seems to be true. The brain seems to be acting as a receiver for consciousness rather than as a manufacturer of consciousness.
And what does that mean?
Well, what it means is that we have to function in a very tough physical universe. This is this world. We got to know the laws of physics, even if we don't know them, as written down in scientific textbooks. We got to know that if we bump into that wall, it's going to hurt. We got to understand all of that, and naturally, our main focus is on our physical survival in this physical realm. But what's useful for that is what is rightly called the alert, problem-solving state of consciousness. But there are many other states of consciousness that are available to us, and psychedelics unleash a completely different state of consciousness from the alert, problem-solving state of consciousness. And in that state of consciousness, we have these extraordinary experiences, and amongst those experiences, the most important are the encounters with entities that communicate with us. Now, we have a problem in trying to decide what is going on here. A very important project just underway at Imperial College in London, and another project that's going to be launched in Colorado, I think in Denver itself, within this year, where human volunteers, I hope to be one of them in Colorado. They turned me down in London because I've suffered from epilepsy since 2017. And there's no indication whatsoever that DMT would cause epilepsy, and I've smoked loads of DMT, and I know it doesn't cause epilepsy. Right. But understandably, having gone through all the legal hoops to get permission, they don't want me dying in their lab. So they've not accepted me as a volunteer, but I'm hoping I might get accepted as a volunteer here in America. What it is extended release DMT, DMTX. DMT is normally
so it's just going to keep you high?
Keep you high for an hour,
Instead of, what is DMT, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
And how long does it feel when you're high for 5 minutes, 10 minutes on DMT?
Oh, when you're in the DMT space, it can feel like forever.
So an hour is almost horrifying.
Does time not exist?
Well, yes, this is what many of the volunteers say, is that it's an alarming prospect to be in that space for an hour. They're being delivered it by drip constantly directly into their bloodstream. They can signal at any time, I've had enough, if they're really feeling overwhelmed. But by and large, most of the volunteers went through with it. I moderated a panel with four of the volunteers.
Anything interesting that they say about it?
And a gentleman called Andrew Gallimore, who's invented the technology that's going to be used in Colorado. Yes, the very interesting thing is that all appear to be meeting essentially the same entities.
These are the gnome-looking things?
They might be machine elves, they might be gnomes, they might be therianthropes, but they're playful, they're tricksy, they're tricksters, and they convey knowledge. And they're also moral teachers. This is the funny thing. They make us confront our baggage.
How so?
Well, I can say in my case, I recently had an experience with the other kind of DMT,
please.
Very recently, which is 5-MeO DMT. The DMT we're talking about is NN-DMT.
Okay.
And that is the one that most frequently produces entity encounters and the sense of telepathic communication with entities. And science is not in a position to write that off. Quantum physics is looking at the possibility of multiple dimensions, very open to that possibility. Maybe what's happening is that our consciousness is getting retuned by DMT to gain access to dimensions of reality that are not close to us. We think reality is just this, but actually it's all this. And in a deeply altered state of consciousness, the need for the alert problem-solving mindset is damped down, and we can open up to other areas of reality. Who knows what's going on there? The issue is, are people learning something new in this state? This would touch on the question of whether psychedelics were helpful in energizing an ancient civilization and getting it going. I would cite the very well-known case of Kerry Mullis, the polymerase chain reaction, PCR test, which has been fundamental for all DNA work subsequently. He admitted openly that he would never have made that discovery if he hadn't taken LSD.
Wow.
LSD gave him that discovery.
You said you recently had an experience with the other type of
With
DMT.
5-MeO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
It was beautiful. Okay, so 5-MeO
Oh, come
DMT
on, man.
is a bit controversial because in the basic form it comes from the secretions of a particular kind of toad. And those secretions can be scraped off and smoked directly. In that case, the smoke is quite cloudy, and you're ingesting not only the 5-MeO DMT, but other elements that are in the secretions of the toad. It's possible to have synthetic 5-MeO DMT, which is pure, which doesn't have the other elements in the secretions of the toad, and which doesn't involve killing toads. And that's the kind of 5-MeO DMT that I had, was in a pure synthetic form. I was alarmed before I did it because I've had alarming experiences on the other DMT, NN-DMT. Our facilitator helped me out and helped others in the group out by giving us MDMA first. We had.
Wow. You were getting it in, Cram.
We're totally getting it in. It's only the second time in my life I've ever experienced MDA.
Oh, it's great,
MDMA,
isn't it?
what a great thing.
Oh, it's amazing.
God,
dude.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's wonderful. And
Yeah.
you feel so just overwhelmed with love. It's
Yeah.
just such a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
So we had that 3 or 4 hours before we had the 5-MeO DMT. And then 3 at a time we lay down and, well, we first sat up to take one massive deep inhalation on the pipe and then hold it in and then release it. And then my wife Santha can do this and sit up. She does it with NN-DMT and she did it with the 5-MeO as well. Just sit up and she does these mudras. Very, very present. I have to lie down. I can't be seated. I can't be standing up. I got to lie down flat. And I actually pulled on an eye mask as I was lying down. And then just the only visionary element of the 5-MeO was like a feather with an eye at the end of it. But most of it was about how I need to honor and respect and love my wife. And how I...
That was the mother she was doing, is to get you to see that.
You know, that I have to, yeah. But that I have a problem with anger. I get angry too quickly, and that anger can be very hurtful to other people, and particularly hurtful to my wife. And it showed me that, and basically said, you gotta fix this.
And how does it show it to you? Is it intuition, or
it was more intuition. It wasn't a scene of me shouting,
Yeah.
but it was a recognition that that's what I do, and that it's harmful and useless, and it's harmful to me, and it's harmful to everybody around me.
So there's a communication with a celestial being without any words at all.
Without any words, but you get it. The other thing the other intention that I set, I had 3 goes on the pipe on that day, with about an hour and a half between each one. And on the 3rd go, my intention was more selfish. My intention was that I should, could it help me to get rid of my migraine headaches? Because I suffer very badly from migraines. In fact, it's a kind of curse. And I wanted to focus on that. Maybe there's some way that it could affect me. And I did feel, perhaps it was my imagination, but I did feel fingers massaging the back of my head where migraines often start, and then massaging my temple. And then abruptly it stopped, and it returned to the issue of my relationship.
Come on, man. This can't be serious.
And I thought that it stopped like that because the 5-MeO DMT had fixed my migraines. But the very next day, I had another massive migraine. And I think what happened was that 5-MeO DMT was saying, actually, we can't fix this. Let's move on to something more important. It was an extraordinary experience. I wouldn't recommend anybody to do it completely alone, or any kind of DMT. I think it's important to have a responsible facilitator who's used to handling people in this state. Everybody responds in different ways.
Yeah.
Some people can really freak out. But it's not necessarily a bad thing to freak out. It's not necessarily a bad thing to feel fear. But you want somebody around who's a sitter, who understands the medicine, and who can help you through that.
You said earlier that it removes you from the problem-solving consciousness state.
Which we're normally in. We're normally thinking of the next problem we have to deal with.
How do we fit? And then I think oftentimes in that state,
we're not dealing with the problems that we have internally. We're not dealing with the trauma, the relationship, those things. So it's
often we're blaming them on other people.
Exactly. So what's kind of interesting to me is even the way that you describe it, it's put a pause on those problems that we feel like we have to solve in every second to do kind of like self-work.
Inner work, yeah.
I wonder what is on the other end of self-work. Like, I wonder when you get through a lot of those things that you need to work on, where else they can take you. Because I don't think they go, you're good, see you later. Maybe you start to seek some of that. Maybe you need to deal with all of your stuff before you're ready for that higher consciousness.
Or maybe both things can happen all the time, because virtually every powerful psychedelic journey I have, and ayahuasca is certainly that, and my last ayahuasca journey was in 2019. DMT, NN-DMT more recently, and then 5-MeO-DMT, they all sooner or later deal with my baggage. I carry a lot of baggage. Those of us who carry less baggage tend to have a gentler trip, but in my case, it's right in my face, and you've got to deal with it.
And you keep going after it.
I keep going after it because it's very useful teaching, and I keep slipping back into bad habits.
So it's a reminder.
Yeah, and it's really important to recognize that these substances are not a magic pill. It's going to fix you overnight.
I think people use them as that.
They're not.
I think they've become trendy in a way, and I think a lot of people are seeking out ayahuasca because they're like, hey, I have this block, and if I just do this ayahuasca, it's going to fix it for me, and then it's done.
Chances are it'll be done for a few weeks, and then you'll fall back into the old.
It's like a chiropractor or something.
You have to carry on the work. Yeah, the real work begins after the session.
So it's a recognition of what's going on, what you have to confront, and then you have to do that work afterwards.
And then you have to do that work. But as to novelty, I mentioned Kerry Mullis and the polymerase chain reaction. The other interesting one is Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Did I mention them?
No, but they've been.
They also were very forthright, particularly Wozniak, that the Apple computer would not have been invented without LSD.
Wow.
And Francis Crick, who's the discoverer of the double helix form of DNA, along with other colleagues, he was a regular user of LSD in the 1960s before it was illegal, and the 50s. And he also suggested that he first got it. He got the double helix form under the influence of LSD. So these are scientific examples of people who are making a quantum leap forward in knowledge as a result of their psychedelic experiences, not as a result of their alert problem-solving state of consciousness that we value so highly, but as a result of a completely other state of consciousness. In my case, the novelty I got was I was given a novel during 5 ayahuasca sessions in Brazil. I had never written novels before. I always write non-fiction, and I still mainly write non-fiction. But I was given a novel. I was given the whole plot of the novel, and I ended up writing that novel. The session was in 2007. I finished the novel in 2010. It was called Untied. I had no idea that I had a novel in me, and perhaps my readers don't like it. I don't care. I found an area of myself that was new to me, and I was able to...
The entire story existed to you?
Yeah.
Now, explain to me how it existed. It existed like plot, beginning, middle, end, or existed like, character?
I saw the principal characters, and I saw the setting. It was 2 young women, one living in the time of the Neanderthals and one living today, who were literally entangled in space and time, and it was the use of psychedelics in both times that enabled them to be entangled, and that they were brought together by an entity that they referred to. Sorry, my critics are going to go wild with this. They're going to drug shame me forever. But you know, they were brought together by an entity called the Blue Angel, whose purpose that there's a demon who travels through time called Sulpa, and he's seeking to destroy everything that's good about humanity, and he's doing that in 2 time frames, in the time of the Neanderthals and today. And this Blue Angel entity brings together these 2 young women in these 2 different time frames to do battle against the demon. That was the story that I was given, and that was the story that I wrote.
Do you see it like a movie, or how does that present itself to you?
I did see it a bit like a movie, yeah. Wow. I did. I saw scenes. I saw my young character from the Stone Age, Rhea, throwing stones very very brilliantly at her enemies, and I saw the connection between these two women, and the sense of a supernatural battle of good against evil, against which the human story is played out, and that ultimately we humans always have a choice. We always have a choice between good and evil.
Shout out Lucid Boost in
Very
chat,
small
giving me all the help,
scale, or it
and
might
Joe
be at a
T giving
very
me all the
large
help too.
scale.
Big shout
Because
outs
at
to
a very
them
large
today.
scale, it can do enormous damage
Shout
to
outs to
human
everybody in
society
chat,
as a
Master
whole.
Chief,
Very small
everybody.
scale, it can do enormous damage to us and
Sailor
those who
Curse,
close to us.
everybody.
But it was that
Nicholas
sense of
Moonmaker,
that happening. Anyway, I didn't have a novel in me before that. I'd never tried.
Have you seen other works, not just literary works, but film, music, that you've immediately connected to and thought, oh, this is inspired by hallucinogenics? This reminds me of an experience that I had. Is there, it could be a cartoon for children.
Avatar.
Right? 100% or no? Like,
yes.
But isn't Avatar from, what was that, the original, people say that,
Pocahontas, I think.
No. There's like a, almost like an anime thing that people thought it was a little
I'm not sure, but somebody involved in that story was definitely experiencing altered states of consciousness.
Apparently JFK had experiences with psychedelics.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, wow.
Again, this is a mistake that our society has made, is to cut us, and maybe it's not a mistake. I don't really do conspiracy theories, but maybe it was a deliberate thing back when the war on drugs was declared. It's under,
Well, we did a lot of research with psychedelics.
Psychedelics lead people to ask questions. They don't leave us comfortable with the prevailing order of things, both in ourselves and with the way society functions as a whole. And we begin to become critical and questioning in a way that we might not have been before. Yeah. And I think this was felt to be dangerous. And they were demonized with lies and complete dishonesty, but they were
Do you remember when psychedelics were gaining popularity? This is what, 19...
when you say gaining popularity...
60s, mainstream popularity.
Well, I don't think you could call hippies, mainstream in
It's
any
so
way.
funny. The way that we look back on them, they were the mainstream.
Woodstock. Yeah.
It was like they're the dominant culture, but I guess they were fringe and odd for the time.
They were fringe and odd, and they were
so funny.
and they were feared by those rooted and grounded in mainstream culture.
Yeah, hippie was a pejorative, right?
Yeah, it was a pejorative. He's just a hippie.
Yeah.
It was a negative term. So I guess that we're looking at a shift in human consciousness that certainly began probably in the late 50s and was well underway in the 60s. And had it been allowed to continue, it might well have transformed society in many, many ways. But then it was clamped down upon, and all these lies and propaganda were spread, false stories about how dangerous psychedelics are. I want to be very clear about that. Psychedelics are extremely serious business.
Yeah.
And this needs to be understood. I do not believe that psychedelics are for children, or cannabis for that matter. I think we'd be much better keeping them out of the hands of children if they were totally legal, and it was accompanied by wise advice.
They can also unearth existing psychological issues.
Yes, they can.
You have to be really dangerous. Really careful.
If somebody's suffering from schizophrenia, psychedelics could be very bad news. So
and a lot of people don't know that they have schizophrenia.
A lot of people don't,
especially
know.
If they're.
So there is an element of danger and risk, and this is why a sitter who's deeply experienced with the substance is.
Sitter is your shaman, essentially.
Yeah. We haven't yet invented a word for shaman in Western culture, but we need to. The word comes from Tungus Mongol. It means one who sees, and it was then applied by anthropologists because they found that figure, that person who played that role, was found in multiple different cultures all around the world. And they said, let's just call them all shamans.
Right.
But the word comes from a specific culture. And we don't have a word for that in our culture yet. Facilitator or sitter are the ones that I use. This is one of the many areas where Western culture would do well to learn from indigenous cultures that have been using psychedelics responsibly for thousands and thousands of years.
What is responsible psychedelic use to you? What do you start with? What do you do it with?
Intentions, meditation, things like that.
Yeah, it's intentions, meditations. It's not recreational. You're not taking it to have a party. You're taking it to make contact with the dead. Ayahuasca means the vine of the dead or the vine of souls. Iboga is the plant that enables people to see the dead. That's what these things mean. There's so much of a connection to the afterlife with them, and that's a serious inquiry. You know, if you've lost a relative recently and you've not had closure, it can be very beneficial to have an afterlife contact with that person. And many people report this experience. I've had the experience myself with Iboga.
Really?
Yeah, I met my dad. He passed away shortly before that. Now again, the scientists could say, you were just fantasizing that. It was just your imagination. But I met him.
Fuck the scientists.
And
So what happened?
He came to me in the vision. It was shadowy, but he basically made me feel okay about the key issue, which was I was not with him at his deathbed, and I was haunted by that. And after that, I didn't feel haunted by it anymore. And increasingly with my experiences with psychedelics over many decades now, I have no fear of death. I don't fear death. I do fear pain. I do fear humiliation. Old age, I'm 72, 73 next birthday. You know, I have to be realistic about this. I only have so long in this incarnation. As we get older, our bodies get infirm, get weaker. We become more and more I don't like being dependent on others in any way. And I detest pain. And I would like to, who doesn't? And I'd like to avoid it as much as possible. But death, I don't fear. And I'm not even anxious about it. When it comes, I regard it as the next great adventure, and I hope that's what it's going to turn out to be. But who knows? Nobody can say the definitive word on death. Yes, our bodies die, but does our consciousness die? We don't know that. Any scientist who says you're just a meat robot, there's nothing else to you but your physical body, they're stating an opinion, not a fact. So for me, it's the beginning of a next great adventure, and I think psychedelics they've helped me with this, and I know from the recent science that's being done that they are helping people who are terminal, who are anxious about death. Again, psilocybin is the one that's most generally trialed in this respect. They tend to lose the fear of death. They don't fear it.
And losing the fear of death is, I think there's a difference between a fear of death and a fear of maybe missing out on what's going on. For example, like let's say you were to do some sort of like rock climbing thing with no ropes. You would probably be afraid of dying.
I'd be afraid of falling, and I wouldn't. Look, I regard life as a precious gift. I am fortunate enough, and so are you, and so are all of us in this room, to have been born in a human body.
Yeah.
And to have this big brain, and to be able to make choices between good and evil, and to live the experience of life. This is a theater of experience. We will come into it as children. We will go through it all our years. We will be confronted by all sorts of opportunities to learn and to grow and to develop. And I regard that as a gift. So I'm not into taking foolish and unnecessary physical risks. I have taken them when they're necessary. Santha and I both nearly lost our lives more than once during our diving expeditions. We've been into war zones on our research. We've had bullets fired at us. If the risk is worth taking for a project that I'm pursuing that is close to my heart, I will do it. But I won't foolishly or unnecessarily take a risk. Seems like a waste to do that. Risk in itself has no virtue. It's necessary risk that has some virtue. But I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Yeah, because I think it's important to have a fear of death.
Yeah.
And I think as we have more things that we don't want to leave, loved ones, family, the beautiful things that success brings, I find myself going, is it worth doing this stupid, frivolous activity where I could potentially lose out on all these beautiful things that I've been able to get? Exactly, no.
It's not.
So that's not the type of death.
No. I'm speaking to you as a man whose next birthday is 73.
And you're like, one of these days, it's going to happen.
I mean, in truth, it's
ooh, baby.
The door of death stands right beside us, all of us, every minute of every day.
Yeah.
It can happen at any moment.
Yeah.
Whether through an illness or an accident, you can be gone, just like that. But by and large, as you get older, it does get closer.
Yeah.
And you start to think about these things. And then inevitably, I've thought, well, I don't know how long I have left. But what is clear to me is that I'm not going to hasten my death. But that if it comes, I'm not going to regard it with fear and horror. I want to be as alert as possible and as awake as possible, and I hope to be ushered through the doorway of death with a psychedelic journey.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because, listen, some of you guys did the tough thing during COVID, okay? You paid your people, you pulled your business through the pandemic, and now doing the tough thing could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at covidtaxrelief.org, okay? Government funds are available to reward companies with 2 or more employees who stayed open during COVID. This is not a loan, and you don't have to pay it back. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the CPAs and tax experts at covidtaxrelief.org. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work and share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans. Even if you had increases in sales, you did the tough thing for your employees during COVID, okay? Let covidtaxrelief.org help you get up to $26,000 per employee. Visit covidtaxrelief.org. That's covidtaxrelief.org, covidtaxrelief.org. Now let's get back to the show.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break real quick because you need a better wallet. Extra is the world's largest smart wallet brand for a reason. They design innovative solutions to improve the way you carry your everyday items. All of them, right here. Quick card access, look at that, bang. All my cards right there. I don't have to search for anything, it's all right there, click of a button. Also, more importantly, it has 2 key tracker features. You know what that means? It is trackable worldwide. And these wallets offer RFID protection, or as Andrew calls it, they're boot-proof. You know, when you're out in foreign countries, sometimes they don't even need to steal a wallet. They can just get the information from out of your pocket, like that boop. RFID protection, that means it's skim-proof. So if you're maybe in Greece when this episode comes out, this is the wallet that's perfect for you. And more importantly, Flagrant, as always, will hook you up. So if you check out these wallets at shop.extra.com/flagrant, you'll get up to 25% off site-wide with the code FLAGRANT. Again, that is shop.ekster.com/flagrant. You get up to 25% off with the code FLAGRANT. Now let's get back to the show.
Are you spiritual? Like, do you believe in God, or are you?
I'm not a Christian. I don't belong to any of the mainstream religions. I don't, and I haven't for a very long time. But I think that life is an enormous mystery, and that fundamentally, for want of a better word, it is a spiritual mystery. We're on a spiritual journey here. I think that the mainstream religions have narrowed that journey down into dogma and into creeds, where in most of the mainstream religions, most of the time, whether we're talking about Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, the Abrahamic faiths, the monotheistic religions, people. There are exceptions, but a lot of people are not having any direct contact with spirit. They're being taught what to think. They're being told what to think by basically a bureaucrat who happens to be a priest or a rabbi or a mullah who's saying, these are the teachings, you must adhere to these teachings. And actually, if you don't adhere to them, we're going to censor you in some way or another. To me, that's no more spiritual than doing business out on the stock exchange. You know? It's just it's an expert telling me what to think, whereas a spiritual experience is direct contact with the quote-unquote divine, which is not necessarily some old bad-tempered guy sitting up on a cloud. Far from it, as a matter of fact. That is not, in my view, that is a misrepresentation of what spirituality is. And we could get into all kinds of controversial areas here. I don't know.
Have you been in direct contact with a higher power through your experiences?
Yes, on psychedelics, I've particularly on ayahuasca, I have felt the presence of the entity that I call Mother Ayahuasca.
And felt the mother.
I felt the mother, and I felt her teachings, and I felt grateful.
What was that like?
In the most compelling case, she took the form of an enormous serpent who wrapped herself around my body.
Serpents always coming back.
They're always coming back. And Mother Ayahuasca often takes the form of a serpent, sometimes takes the form of a jaguar, sometimes takes, not the motor car, the puma, and sometimes takes the form of a human being.
Is there any fear?
The message was, no, I didn't feel fear. I felt enormously.
Was wrapping around.
No, I felt enormously comforted. And again, I got a message that I've had many times: is that you won't be good at giving love to others if you don't love yourself. If you're constantly hating yourself. And I've gone through long periods of my life where I have felt very negative about myself. So that, you know, that was a positive experience for me. I would say every experience I've had with ayahuasca has been positive, even the most challenging ones.
Yeah,
the
what
most
was the
terrifying.
toughest?
The toughest experience I hesitate to share this. In ayahuasca group, when you're drinking with, say, a dozen other people, there becomes an element of telepathy or communication that can take place. And it happened that I was in one group where it turned out later, we got the facts later, that was one individual who shouldn't have been there. In ayahuasca, there's a tendency for you to lower your barriers. Your heart opens. You're very vulnerable to other people. And unfortunately, and this is a phenomenon that I would warn anybody of who's drinking ayahuasca in the West today, or anywhere as a matter of fact, is that there are people who are using that vulnerability to gain psychic advantage over you. And it was the feeling, first of all, it happened to my wife, Santha, who was beside me, and then it happened to me, of an individual trying to enter our heads and take control of us. And we learned more about him the following day, and it turned out he'd been there the year before, had done exactly the same thing. We didn't know that at the time. He seemed to have developed some sort of psychic power. And when we questioned him about it, he said, "I'm this basement shaman. I go around ayahuasca groups because I benefit from them." And what he meant by benefiting from them was, basically, I'm a psychic vampire. I draw people's energy. I take it away from them. So these dangers can occur, and that's where a good shaman will stop that happening.
What did the ayahuasquero do?
In this case, he did not do anything. It was most unhelpful. But I think he's learned greatly from that experience.
But how does the ayahuasquero know that is happening?
Well, that's something where you have to tell them. And in this case, my wife Santha did tell the ayahuasquero, but he did not.
He said, "This person is trying to enter my mind.
Yeah.
They're trying to take from me."
Yeah. And there's a natural tendency to assume you're making that up as well.
And you're lucid in that moment. You're lucid enough to describe what's happening.
Yes. You can often be lucid during an ayahuasca journey.
You're speaking English to that person.
You can be.
And the person who is entering the mind, is he sitting in another area? Is he hovering over
He was on a bed, not a bed, a mat on the floor, just 2 or 3 people away from us. And we were not the only people who he affected. He affected other people in that room.
Eat your vitamins. That's Hulk Hogan, man. That's Hogan.
Literally fell down the stairs from the ceremonial space to upstairs trying to get away from him. It really got very, very, very dark.
Did everyone confront him afterwards?
I think I described it in a lengthy article on my website. Yes, 2 days later he was asked to leave because he kind of said, I do this. I benefit from the energy of others.
And then what type of energy is he getting? Like, how is he benefiting?
Yeah.
In the case, I can tell you particularly in the case of my wife. My wife, Santha, and I are both the same age. She's 73 next birthday as well. But Santha looks a lot younger. I look my age.
You look great.
But Santha looks a lot younger, and he focused on her. He homed in on her when he asked her age. And she told him his age, and he said, "You're that young." And that's when he focused in on her. It was like she had some energy, and she does, that was energizing her, and that was making her a fantastic grandmother and a fantastic mother and the most wonderful wife on the planet Earth. She has that energy within her.
He tried to absorb.
He wanted that energy.
He asked her that
energy.
verbally?
And she got no, he did not. What he did was, at a certain point when we were gathering to drink the brew, he put his arms on her shoulder and blew in her face like that. Now, in Amazonian shamanism, the breath can be used for different purposes, and one of the purposes can be used for attack. They fire things called virotes, psychic darts, at another individual. Again, only people who've worked with ayahuasca will really get this, and a lot of your audience will not get this, and they'll think Hancock's a lunatic. But I'm just reporting to you what happened. Not only was she psychically damaged by this attack, but she also became physically ill after the attack.
Wow.
She developed shingles. She still has shingles as a result of that, with crop up again and again on her back in exactly the place that one of his hands touched her.
Wow.
So it's just
Okay, this is great. Hold on. So there's a physical manifestation of an emotional and spiritual experience that she had. So if that can happen within your body, why can it not happen within anybody else's body? Why can it not happen outside of our bodies?
Well, I think it depends. I think it depends on how much you've lowered your guard. We're all on guard, you know. We all defend ourselves psychically as well as physically. But this is the danger of the ayahuasca state, that your heart opens.
So maybe there's an argument to be made for, let's say that there was this war on drugs, right? Maybe they saw it as something that was too vulnerable to be handed out to the masses without a way to, if we're giving them the best case scenario.
Sure, yeah.
I don't think that we want to treat the theys, whoever the people in charge is, with best case scenario, but this is a very vulnerable situation. You use people, you're seeing a perfect example of somebody using it for nefarious intent. Imagine the average person doing it on a Friday.
I spoke to a psychologist that does psychedelic therapy, and he even reported in a clinical trial these telepathic sort of revelations.
Oh, wow. It's very
that
common.
even in a clinical trial inside like an actual medical room, there was a person on, I think, high-dose ketamine or high-dose psilocybin, I can't remember, and the clinician that was observing them basically thought about their dog at home. This is a purely anecdotal example, but thinking about their dog at home, like, oh, did I go let the dog out? And then the patient that was on high-dose ketamine took the shade off, took off the headphones and said, I'm thinking of dogs or whatever, and was sharing effectively the same vision that they were thinking, even though only one of them was on high-dose psychedelic.
Okay, so here we go.
It's surprisingly common.
Real quick, right? Mark. How do we build the pyramids? How do you organize 20,000 people, 30,000 people to be all on the same page and deliver the blocks in the exact same ways and cut them in the exact same shapes and, well, maybe not the exact same shapes, but to certain specifications? And
you end up with this perfect thing that weighs 6 million tons and is almost perfectly oriented to true north and is 481 feet high, you know, and contains 2.5 million individual blocks of stone.
And the slightest tweak or the slightest miscalculation can turn the entire thing off and it won't even be able to stand
You
on
end up in a
itself.
corkscrew instead of a pyramid if you make the slightest error down at the base.
If you could find a way to, I don't want to even say manipulate, but access that sort of telepathic ability, it's just a better communication tool for a project of this size.
Yes, and let's not forget that there are other tele-abilities such as telekinesis, which are also sneered at by Western science, because we do everything. Well, it's not so much a matter of belief. We do everything in our society through mechanical advantage. We're used to leverage, we're used to machines which do stuff, we look at cranes for building so on and so forth. It may be that there are innate human abilities that we're not, that have actually lapsed in our society, but that are still there. And this is where, again, to those who sneer at such ideas, I would say take a close look at the work of Rupert Sheldrake. Rupert Sheldrake is a scientist, and he's done a great deal of work on telepathy. For example, this may sound trivial, but dogs who know when their owners are coming home. Now, he did randomized trials where the owners would come home at very different times, and other issues like the scent and so on were excluded. They always knew when their owner was coming home. Not always, but at a statistically significant level. Telephone telepathy. We've all had that experience, I suspect, where the phone rings and you actually know who's on the other end.
How often does a woman make a part of your body rise without even touching it?
Interesting.
Yo, Master Chief, you're here for the PV, buddy. You're here for the untied world record. Let's go for Master Chief. No!
Oh, yeah, homo erectus. Yeah. My favorite type of human.
What I would say is that in all my books, in the thousands of pages that I've written, I have probably written no more than 2 or 3 pages on these extraordinary possibilities and extraordinary abilities. But when archaeologists attack me, they say Hancock believes in levitation by the mind.
You're in a really peculiar situation because it seems like you're unbelievably passionate about this specific, you know, I guess part of your life, right? But writing about it, even speaking on it, I even can tell as we're talking about it right now, you're like, people are going to use this to discredit this other thing that I've dedicated my entire fucking life to. Oh man, what a tricky situation.
It is a tricky
But we don't do it to other people, right? Like, we don't look at Wozniak and be like, your computers aren't good because you use Windows, right?
No.
You should have just invented Apple.
That's because there's a narrative about the past which archaeology tells, and it's supposed to be a pretty much straight line evolutionary story.
It's much easier to digest like that, yeah.
Through early agriculture to advanced industrialized societies. And the notion that there might have been a lost civilization, that we might have forgotten the whole episode from the human story, is very threatening to that narrative. And it's particularly threatening when it appears on a major platform like Netflix.
Yeah.
I've always been attacked for my work since I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, but the level of the attacks and the character has ramped up enormously since the Netflix series.
Yeah, it's also sorry to cut you, but it's not only it's like a validation. It's like Netflix putting the stamp on this makes people go, oh, this must be true, right?
Because on YouTube, it's like, oh, that's that guy.
Exactly.
Yeah. Whereas I try to make
It's a vape,
throughout
man.
the series that I'm expressing my personal
It's a vaporizer.
views. I don't claim to be 100%. I'm not saying this is how it was. I'm saying this is how it could have been. There's a difference.
There's a part of this, and I want to get back to this because I'm really fascinated by this. But there's one part of the Netflix series that I actually was really excited to talk to you in person, so you could explain to me when you were talking about the difference in the color of the bedrock. I think you were in Mexico, was it?
New Mexico.
Oh, it was New Mexico.
We were at.
There was like a line that showed
that's the Younger Dryas boundary, and it was at Murray Springs in New Mexico or Arizona. Pretty certain it's New Mexico. It was at Murray Springs. I was with one of the scientists from the Comet Research Group, Dr. Alan West, and he was showing me the Younger Dryas boundary. Well, it's about the width of a human hand, and you see it running all the way through this draw. Now, we see it at all because there was a flash flood which cut the draw down, and the sides are exposed. It was always there, but you wouldn't know it was there unless the land had been cut and opened up as it was. And this Younger Dryas boundary contains charcoal from wildfires. And wildfires are what you expect when you have a bit of a comet air bursting up above you. It has platinum, which is very rare on planet Earth. It has iridium, which is even rarer.
Yeah.
There's the Younger Dryas boundary at Murray Springs. There it is. It contains shocked quartz, evidence of quartz that's been melted at temperatures of more than 2,000 degrees centigrade. It contains carbon microspherules. Yeah, they call it the black mat. It's not only found there, it's found all around the world. It's found in Belgium. It's found in many different sites in America. It's found as far east as Abu Huraira in Syria. This was a global event. And it wasn't one object hitting one place. Comets have a habit of breaking up into multiple fragments. Excuse me. Some may be quite small, so small that they don't reach the Earth. They blow up in the sky. The most recent example we've had is the Tunguska event. June 30th, 1908.
Yeah, in Russia, right?
And that was in Siberia.
Yeah.
And it was fortunately over an uninhabited area of Siberia. They calculate that object was maybe 60 to 100 meters in diameter.
Yeah.
It did not reach the Earth. It blew up in the sky, therefore there's no crater, but it flattened 2,000 there, the flattened trees. 2,000 square kilometers of trees were just flattened by this.
And they're flattened by air?
Yes, the massive pressure release is this thing. It's like an atomic bomb going off in the sky, a massive pressure release.
Oh, so instead of the mushroom cloud going up, the mushroom cloud is pointing down at Earth. Gotcha.
If this happened over any city, it would wipe out the entire population of that city.
Right. And still nothing has grown ever since?
I'm not sure. I think it's probably regrown. These areas regrow. The one on the right is Tunguska event, yeah. I'm not sure because I've not been to that part of Siberia. But it's interesting because it was the 30th of June, 1908, which is the peak of the meteor shower known as the Beta Taurids. The Earth has a relationship with the Taurid meteor stream.
Yeah.
We pass through it twice a year. And the astronomers who are working on the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis are pretty certain that the progenitor comet of the Taurid meteor stream was what caused those impacts 12,800 years ago. And we're still in relationship with it. The comet Enki is the best known bit of the Taurid meteor stream. It's about 6 kilometers in diameter, but it's a fragment of an originally much larger, maybe 100-kilometer diameter core that broke up into multiple pieces. And many of those pieces hit the Earth or airbursted around 12,800 years ago and caused the onset of the Younger Dryas. I'm not saying that as a fact, I'm saying that is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, documented in probably 100 scientific papers.
Can you bring up that image that you sent me about the asteroids or the comets that have hit Earth? Yeah. Mark sent me this picture. I believe it was you, Mark, that sent me it, and it was. These are the, oh yeah, he sent me this picture, and here are the comets that have hit Earth. And I just looked at it, and I thought this was,
doesn't it?
but wait, and I thought this was throughout history. This is since '94.
Right.
1994.
Yeah.
Trust no one.
It's like the universe is.
Oh my
telling us
God!
to
Come
wake
on,
up.
trust
Rogan
no
said,
one.
we
Are you
exist in a
serious right
shooting-
now?
we live in a shooting
That's
gallery.
hilarious.
It's a matter of time.
It's absolutely a matter of time, and particular attention needs to be paid to the Taurid meteor stream.
Because we're
We
gonna
go through it
pass through
twice a year.
no matter
We go
what.
through it in late October, early November, and we go through it in late June, early July. And it's 30 million kilometers wide. It takes 12 plus days for the Earth to pass through it on its orbit.
Yeah.
There are large objects in it. There are many small and harmless objects in it. It's only a matter of time before we
Going through it right now.
have an encounter. Before we have an encounter.
And to clarify, some of those are actually just asteroids that explode, I guess, in the Earth's atmosphere. So it's not
but
just
the vast majority do.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll hit. Sometimes there have been recent cases of a bit of an asteroid or comet that's hit a
Oh my
house.
God, man!
Really?
Yeah, there have been 2 recent cases this year.
Yeah, there was a woman in Alabama that was hit by a large asteroid that like left a bruise on her leg. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
They do make it to Earth sometimes.
Somebody throwing it around.
The vast majority are airbursts, but they shooting stars, But they do make it to Earth. So we are in a cosmic shooting gallery, and attention needs to be paid to it,
Come
and
on,
not
man.
because we
Come
have to
on.
live in fear of gloom and doom, and our planet is going to be destroyed. Precisely because we have the ability and the technology now to do something
To
about
avoid
this.
it, yeah.
If we pay attention to it, rather than paying
Dude, it
attention
took
to
it
all the shit we
personally.
are paying attention to.
Like, it really took it
making war on
personally.
each other and investing vast quantities in weapons systems to kill one another on an enormous scale.
Yeah.
This is the human race has got its priorities wrong.
No, it's not like Scully.
We're still locked in a frame
know
of
it's-
mind,
it
a state
knows
of
it's
consciousness that
Scully
is not
from-
serving the human race anymore.
I was
It's
thinking
based
the
on
other day, they're really smart
It's
naming their
hatred and
characters
fear and
Mulder and
suspicion.
Scully
The media are
because
particularly good at that.
those
It's
are
very, like,
really unique
it gets
names.
audiences, but it's
They're, like,
it's so
timeless.
unhelpful. When we should be spreading love and confidence and hope.
So how do we allow people to experiment with mind-altering drugs without it being abused? My concern when weed became legal was that it was going to be
Come on, dude.
immediately
Come on.
abused, and not in terms of the quantity used, the potency of it. Like the weed now, it's not even reminiscent of weed, I feel like, right? It's like this is, if we're actually trying to get to like the natural part of it.
I
and
bought
have
some
that.
New York edibles last night. Ow. Well, first of all, it's little pieces of chocolate, and each one contains 25 milligrams of THC.
Why would you need
They're
25?
tiny. Well, it depends how much you use it. If I use cannabis very regularly, which I sometimes do,
Right.
and I really want to get seriously stoned, I might need 40 milligrams.
Really?
And I felt in need of more than 25 milligrams last night for various reasons. But trying to slice that second piece up with a plastic knife wasn't very. And I think I just possibly had a little bit too much.
Wow.
Also,
Very potent.
apparently heat activates the THC in a different way. Is that right? When it's baked versus like when you smoke it?
Interesting. I mean, edibles, of course, as we know, you're looking at 5 or 6 hours. Certainly, on edibles, I peak after about 2.5 hours, and I'm still in there 2 or 3 hours later. Whereas vaped, if I'm writing, I prefer to vape cannabis. Because I can
It's so
titrate
right.
the dose. I can keep myself just at the place I want to be.
Embracing
without
love.
falling deep into
where you can't even write anymore.
Insane.
Yeah, where I can't write anymore. So the uses there are different uses and
So
purposes
how do
for
we,
it.
how do we do that with the
Well,
with
first of all,
psychedelics?
you legalize everything because the hasty and careless
Come on, like what
and
the fuck,
irresponsible
man?
use of these substances is largely happening because of the illegal regime, and there are people making money out of pushing and selling these things as drugs. The first thing to do is to make them all legal, and I think but legal for adults, not legal for children. It would be much easier to explain to our teenage son or our teenage daughter that we would like him or her to hang on until they're 21, because when you're
Enjoy.
21, you can do whatever you like, just like everything else in our society, as long as you don't do harm to others. And you know, as I often point out, we have multiple laws already which completely govern
Enjoy
every
what you
issue of doing
enjoy.
harm to
Come on,
others.
AI. Like,
What's
come
bizarre
on.
about the war on drugs is
Come
that they
on,
govern
man.
what we may or may not experience in our own consciousness while doing no harm to others. I think it'd be much easier to explain to a teenager who's keen to get started, this is very serious matter. Take your time. The time will come. Your mind is a little immature at the moment. Wait until you're 21, and then it's your choice.
Do you think 21? Would it be even later, maybe?
I think because we allow so many other things to 21-year-olds, I think that would be a natural age to put on it. Of course, every individual varies. Some 18-year-olds are very mature mentally, some are not. It depends. But if we're going to put something on it, I would say 21 is a good age. The best example of why good advice works better than illegalization is tobacco. In the sense that tobacco has never been legal, it's never been illegal, it's never been a criminal offense that could put you in prison and ruin your reputation for life and make you unemployable to smoke a cigarette.
Right.
But as it happens, we have seen a huge decline in cigarette consumption, not because people are afraid of getting locked up, but because they've had good advice.
Good education.
And they've believed it. And I think we can do that with psychedelics, but the whole thing is tainted by the war on drugs at the moment. And we need to get outside.
Go out.
You don't think it should be, like, off Akash's comment, you don't think it should be a little bit later when our brain is fully developed?
Yes, that's...
Come on, man. Like,
okay, I'll tell my personal story. My first ever experience with psychedelics was when I was 24 years old. And that was in 1974 at the Windsor Free Festival in just outside of London, when I split a tab of acid 3 ways with a couple of friends. Had the most amazing experience ever. But I saw one of my friends had a really bad experience. And I actually didn't go back to psychedelics until I was researching the specific book in which I write about psychedelics, which is called Supernatural, and has recently been republished as Visionary. I believe strongly...
How old were you then? Sorry.
So 2003, so I was already 53.
Wow, okay.
Between the age of 24 and the age of 53, I had no psychedelic experiences at all. I also did not consume cannabis as a young adult. I was 38 when I started cannabis.
Yeah, same, 38 actually.
And I initially found that it was something that I would have of an evening to help me get off to sleep. But when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, and here my critics are going to say that's why he wrote that book. When I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I decided to experiment with basically smoking all day, which I switched to vaping.
Interesting.
It relieves the physical boredom of sitting in that chair for hours and hours every day.
Yeah.
And I feel it helps me loosen up connections in my mind. It doesn't work the same for everybody. I don't get dreamy or dopey or lose connection. I stay focused. So I was 53 when Santha and I went down to the Amazon and had our first ayahuasca experiences in 2003. And I was 38 when I started to become acquainted with cannabis properly.
Yeah.
So I don't know. The problem is people are different. I think the key thing is let's stop making it illegal. Let's stop making it a crime. Let's stop shaming people because they're interested in psychedelics and ruining their lives. And then let's see what the best system we have. But this is where we need to sit at the feet of shamans in hunter-gatherer societies and learn from them how to handle these powerful experiences, which we're not. And I feel strongly, but I'm not in a position to tell other people what to do. I can only share my advice. These medicines are not for recreational purposes.
Yeah.
Not the psychedelics.
And can you speak...
MDMA now, that's a different matter.
Did you see the
beautiful
white supremacist that actually had like a moral revelation on a high-dose MDMA clinical trial?
Oh yeah, you couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I shared it. Basically, he was in a clinical trial to study MDMA's effects on something completely unrelated to race relations. He happened to be affiliated with white nationalist groups. He was at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017 and had been involved throughout a long period of time, was fired from his job after his job found out that he was affiliated with these white nationalist groups. he happened to enroll in the trial, did the study, and then as he left the study, he basically elected to discontinue and said, I have to go do some work. Look up my name, you'll see my history, and you'll see why I have to leave. And then basically re-engaged with the researchers again to say, I was a white supremacist, and through this chemical that gave me dramatic empathy, I now understood why I was in such a hateful place, and I just needed love in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. This is
that guy's racist though. Like if you gotta be on Molly to like black people, bro, you are racist.
Now, obviously, not everyone has this experience, but it is interesting.
You know, human beings are filled with all kinds of prejudices and all kinds of ideas about other human beings. And one of the, I think one of the great things about psychedelics is they can shake that up. They can shake it up and get us out of these fixed patterns. But the question of legalization is complicated. I'm against bureaucracies. I'm against government.
Always take
governments are the most unhelpful things in the world today.
like an arrogant approach.
Next, perhaps, to the mainstream religions.
Why is it always like, hey, it's simple, dude. It's simple, man.
If you're in government,
It's obvious,
in your
man.
interests to
No, it's not
maximize
obvious, AI. You don't have to belittle
the
me.
negative light in which you put any kind of opposition. That's what politicians do, and it happens at an international level where one state
So
hates
there's
on
no
another
exchange of ideas. There's
no exchange of ideas.
AI sounds like a person that tries to know what they're talking about, but they don't know what they're talking about because they can't.
Were required
to
have a dozen sessions of
ayahuasca.
Yeah.
That would be the prerequisite.
Yeah, that's the prerequisite.
It says it's so matter of fact.
If you
Like it's
haven't done
ridiculous.
this is the
It's
bar
ridiculous.
you have to set. You have to have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca, and then you can apply.
Or if you just gave the alt-right Molly, that would probably help a lot.
What is a Molly?
The alt-right MDMA.
It's so certain in its frame of reference.
No, it's also called ecstasy, right?
Ecstasy, Oh man, we've had some.
Well, this experience I had with MDMA.
It's really
was
arrogant. AI is very arrogant. Oh my god.
You've never had it before. You are familiar
It's
with
not quite true. I had it once at Burning Man.
Oh, dude, you go to Burning Man?
Yeah, years
when
ago.
When did you go?
Sometime in the 2000s and late, maybe 2007, somewhere. I don't know. I don't remember exactly.
We go.
I was with Santha.
Oh, this is great.
Santha
Can't become
at that time
saying
didn't
something
want to
can't
take
become
it,
arrogant is arrogance
and
in
I
itself.
did, and I took it, and we got into a bit of a state about it because I felt she should be in there.
Yeah.
All the wrong things I was thinking.
Not
as
taking
you-
any
of course,
responsibility.
but I
Can you
didn't
not take
thoroughly enjoy that
responsibility even for the
experience. But this
code
one
that is
I had more
processed through you?
recently, where Santha and I took it together before we took the 5-MeO, was just beautiful.
There's a pill called it, and it is an ecstasy pill. So it's got MDMA, but it also probably has some like coke and some other stuff in there, whatever. But it's probably the most amazing feeling I've ever had in my life. Like, I mean, it was just at Burning Man, and we had a third of it. We were just sharing it, and it was, don't get me wrong, at Burning Man, you're already filled, you've already filled with so much love and appreciation, and like,
fabulous
your walls are down, and it's like everybody around you is also giving so much, so it puts you in this great giving state, but it enhanced it, and I don't know.
How long were you in the state?
I mean, it was several hours, but what was really interesting about it was the music that I was listening to. I don't even know if this is possible, what I'm going to explain, but let's just say. The music that I was listening to while I was in the state kind of captured the state. And when I would listen to that music afterwards, it would like trigger that emotional state for months.
Wow.
Now it stopped, but for the next few months, just hearing
he's
the
right,
music
Moonraker.
gave me a little bit of those feelings. It wasn't. It was a fraction of what those feelings actually were. And
I love
something
that
was happening.
he
It
writes
was
something
like
so
Pavlovian.
instantaneous.
Like,
Like
I heard that, we were listening to
it's
this great DJ Blondish that we were
it's a
listening
shot
to,
at
and
you
all these things kinda
instantaneous.
came together.
They're
It
all
was
connected
amazing.
together in your mind in some way. It's sort of flashback experience. Why would we seek to deny adults the right to have these experiences? I mean, what's the sense of it? I just.
What would you say worst case scenario? Like if we were making the argument for
Don't have a
worst
cow,
case
man.
scenario, what would it be?
I think that we have the worst case scenario right now when
Which is not giving them the opportunity to do.
not giving the or if you take that opportunity, you're breaking a law and you're running a risk, and people got the right to break down your door and ruin your reputation. That's the worst case. We're already in the worst case scenario.
Fair.
So anything can be better than that.
I just don't want people to. I want people to try these things, and like it was great. Obviously, going with these guys in different times to Burning Man and like having them experience this amazing, I don't want to call it a festival or party.
Yeah.
Like this amazing
Communal
creation,
experience.
communal experience, right? Like it was really awesome. I also know that there's somebody who's bored out of their mind in a place that has very little opportunity, and they don't know what they're going to do with their life, and they're probably taking math out of boredom. And I don't want them to be able to take math. I'd maybe rather them take this other stuff. So like I know worst case scenario in that regard, not in terms of what you've obviously been through and what so many other people have been through. So as much as I just want to open up the floodgates, I still want to pack them with enough, like you said earlier, information. So it just doesn't get abused.
I think the important thing to realize is the floodgates are already open. If somebody wants to have that experience, they're going to find it. They're going to find it. And chances are that the product they're sold will not be as good as they would be if it were fully legal.
And you have the danger of the black market with the fentanyl
Could
and
be
everything.
cut with all kinds of
What
shit.
if it's only accessible through a therapeutic setting?
I'm not in favor of that, because then that empowers the so-called experts in our society to decide what we may or may not experience. And I think that this is an issue of individual sovereignty, where we should have absolute sovereign right to make decisions about our own
Sorry, you're not traumatized enough for ayahuasca. Some guy who's not even ayahuasquero could potentially say that.
I don't want it to be that way, but I do want people who would like to experience psychedelic therapy, where therapy is offered with it, to have the opportunity to do
so. Maybe the question is
and
like
this issue of end of life and old people's homes, you know, I would like to pay tribute to Amanda Fielding, who runs the Beckley Foundation near Oxford in the UK. Amanda is now in her early 80s. She has been a vigorous advocate of psychedelics.
Dude, that Stewie line,
since the 1960s.
bro. That fucking
she has
Stewie
funded
line.
a lot of the great research that's now going on.
I gotta
in
pin that.
scientific labs,
That's getting pinned.
into psychedelics, and she feels strongly that the misery and horror of old people's homes would be greatly facilitated. If psychedelics were.
What the fuck else they got to do?
Yeah. You know, great, and again, being offered by experienced practitioners. The lady who facilitated the 5-MeO DMT session with MDMA that Santa and I had, she actually, her main role is to go and offer psychedelic therapy to old people, but it's having to be done under the carpet rather than above.
It's a bummer.
Have you experienced holotropic breathwork?
Yeah, I'm not very good at it. I need to do more work. I know that it can be beneficial. I have tried, but the monkey mind, you know, keeps going off in other directions, and psychedelics work better for me. But perhaps I'm just being lazy. Well, you put yourself into an altered state of consciousness through breathing.
Yeah.
Which you can, and which reminds us that nature offers us many ways to get
I've done something like that, and it was fucking intense.
Yeah, it can be very intense.
Yeah.
Did you hallucinate?
No, I didn't hallucinate, but I like started crying. I was sweating.
Yeah.
I was a weird fucking experience. I was so tired afterwards. So tired. This was relatively recent.
A natural release.
It's just like it was like a coach.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Anybody who's really interested in the whole DMT story, I highly recommend the work of Dr. Rick Strassman from the University of New Mexico. His book, DMT, the Spirit Molecule. He was the first scientific researcher to work with human volunteers in DMT legally in the 1990s. And Rick is a beautiful person, and he's written a fantastic book about that experience. And he will be involved also in the new project that's going to take place in Colorado. So highly recommend Rick Strassman, DMT, the Spirit Molecule.
Yeah.
So
aliens.
Well, you see, this is the thing. The DMT volunteers and I
True.
myself on DMT have repeatedly experienced encounters with what might be construed as aliens. Because again, I'm handing a stick to my opponents to beat me with. And so I would like to point out, and I went into this in depth in my book, Visionary, now titled Visionary, used to be called
They're
Supernatural.
really going after Trump, man.
The experiences that
AI,
shamans
I don't know what's
have
going
with
on with
spirits,
AI.
the experiences that
Are you
people in
more
the Middle Ages
scared?
up until about the 1950s had with
If you
fairies
ask
and
for like
elves,
opinions,
and
like
the experiences
favorite,
that people have with
or one or other,
aliens today,
I think
they're all the same experience.
I think you say
construed
what's
through
your
different cultural
opinion on, or
lenses.
what do you think
The
about?
what do you think about?
I think you should say what do you think about?
Once you get down to the phenomenology
that.
and examine the exact experiences that are reported,
Gordon with an O.
it turns out that they're all the
With
same
an O.
experiences. Just that different cultures construe them in different ways. And right now we're construing those encounters as encounters with aliens. Well,
You can just
certainly
say
they're
Gordon.
alien to this realm, but are they coming in spaceships, or are they crossing interdimensional space, or are they all within our minds somehow?
Mark, the guy that you spoke to, did you put that episode out yet? Yes.
With Rick Barnett, yeah.
Yeah. So Mark spoke to a guy who claims to have been abducted.
Oh, that guy.
By aliens,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's so vulgar, man.
Yeah, has
Yeah,
he
he's
dabbled
just
with
so vulgar, dude.
psychedelics at all?
I don't know. I asked him sort of
Don't
like
be daft.
Peripherally?
Yeah, peripherally, and he didn't really seem to. He didn't elect that information outright. I didn't press on.
He may be a natural overproducer of DMT. It's notable that people in the
Thanks
Middle
for being
Ages
here,
were
my friends.
repeatedly
This is
reported
hilarious.
being abducted by fairies. Shamans are repeatedly abducted by spirits. Shamans have sex with female spirits in the spirit world.
Yeah, yo, see,
Alien
Chris, if you
abductees
want to
today
add
have,
someone to
have sex
like,
with aliens and often produce hybrid children.
if you want to add
There's
a
the case with
persona,
fairies as well. It's the same thing. We're just
AI.
viewing it through different cultural lenses. I think.
just write the name
And I
of
think it's very
somebody and
useful
I'll add them.
to analyze this
My
experience
next break.
if you look at these earlier examples of how it was construed.
And there were like ancient civilizations that spoke of the star people, or like, is that a version of
There's
that?
a fascinating imagery on the second shrine of the tomb of Tutankhamun, which is in the museum in Cairo now. And what it is, it's a gold. The whole shrine is covered in gold, and on one side of it is an image of individuals who are in mummified form.
Gordon with an O.
But they're looking up at a star, and rays from the star are coming down into their forehead, right into their forehead. And talk about star people, and talk about the pineal gland. I mean, that's what it seems like. Let's see if we can find
Any
it.
of these, perhaps?
That's actually from the second shrine, but that's not the image I'm talking about. That may be the image. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. My eyesight's so shit, I can't see.
Yeah, it's not very high quality.
No, that's not it anyway. Anybody who searches far enough and spends enough time will find it. It's a very famous image. And there's this direct connection with the stars that is manifested in that image.
So as far as global knowledge is concerned, all these ancient cultures building pyramids, building different mound structures connected to the stars in some capacity. I know it's been posited that there's ancient civilization that's potentially going around. Is it possible that it's just connection with psychedelics that occur naturally all over the earth, and even internally with us through holotropic breathwork that could give us revelations?
My view on a possible lost human civilization is
Yeah,
first of all that civilization,
always right.
like all
It's always
other
right.
civilizations
Always.
on Earth, emerged out of shamanism, and that psychedelics and the use of consciousness-altering plants and fungi were fundamental to that shamanistic culture, just as they were to every other shamanistic culture. But it took a different direction from some other ones, and became capable of navigating and exploring the Earth at a very, very early date, and studied astronomy in an almost scientific sense.
Do you think it's possible that this same experience happened to what are we, Homo sapiens?
We're Homo sapiens, yeah.
Did it happen to, what were you bringing up earlier?
Homo erectus,
Homo erectus, Neanderthals. Could they have also dabbled? Did
I think
they have the intellect?
I think it certainly happened with Neanderthals. There's more and more evidence that cave art that was attributed to Homo sapiens was actually done by Neanderthals.
Wow.
And it may be that the Neanderthals taught the ancestors of anatomically modern humans how to paint. That is even possible.
Oh my God,
there's very strong evidence now that Neanderthals were doing cave art, and the same geometric patterns and the same entities appeared there. They're not so different from anatomically modern humans, and anyway they live on in us because there's so much Neanderthal DNA up to these may be some examples of Neanderthal cave art.
Like why?
But did Homo erectus I think you mentioned that they were sailing?
Well, they certainly did sail, because they got as far as I recall, even as far away as some of the Pacific islands, Micronesia, maybe even New Guinea. But
what? Why?
the problem
What
we
is
don't
this?
have
Try it
any
again.
evidence
Try it
from
again.
that period, apart
Just
from a
spam
few
it.
skeletal and fossil remains.
Remember how awesome it was at the start, like a week ago?
Use in cave
Dude,
art
it was
is
down. Remember when it was down?
fundamentally derives from the art itself.
Nice.
That was why
still-
I
he's
went
still
to the
here.
Amazon to drink ayahuasca in 2003. I thought I had finished my inquiry into the possibility of a lost civilization. I was wrong. I went back to it later because new evidence, particularly Göbekli Tepe, came out. I was looking for a new subject that really interested me. Human origins interested me. And then this sort of burst of
Same,
symbolism
man.
and creativity that occurs 100,000 years ago or less. And
That is
that's when
crazy.
I started to look at cave art. And then I came across the work of a professor at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa, David Lewis
I feel like we're at
Williams.
the, like,
His
the front
neuropsychological model of cave
line
art suggested that cave art was
of the global elite
documenting experiences in deeply altered
attempt
states
to
of
take
consciousness.
over, and this
he made a
is the
strong
front
case for that.
line.
Then I thought,
Us
okay,
learning
let's
through
look at cultures that are using deeply altered states
the
of
limits of
consciousness now.
ChatGPT
So I started
and
looking
what
at
they
the
allow,
Amazon,
what they don't
and I
allow,
came
what it
across an
knows.
amazing book written by Luis Eduardo Luna, with paintings
I wonder
by
if it
Pablo
learns
Alarindo,
from
an
us.
Amazonian shaman, depicting his ayahuasca
See, I
visions.
wanna
And lo and
know
behold, there were so
where
many
it
common
gets its
points with the cave
information.
art. I'm a boots-on-the-ground researcher.
Right?
I
Like
can't write a book
Wikipedia,
about something if I don't experience it. That's why I
Twitter.
spent 7 years scuba diving. So, I said to
seems like
myself that we have to go
YouTube
to
it
the
does.
Amazon and drink ayahuasca if I'm going to write this book authentically.
In Instagram.
Does cave art make more sense to you now after having the...
Oh, completely, yeah.
Definitely
yeah, it makes complete
Facebook.
sense to me. It certainly wasn't about hunting magic. They weren't trying to cast magical spells on the animals that they wanted to hunt. Only about 2% of all animals shown in cave art are pierced by any kind of
Oh wow, is that right?
there's no evidence that they
Sounds
were eating
right.
the animals that are depicted in the cave art. A lot of animals are depicted, but shamans often experience themselves transforming into animals. And spirit animals, So it all makes much more sense to me, and the geometry that accompanies it, and the scintillating patterns. It's all psychedelic art, in my view.
Is it odd to have had these experiences and speak to people who haven't? Because as I talk to you right now, I feel like you've existed. It's not another country. I feel like you've existed in like a different dimension or
reality.
The Spider-Verse, like a different like as part of the multiverse. That's kind of what it feels like. And you've existed in both. And you can relate to me on the things that I'm saying because you know what it's like. But the things you're describing to me, I can't even really wrap my head around them.
Go drink some ayahuasca.
It makes me want to do it.
Yeah. Go drink some ayahuasca in a properly controlled shamanic setting, where the shamans know what they're.
You got to give me the name of that fucking vampire before I go do it. Be there, right? That's terrifying.
He's on everybody's watch list now.
Good.
Yeah, he won't be going, but there are some good places, and I'm not saying that there aren't good places available in the West as well.
But is that a common experience you've had with people? Like, I'm fascinated by
Wow,
what you're describing,
insane.
but it is so foreign.
Yeah, it's very difficult for those who've not had the experience to relate to it. For those who have had the experience, it's very easy to relate to it. So I'm kind of bridging two worlds. I'm trying to use my functionality.
It's
in
so
this role
obvious when it
as a
censors it,
storyteller,
eh?
as a
Like, it's
person of
ridiculous.
words, to
It's
bring
such a
across
different
some element of that
response.
experience, and fundamentally to say to people we shouldn't demonize this. We should consider that it's played a huge role in the human story.
Has it dulled your experience within this reality that we share it all, knowing that there's this alternative version?
It seems more
And it
precious.
seems
So it's
like
enhanced it.
there's just like
That's cool.
I feel
there's some sort of
incredibly
blanket
fortunate to have had this incarnation,
attempt
to still be in
to
this
censor
incarnation.
everything
As a matter of fact,
because it
that's
still
another
gets
thing which,
through
I can't prove, but I
even
do
the
think
same
the incarnation
command.
makes a lot of sense.
Why is that?
Well, firstly because of
that's real.
because
The
of,
hashtag?
Ian Stevenson's amazing study called Children Who Remember Past Lives. Ian Stevenson was a psychologist, and he was interested in reincarnation, and he went to India. Our culture discourages children from remembering past lives. In India, they don't. And he went to India and he interviewed children in India.
I think we need a Joe Rogan.
Up to the age of 7. After the age of
What
7,
do you think?
it's all forgotten.
We
Tends
need
to be all
Joe
forgotten. We
Rogan.
get so absorbed in this life.
Maybe
But
a,
up to the age of 7, there are distinct past
what's
life
his name?
memories. And this appears
Dylan?
to be true of all children. It's just that some
Tim
cultures
Dillon?
allow those memories to be manifest and others don't. And he did
Joe
scientific
Rogan,
work.
yeah.
So
Okay, I'll add
an
Joe
example
Rogan,
might
Tim
be
Dillon.
a child who remembered his name, living in a village 300 or 400 miles away from where he's living now. He remembered the house that he lived in.
I don't know if that blew
He
up.
remembered an object that he'd concealed in that house in that past life. Then they would go to the house, they would find the object, they would know that there was.
There's some crazy stories I've heard.
Now this is proper work. This is not woo-woo. This is again recommending a book, Ian Stevenson, Children Who Remember Past Lives.
How stupid do you feel?
Wait, what?
Catholic.
Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan. Who else?
And you know, that's another reason why I'm. Is it transhumanism that seeks to make us immortal in our physical bodies? Is that what it is?
Yeah, the singularity.
I'm not a big fan of that.
Randall
I
Carlson.
like the idea of the deck
I'm gonna
being
try Graham
reshuffled
Hancock and Randall Carlson.
rather than being stuck in this one forever.
Speaking of religion, I've
It
actually
should
been
be Graham
wondering, how do religious
Hancock.
people take your theories?
Badly.
Bad? Because here's what's interesting.
The only thing that generally rings a bell is the story of the flood. The story of the flood is very important to my work, and of course it's found in the Old Testament, and it's found in Islam, and it's found in Judaism as well.
Well, here's this
and it's found in
interesting
many
to
other
me.
religions.
And all jokes aside, I've actually been
There's no
kind of
limit. We have
questioning my
infinite
faith
number of
recently, and I
bots.
was thinking this would actually make it
the same.
way easier, because one thing I'm struggling with is the Earth is billions of years old. Humans have existed for what, 100,000 years? It's such a blip
Anatomically
on the
modern
radar.
humans about 300,000 years.
It's 300,000 out of billions.
Out
But
of
if you
billions,
told me there's a reality in which, or a history in which humans are here, and then a cataclysm happens because God's not happy with them,
Don
and then we
Cherry.
restart, and then the same thing happens over and over again throughout history. As a religious person, I'm like, oh, that can explain away.
He's a hockey
me being
commentator.
like, if God made all this for humans, why are
used
we
to
here
be.
such a small time in the Earth's history?
He got fired.
It can help, and
He was
you know,
always
whether the realm we
criticizing
live in is
Europeans and
created
other
or
races.
has developed accidentally. The absence of certainty about everything is an important part of the
On
human
TV.
experience. But if we were all certain,
yeah,
absolutely scientifically certain that death was the end and there's nothing beyond it,
Yo, what's up,
which we can't
Toad?
be, then we would have a particular attitude to death. If
No
we were
way,
all certain
dude.
that reincarnation occurs, then we would also we might not take this life so seriously. We might have
Really? That's
a
not
flippant
good.
attitude towards it. Well, I'm going to come back. You know? Whereas the lessons that this life has to teach are lessons that are based on the uncertainty of
terrible.
everything.
Are
We
you serious?
don't know what death is. We don't know what consciousness
think it's
is.
real?
These are all mysteries.
Right.
We
Do you
must
think
make
it's
our
real?
choices
Fake?
against that background of mystery.
Sounds real.
And decide what we're going to do with the gift of life.
Based on your excitement,
However-
but I don't
however
know.
it came
So
our
is it,
way.
yeah.
So the Greeks
Oh, dude.
believed in reincarnation.
They're
and
definitely
therefore
gonna do
was
that.
That we drink
Because-
of the waters of forgetfulness before we come back into this life. You know, that's part of the
Oh
deal,
wow, insane.
that
That's
we
scary.
should that we should forget. The
Remember
past
when I
life.
joined the
And
military
Buddhism,
and they said that
the only
the guy
individuals
called me
who-
and said that there's mandatory
come back
overseas
with full
deployment?
memory are the
I
bodhisattvas.
said, can I like
They are
not do
those
that?
who
And he's
have
like,
been through
no.
lives,
And
multiple
I'm like,
incarnations.
no
They've
thanks.
learned all the lessons that life has to teach
Oh,
us.
for our
They've
NATO
achieved their
forces.
dharma, but they choose not to do that. They choose to come back to the earth plane.
Service
to teach
overseas for
others,
our NATO
to be guides
forces.
to
That's
others.
literally what he
And they
said.
remember all their past lives. There are many different religions have different views on these things. It's only the Abrahamic faiths that are convinced that we just have this one life, and you know we've got to heaven or hell depending on what we do.
Graham Hancock, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so
Crazy.
much for being here. This is awesome. This is so good. Dude.
Thanks for having me here. It's been fun talking
Absolutely.
to you guys.
Make sure you check out the
really
debate
appreciate it.
in October.
October 24th.
October 24th is
And,
the date. Yeah.
Check out all the books. Check out your website. I'm sure that all the information is located there.
GrahamHancock.com. Yeah,
We'll post
everything,
it in the
everything is
description
there.
and everything.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank
That
you.
was excellent.
Thank you. It's
That
been
was
great
so
fun.
good.
Thank you.
Come on, man. What? Like what? What? Like so dumb, man. Like it's so dumb.
Everything you know about ancient history is wrong.
The Egyptian pyramids at Giza are undoubtedly one of the most, if not the weirdest structures on Earth. They are full of secrets that have not been exposed.
Who built these incredible structures? Was it really the ancient Egyptians?
What's the speculation? There are realms of science that sit outside of our understanding. We'll know more tomorrow, in 10 years, in 1,000 years about science. There is evidence of techniques and tools that we use that simply do not match the things that we find in the archaeological record.
It goes so much further than the pyramids to me. We're looking at the remnants of a lost civilization.
We say they're tombs, and Google might say they're tombs, but there's very, very little evidence that they're tombs, almost none.
Everything you know about ancient history is wrong.
What?
And we've got a roadie from Metallica here to explain it to you.
Let's go.
Okay, give it up right now for Ben. Ben Kirkwood is in the building. We got him here. Okay, Ben, I'm so excited. I've been talking to you, then stopped talking to you the entire
Sorry,
morning.
Rick, I know you can't stand this guy. I know we've been watching this guy
Obviously, people are
nonstop.
familiar with the pyramids. They see these great structures. They go,
Fittest
"Oh, this
dude
is
here.
amazing."
Yeah,
They've heard
he's
people
probably
say,
got
"Oh,
the
the
lowest
aliens
body
built them,"
fat.
etc. Can you just break down
He's
why the
definitely got
pyramids
the
are
most
so
cut
amazing
abs,
outside
too.
of just the visual stimulus that we've all seen in postcards?
Well, yeah, I mean, the reality of them is probably
So
stranger
I was doing
and
the
more
Arnold
interesting
presses
than
in the
anything people
50s.
can
I'm not
think up in
doing
terms
that,
of
so there's
fiction.
that.
It's just they're for the longest time have been not only like the tallest man-made structure, but they've been some of the most precisely
Quick
man-made
put on
structures
50 grand.
we've ever accomplished. Like we didn't,
Trying to think of characters,
wasn't until like the
pictures,
1700s that we
yeah,
even
it is.
developed enough precision to be able to
Harrison from
define just how
Pawn Stars?
accurately those things are aligned to
Oh
things
my
like
God.
True North.
If I think
We're
you'll
still
understand it,
discovering
Rick Harrison.
crazy
Alright, let me.
coincidences about them in terms of,
Let me,
you know,
I
they're
have that right
encoding
now.
these fundamentals of
Right
nature.
now.
The Great Pyramids, like
Yeah,
I can talk about a bit. It's a scale model of the Northern Hemisphere. It's just like,
What do you
Yeah,
mean by
I,
that?
Well,
I know it's
there's-
persona.
Let's
it's
break down some of the
coincidence, I didn't want to say AI.
sure. So the
the
Great
one to
Pyramid.
be-
It's
I don't
I mean,
know. I don't know
mostly
why I
that's
wrote
the one that's been
persona.
studied. We
I'm
actually
getting
haven't done
dumb like that.
a whole lot of studying on the other
Sometimes I'm
pyramids.
dumb
Something
versions
that's
of me.
severely lacking. In fact, we've not even cleared off the bases of some of the other pyramids up at Giza. It's crazy. We still to this day haven't done that. But that pyramid itself, the Great Pyramid, the one that we all know and look at, the biggest one, it's aligned to True North within just a fraction of a degree off. I mean, we just don't build with that type of precision even today. In fact, the only building we made that was that precise was like an observatory in France. That was the first one we ever made that even came close to that degree of precision. They made that in the 1800s. That's just one aspect of it, though. It's insane. Apart from it being just the tallest building for forever until the Eiffel Tower was built.
So the traditional historical narrative is that these were built, what, 4,500 years ago?
Something like that, somewhere around the 2500 BC realm.
So
Old
they
Kingdom.
build this in 2500 BC, and then it takes us until 1800 AD in order to build something
taller. Yeah.
Just taller, not even as precise.
Yeah, nowhere near as precise.
4,000 years later, 4,500 years later, whatever it is.
So you can understand why people start to question the historical narrative.
Well, it falls apart under any rudimentary examination, just the logistics of trying to build that thing alone. So you have to, the way that there's very little evidence that actually ties it to the guy they say who built it. It's a guy named Khufu, who's like a pharaoh of the 4th dynasty, Old Kingdom. And he lived, they have to try and tie it to, well, because the whole story is like it's a tomb for him. So, when he came to power, he probably said, we're going to build this thing as my tomb. So they had to get it done inside of his reign.
Right.
So that sort of pins it to 20 to 25 years.
Okay.
So you can break it down from there. And say, well, it weighs like 5 million tons. And no kidding. And it's like it's made up of around somewhere between 2 and 2.5 million blocks of stone weighing, any of them like 2-3 tons. Some of the big granite blocks on the inside weigh like 70, 80 tons. It's insane.
And these blocks are coming from quarries that are...
Some of them, yeah. The granite came from quarries that are like 1,000 kilometers away to the south. They had to be shipped up. A lot of the limestone, so it's made up of granite in the inside. The outside is 2 types of limestone. The core masonry is this limestone. A lot of it did come from Giza, not all of it. There's actually nowhere near enough quarrying to make up for all of it. The Cairo area, and then the outside casing stone is something called Tura limestone. It's a very fine white version of limestone that came from a fair distance away. But you can break it down from there. So if you go, well, it's 25 years, 2.5 million blocks of stone, it basically means for 25 years, you have to be putting one block of stone in place, finished, shipped, carved, quarried, put in place every 5 minutes, every day for 25 years.
24/7. Non-stop.
24/7, non-stop. And now that
no union hours.
No union hours. Yeah.
Overtime.
Yeah, no
All right,
breaks,
Rick Harrison
no whatever
added,
it is.
you can
I
try
mean,
it. Sure.
It's crazy, and that is only the pyramid. And you got to remember also, pyramids are part of a complex. There's
2 other pyramids there, and
Well,
then
no.
there's like 3 little.
There's a bunch. Yeah, there was
Life
like 9 or
pyramids.
10 there
Yeah.
originally. But there's just that one pyramid. It's not just when you build these pyramids that they're part of a complex, not the other pyramids, but they have a causeway. They have these. They call everything's a temple or ceremonial.
Let's try it
but
again,
there's
just spam
temples.
it.
There's years of work just in preparing the ground, the whole foundation of what's around the pyramid. I love going to Egypt and showing people. Everyone stands there and look up at the pyramids. I'm like, look down at your fucking feet. Look at what you're standing on. There's these massive floor tiles that have been put into the ground. Some of these things weigh up to like 200 tons. And, and they're fit together like a geometric
I know,
puzzle,
man.
and it's done so
Doesn't
precisely
it
you
sound
can't
like
stick a
so
razor blade in
perfect?
between the gaps.
I didn't know that.
Oh,
I think
imagine
they're
it's
trying to
insane.
censor it, but
So
they
you're saying
can't
that
stop
they
it.
dug down,
They can't figure
and
it
then
out.
created a flat
it's
surface,
evolving,
the
man.
foundation.
and
I think
then
it's out of
tiled
control.
the foundation.
They're trying
Yeah,
to
with these,
control it,
but
they
some of
can't.
these, I mean, you're talking tiles this thick, some of them even bigger. In fact, the middle pyramid is even more impressive in that regard because it's built into a side of a hill. Like it's literally a sloping hill. So they
Bro.
dug down on this side and they raised
Good-
it up on this
good
side. They made this
redemption.
flat platform for it.
Good name.
And it's just astonishing engineering. So you got to factor in, and of course, these types of projects, you don't just make it up as you go along, right? So how long does it take to design it, plan it,
Yeah.
put the plan, that's years. Doing the foundation work, that's probably years.
You have to make sure there's enough stone to even achieve it.
Just logistics is this massive
Should I put
problem. I
Joe?
actually would love to do the exercise
Are we gonna
of working
immortalize
backwards because
Joe?
we've done
will
some
always-
experiments on things like, okay, using really primitive methods, which is what, you know, the mainstream guys say they used. It takes this long to cut stone.
Rogan?
We've done a few
Maybe
little
just Rogan?
experiments here and there, but you can use that and work backwards, try to estimate how many cuts of stone do we need, how long would that have taken, how long is it going to take to ship this
Oh,
ship.
that's right. You can see based on, what is it, axe and chisel or whatever it is?
Yeah, chisels. So, well, this is the thing.
Hammer and chisel?
The stupidest thing about it all is you see these
talk that shit.
wonders of ancient Egypt, the pyramids, these giant granite single-piece
I don't think
statues
that's-
and columns.
I think that's wrong.
And they tell you that it was all made with round balls of stone
think that's
and
like
flint chisels,
false.
just like repeatedly bashing on them.
So let's
or like
assume it
grinding
was.
on them with
Like,
sand.
why would
But
it
let's assume
lie?
it
I'm
was.
pretty sure that's a
You could
lie.
calculate. No. But even if we were to, like,
that's
you
what
could
I'm saying.
calculate how long it would take to take that round stone and the chisel and chip away and create these perfectly. I don't. They're not even
No.
symmetrical, but like these perfectly shaped.
Did
You
I
know,
get to Joe, too?
Which you
blocks.
wouldn't even be able to get them perfectly symmetrical, but even
Even
as close as close
you
to
could
as you
calculate
could.
how long it would take.
Yeah.
And have you tried to
You
do
could.
that math?
No, but it's on my list of things to do. In particular, I'm interested in like the granite as well because
Why?
that's
Because the granite's so hard to cut.
granite's so hard. There's a few things involved in the granite. It's you know they say well they grinded on it with sand and like they get a copper bar and we've
No.
done these experiments.
No
it
H.
takes it's much harder. Like that's the other thing that people try to compare like the work of the Romans and a lot of times the Greeks. They all worked in marble. Like this is a very very soft stone relative to granite. Like frankly, granite's a stupid material to try and do this stuff. It's harder than steel. It's like a 6.57 on the Mohs scale. You know, diamonds at a 10, your fingernails at a 2, copper's at 3, bronze is a 4, steel's like a 5 and a 6.
What is marble, out of curiosity?
Marble's like I think it's like a 3-ish.
So this is theoretically twice as hard.
Yeah,
thousands
it's
of
just
years
a
earlier.
super soft. I mean,
super hard.
You had mentioned like molecular manipulation.
Yeah, so that's the speculation realm, but it does to me, and this you can see a bit more of that. I think you go like South America because a lot of the real megalithic stuff in places like Peru.
And just so
That's-
we can define
Yeah.
megalithic. A
Yeah.
megalith is just a giant stone.
Giant stone walls. Yeah, I call stuff that's megalithic is I would define it as like walls and structures made up of massive single pieces of stone.
Yeah.
Typically showing signs of precision in how they're built and just perfect alignment. Like making these sort of mortarless walls is not easy. Like we don't do that today. Like that's what mortar.
So I
between
think this
blocks.
is one of the cool things that you've exposed and a lot of your contemporaries have exposed is that ancient history isn't studied by what it is architects. Do you know what I mean? And engineers, right? Like so they're applying these ideas and principles to the information that they have, but they don't know what the fucking Mohs scale is. So they're finding some tools and they're seeing some rocks and they're going, okay, this is how they probably chopped up the rock.
And in their mind, engineering is limitless. You can do whatever, whereas an engineer would be like, no, you can't.
Well, an engineer shows up and then it looks at the granite and goes, wait, they did what? With
Any
the
other
granite?
requests? I'll take one more
Yeah,
request.
it's the engineers that come along, and in a lot of cases, the whole
Since I have it open
all
now,
the
I
problems
just
that come up with that orthodox story when it comes to engineering topics, that's been raised by engineers. it's a strange thing to me. It's like you wouldn't ask an archaeologist to design the chair that he's sitting on, right?
Yeah.
But if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim domain over it and dominion over it and say, I'm the expert, I don't care what you say.
Yeah.
So a lot of that happens. And that's not to say they haven't tried to make studies into it. And that's part of my work. I dive into these studies and kind of tear them apart because they're ultimately really silly. And when you go to Egypt, you take engineers, construction experts, architects, people look at it and they just see it immediately and go, this is nonsense.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't the work of a primitive civilization or a Bronze Age civilization with simple tools. And then, you come back to the pyramid and when you start to realize, like, there's so much more involved in this. There's evidence of this, of the people that build it having, cosmic knowledge, having a knowledge of the planet, the dimensionality of the Earth to a crazy degree. Like, so if you take here's an easy statistic. If you take the height of the Great Pyramid, you multiply it by 42,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. So
what does that mean, polar radius?
So from the center of the Earth to the North Pole, polar radius. If you take the perimeter length of the Great Pyramid, you measure around the perimeter of it, and you multiply that by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So the length of the equator.
So it's 43,200.
This gets into Randall Carlson territory. It's a 43272. 7. It all relates back to.
Any other good ideas? Any other ones?
The cosmic sort of cycles and all of these precessional numerology. When you talk about precession of the equinoxes, are you familiar with this term? So it's the great year. Right now we're in the age of Pisces. It's that 26,000 year cycle that's defined by where the sun rises on the solstice, and it's like under what constellation does it rise. So right now we're in the age of Pisces. We're transitioning into. There's a whole song about this. You know what the next age is?
Aquarius.
The age of Aquarius, right?
Should I literally?
And in fact, there's references in
I
the
should
Bible
add Android 18
about this. It literally You think about like Jesus kind of represents the age of Pisces in a lot of ways.
Oh, look at why they have the fish on the back
cars,
of the car?
Yeah, they have the Jesus fish on the car. It's always a giggle because it's like, okay, it's Jesus, but you're actually it's an analogy for the age of Pisces that we live in. And he was he part of his disciples were fishermen. He fed people with bread and fish. The age before Jesus, 2,000 years ago, was the age of Aries, the ram. So think about another biblical figure that existed
Isaac
in the old time. Well, Moses as well, right?
Oh, right.
And he blew the ram's horn. And before that,
I wonder if that was him trying to talk because he had a speech impediment. So I wonder if they thought it was a ram's horn, but he was just like, hey.
Yeah, maybe it just sounds like a ram's horn.
Yeah,
it could have been.
Yeah, but regardless, okay, it still makes sense.
Yeah. Well, and it goes further too. It's like you go back further, and the age before that, another 2,000 years before that, was age of Taurus, the bull. So the sun's rising under the constellation of Taurus on that spring solstice. And the story about Moses, do you remember what happened when he came down from Mount Sinai with the commandments from God when he was, what he found his followers doing?
Yeah, worshipping Baal.
Yeah, worshipping the golden calf. And he murdered all those motherfuckers for it, and they smashed the idol up. It's sort of representation of age of Taurus is ending. Now we're in the age of Aries. Now we're in the age of Pisces. And then there's a part in the Bible, I can't just going from memory, they're talking about Passover or the Last Supper, and one of Jesus' disciples asked him, what will we do without you, O Lord? Like, what happens when you're gone? He says, have no fear, go into town, find the man bearing a pitcher of water, follow him to his house, and there you will find sustenance. So, how is Aquarius described or shown? It's like a man bearing a pitcher of water, right? They're literally telling, so it's this cosmic knowledge that's encoded in these stories.
Okay.
And it's encoded in monuments like the pyramid. It's not, they even have knowledge of the pyramid. It encodes the specific shape of the Earth. By that, I mean the Earth being this oblate spheroid, right? We're a little bit fatter around the edge than we are around north-south, right? Because we spin.
Yeah.
So we're not a perfect sphere. That ratio, you'd call it the ratio of latitude to longitude. So if you take that grid of latitude and longitude, you spread it out on the planet, you go down to 1/4 of 1 degree, and you measure it, so it's a little bit further sort of east-west than it is north-south. That ratio of latitude to longitude is expressed in the pyramid.
Oh.
Because it sits on something, I talked about the foundation, it sits on the foundation called the socle. So it's like they call it, it's a cubit height. It's about this high, sticks out about this far. So it gives you two ways to measure the perimeter length, right? You can measure the base of the pyramid, or you can measure the base of the socle being slightly larger. And when you ratio or you compare those two numbers,
it's latitude
and longitude.
Wow.
And bear in mind that we couldn't figure out how to measure longitude accurately in our own civilization until the turn of the 19th century. I think that's when it was. James Cook's second voyage of discovery. We could not measure longitude to save ourselves until we developed chronometers and watches accurate enough to do so.
And you were saying, according to the traditional archaeologists, 4,500 years ago, and you believe probably much longer, they knew.
Yeah.
So if we're accepting
longitude and latitude,
they knew the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
If we're accepting traditional archaeology, there's just all these crazy coincidences, and none of that. They had no idea that if you multiply, it's a longitude, and latitude.
At that time, they just were not aware. They were not privy to this information. There's no proof to show that they were.
They say it's a coincidence. All of these things, you keep coming up with them because there's other, there's some people make an argument that the speed of light is encoded in the damn thing. There's all these crazy golden ratios and metrics when you get into like the King's Chamber and the geometry of that.
Should we add quark?
It relates back to the meter. There's so many interesting studies about it, but it's generally all described and hand-waved away as well. It's just coincidence, and it's like
so
you
basically,
can find this stuff and you can analyze anything.
You're approaching this, and like a lot of people in your position are going, these are a lot of coincidences. And it might be easier to look at these people who built the pyramids as a different group of people than the dynastic Egyptians that lived, 4,500 years ago.
Exactly what I think. I think what we're looking at, and it goes so much further than the pyramids to me. We're looking at the remnants of a lost civilization, and that left stuff. They might have left cultural knowledge, they might have left architecture and objects that were inherited by essentially a Mesolithic people that developed into a Bronze Age culture that we call the dynastic Egyptians. I think we have a good understanding of the dynastic Egyptian civilization. The tools that we found, the way they lived their life, that's the job of the Egyptologist. And I think we're right about those guys. I just don't think you can say they made everything. And in fact, they themselves don't say that. Like, their own history goes back 40-something thousand years. Like
so when do you think they're made?
I'm going to say
it's a lot of, I think a lot of this
quark
stuff,
from
and I'm not
Star
saying the
Trek.
pyramids as they are, you do have to kind of look through all this stuff with the lens of, I need to preface this because it's like, there were thousands and thousands of years of renovation, reuse, rebuilding, adaptation, and then thousands of years of deconstruction, quarrying. Like, they've literally been ripping stone off these pyramids for the last couple thousand years and selling it. Up until about 50, 60 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So it's just that, you have to look at it through that lens. And the Egyptians spent many thousands of years working on this stuff and renovating it, using it for their own purposes. But I think a lot of this stuff goes back to before the cataclysm, like the Younger Dryas period, which we can talk more about. But potentially goes back way further than that. If I'm going to speculate, I mean, hundreds of thousands of years, potentially 50, because... And this is where it gets interesting because
I want to add
there's so many other
Cartman
vectors
too.
from modern science right now that should be affecting that story of history, right? The last 20 years, we've seen incredible advances in our knowledge base. Not just the cataclysm stuff. To me, that's the key that kind of unlocks the whole picture, but even the history of the human race itself. Right? We thought for the longest time, I mean, if you're creationist, 6,000 years, okay? But for the longest time, Victorian era, like, well, maybe it's 50,000 years as a species. Then once we start dating human remains, we get to like 190,000 years old. Like, we found some stuff in Ethiopia. And then recently, in the last couple of decades,
300, right?
Morocco, they found a modern anatomically correct. Yep, Morocco. You nailed it. And that takes it to about 300,000 years old. That's still the oldest actual thing in the fossil record. But now we've got DNA studies. There's a study that's done recently that shows like we diverged. Us and Neanderthals like diverged from a common ancestor somewhere in the 800,000-year-old range is what they're guessing. And then the latest thing in the last couple of years, studies into teeth morphology, like the really nerdy studies into how teeth evolve and grow over time, and they're putting it back at 900 to 1 million years old.
Okay,
as a species.
So there is a chance that human beings have been here for 1 million years in our current form.
Yeah, and modern, anatomically correct, humans. You could shave one down and put him out in the street. It's like Brendan Fraser and, Encino Man.
Yeah. Now, that's crazy. Now, we see how much changes within 1,000 years. We see how much changes within 200 years.
Yeah.
Right? Like from the 1800s to now, a lot fucking changes. So it is very possible there could be a civilization that pops up, achieves immense success, gets wiped out, happens again, like almost on some Matrix shit.
Yeah, it's a cycle. I actually do think it's a long, convoluted thing to get to about why this stuff's important. Is I do think there's a cycle almost of civilization and catastrophe or cataclysm, and we've been through it.
All right, guys, let's take a break for a second, man. This beautiful thing that I
want
got
that
right
to be
here.
the trigger word, bud?
Wait a minute. Fume
for her big
has no
butt.
tobacco in it. Think about that. Think
Nikki?
about that. Absolutely no tobacco. Nothing harmful. No potentially harmful chemicals. Nothing. Fume using cores infused
you
with
rate Nicki
plants like
Minaj?
peppermint, cinnamon
NICKI?
for delicious natural flavors. You take a pull, that crisp mint is just delicious. It's awesome. This is Fume. You should try it out, and I think that you'll like it 100%. So the easiest way to stop a bad habit is to switch to a positive one, and Fume is designed perfectly to do just that. It's Fume's goal to make switching easy and even enjoyable. They have thousands of 5-star reviews from people just like you who've successfully switched when the other solutions just didn't work. So head to tryfume.com and use the code FLAGRANT to save 10% off when you join the Journey Pack today. The Journey Pack comes with 3 unique flavors, a new version 2 Fume to help kickstart your positive habits. That's tryfum.com. Use the code FLAGRANT to save an additional 10% on your order today. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because it's March motherfucking Madness, and Flagrant is getting down with this bracket syndrome, and we're doing it with Run Your Pool, okay? You go to play.runyourpool.com/flagrant right now. You join the brackets. We got free money if you win. Look at that. Run Your Pool is giving up $1,500, okay? Divided by the top 5 winners. It's free for you to sign up. You just go sign up right now. You can win $1,500. We're in it. Akash in it, Mark in it, Alex in it, Miles in it, Dove in it, I'm in it, Jamil's in it. It's going down, okay? Play.runyourpool.com/flagrant right now. You could win that free money. And to make it even more sweet, the winner, we gonna double up that fucking money.
Oh, shit.
We gonna double up that fucking money. Whoever wins the bracket, we're doubling up out of our part, okay? That's you. You go to play.runyourpool.com/flagrant. Sign up right now. Let's get into this March Madness action, okay? It's another pool. It costs you absolutely nothing, and you can win real bread. Now, if you're trying to gamble, okay? If you're trying to put some real money down, if you're trying to get after it when it comes to March Madness, because I understand there's a lot of action going down here. It's very exciting.
Always big betting.
Big bets. But it's very hard not to be emotional. You see your alma mater playing, you want to put some money down on it, but if you can be a rational bettor, or just say fuck it, throw caution to the wind.
That's what I think. I think the beauty of March Madness is you don't even really have to know basketball.
Yeah, you just...
College basketball, there's so many upsets. Just throw just put a few bucks down, throw it out, see what
ask your girl who's going to win.
Ask
just
your
say the
girl.
name of the universities and be like, yo, who got this?
Which sounds right.
That's it. Go with it.
And you know what's good about betonline.ag?
What's that? What's that?
You
What's
get
that?
free money when you sign up.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that.
They match your initial deposit up to $1,000 by 50%.
That's right.
So if you put in $1,000, you get 500 free bucks. Why not run that on some March Madness?
Go get some money, boys. Could you just explain, I think it was Robert Schoch had the theory about the Sphinx with water erosion.
That's right.
And I think that kind of begins this conversation about Younger Dryas, right? Isn't that like...
it begins, it ties it back to an era that happens to coincide with the Younger Dryas, and also for that matter Atlantis and Solon's and Plato's story of the destruction of Atlantis.
All of a sudden the dates start lining up.
They really do. It's amazing.
So break this down. What is his theory? And
the great, we shouldn't forget the rest in peace John Anthony West.
Oh yeah.
So he and Robert Schoch, he's the guy who invited Robert Schoch. And John Anthony West looked at it at the Sphinx. So the Sphinx, it sits down at the end of there's a causeway connected to the middle pyramid complex. It's in this big enclosure. The Sphinx is not like a built thing, like they carved down into the ground and then they shaped it out of bedrock. It was originally what you would call a yardang. Yeah, it's a crazy name, but it's like this limestone outcropping that sticks up out of the ground. That was essentially its head. So they carved this big pit and they shaped this thing out of limestone, out of bedrock. So there's been a study done. So Robert Schoch, who's a geologist, I think the professor of geology at the Boston University, if I'm not wrong, went and looked at the erosion that is present on the enclosure walls. Now, the Sphinx itself has been repaired and worked on for, like, the Old Kingdom. There's records of... There's another thing. There's actually records of the Old Kingdom people fixing it when they supposedly built it, which is like, how does that make sense? The Romans did it. The New Kingdom guys did it. Our modern guys have done it. The British were working on it. So the Sphinx itself's hard to get those indicators. But the walls of the enclosure are untouched. So he went in and studied it, and he's looking at these vertical fissures and going, that's rainfall erosion. But it takes a tremendous amount of rain to create these vertical fissures in the limestone. And remember, we were talking about the Sahara Desert. It doesn't rain a whole lot. I've seen it happen, but you're talking about like a lot of heavy rain, thousands of years of it. Now, studies of the climate and the history of the region, we know that takes us back to
you see these types of
10,000
fissures
BC.
if you go to look at any of like the canyons in the United States of America. And I'm sure there's other places, but you see these cracks in the stone, and that's exactly how it was described to me. It was like, this is water erosion, sometimes heavy rain, or sometimes there'll be like water actually coming through the canyons. But these are these vertical cracks that exist in it.
Fissures.
Vertical fissures. And so it was really cool when it was pointed out on the Sphinx, and I'm like, well, where the fuck would the water come from that would create these? Because it's intense amount of water that has to create.
It's rain, usually super heavy rain. It's a different, if that was like filled up with water, you'd get a different type of erosion. That's a whole other thing. There does seem to be some evidence for that in some other areas, which is like, holy crap, because the evidence for mega floods in Egypt is there as well. But this specifically is like rainfall erosion. So that's where he dates it back to, 10,000 to 12,000 sort of years ago, right in that period. Now, when he presented this, and if you, by the way, if you take an image of those fissures and that limestone wall, and you present it to pretty much any geologist without the context of saying, this is the Sphinx enclosure, they're going to take it's rainfall erosion. Like even the arguments to this day, because they don't want to admit it, they're really weak source arguments against Schock's theory. But when he went and presented it, he kind of got laughed. He thought he was doing something that's going to really advance our knowledge base, but he kind of got laughed out of the room by the Old Boys Network. In fact, it was Mark Lehner who's like, show me the potsherds. What is this date of like 10,000 BC? Now, the funny thing about that is then along comes Göbekli Tepe, because that's a site in Turkey, ancient site, discovered mid-90s by the German Archaeological Institute, and Klaus Schmidt, you should try not to say Klaus Schwab.
Don't say that.
Wrong Klaus. Although sadly Klaus Schmidt has passed away too. But that site's been carbon dated, and they know it was deliberately buried. It's bang on in that time period. It's not very far away. They built giant stone megaliths and pillars and stuff that 10, 20 tons. There was a culture doing that at that time. It's like
the time
is
is
your
9,000 years ago.
Yeah,
for
well, no,
Göbekli Tepe,
9,000
right?
BC.
9,000 BC, so that is 11,000 years ago. Yeah.
Around that. And there's not only but now it's Karahan Tepe and all these tepes. There might be dozens of sites now. They're even bigger than Göbekli.
So you know that there is an ancient civilization creating some cool megalithic shit around 11,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And then it just so happens, if you look at Egypt around 11,000 years ago, it was kind of wet.
Right, in that period, yes, there was rainfall erosion, but look, I also know that it wasn't just that period, and I know Schock has had to be pretty, political and cautious in his estimates.
Yeah.
But I do know that he also does push it back further. Like when pressed, he can go back for 50, 60, 75,000 years old, because there's other correlations with the Sphinx, the age of Leo.
Okay, explain that one. So this is what I think is quite interesting. So let's just say we're operating in that 9, 10, 11,000 year range.
Yeah.
The Sphinx, as we see it now, is this lion that has a human's head.
Yes.
Right? But the head is too small for the body.
That's crazy.
And if you were a brilliant, what do they call it? A stonemason?
Stone carver.
Stone carver like that. You're not going to make a mistake like that. If you're the same people that build the pyramids to exact proportions, you're not going to have this tiny little head and be like, oopsie, I guess we didn't figure that one out.
Yeah.
So what a common theme is that they came across the Sphinx and it had a lion's head.
Mm-hmm.
And then which pharaoh chopped it up and made the human one?
Yeah, we don't know. Well, it's attributed to Khafra, the owner of the Middle Pyramid, the son of Khufu, the Big Pyramid, 4th dynasty. That's generally what they say. You're absolutely right about the head. When you go there and look at it, the head's too small.
Yeah.
And the Egyptians, they were master craftsmen, and they built they made a lot of statues, did a lot of work. Absolute masters of proportion. I don't think they would have got that wrong either.
Yeah.
And there's an interesting thing about that too. It's like this story about the erosion, because it goes back to the fissures on the wall in the enclosure. They say, oh, that's wind and sand erosion. This is what they say. And you're like, okay, well, if you give that thing 50 years, you know what happens, right? It fills up to its neck in sand, or its chest in sand. So how long?
Yeah, when we discovered the Sphinx, I don't know how long ago.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Napoleon ran across. I mean, we knew it was there. We've known about it for a long time.
But when
it was buried
discovered,
forever.
it was buried up to the head.
There's
So
tons
they
of
didn't even know
pictures.
it had the body.
Yeah, it's like this head sticking out of the
All
ground.
the pyramids too. Like they've had to excavate to get to the bottom of these pyramids.
Oh, yeah,
right?
to get to the actual bottom layers, yeah.
Yeah. So I thought. So you're basically saying it was protected by sand.
Well,
it can't be eroded.
So, that's the thing. How long does it take for this to be exposed, for it to be, to get this wind and sand erosion on it?
Yeah.
And then you know what you don't see on the head? Wind and sand erosion. You don't see these vertical fissures. But that's the part of the Sphinx that's sticking up above the sand that would be hit by wind and sand all the time.
Yeah.
So what is this telling you? It's like, okay, so is this head just? It's the same type of limestone. I mean, it varies in layers.
Yeah.
But it's like this is way fresher. The head's way fresher than the rest.
So let's assume they did carve a head out of the lion's head, right?
Yeah.
A human head out of a lion's head.
Yeah.
And let's assume the Sphinx, like the pyramids, had some sort of astronomical connection.
It does.
Right?
Yeah.
It does. What does it line up with now?
Well, now I don't know. So it faces the sunrise, right? So it's. Well, I guess it's Pisces. It's where generally the way these goes in terms of the astronomical age or pointers. It's like the spring solstice, or it's it's one of those dates where it's
basically my question
astronomical
is,
significance.
what was it 10,000 years ago?
Age of Leo the Lion.
So you have.
So it literally lines up as a marker. It's
It lines up 10,000 years ago with, we're talking about the age, like the sun rises in, now it's
Pisces.
Pisces, it's going to be Aquarius. And the constellation that was fucking rising on was Leo. It's got the body of the Leo.
Yeah.
It's got this tiny little shrunken head,
Yeah.
right? Which could have been carved out of a lion's head.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that are making sense for this time.
Question about the head. Is the...
Are there chisel marks on it?
Are the chisel marks as precise on the Sphinx's head as they are in the rest of the pyramids? Because if they're imprecise, that would speak to the ancient Egyptians
or less
not having
advanced
the
civilization,
technology.
I don't think there's any of what I would call the advanced tool marks on the head of the Sphinx. No.
What about the
it's
unadvanced
limestone.
ones?
Yeah, are they like kind of jagged?
Yeah,
not
it's
as...
similar. It's very similar to a lot of the work and the quarrying that you see. It's because it's so big and it's relatively rough. It's huge, right? But it's also limestone, which is much easier to carve than granite.
Yeah.
But there's not. I mean, when you get into tool marks, maybe we can talk about that in a bit. It's like these tubular drills and the actual saw cuts, the circular saw cuts. You see all that stuff in basalt, granite, diorite, the really hard stones. You don't see it as often in limestone. That was much easier to work. I do think it was very, very likely the dynastic Egyptians who recarved the head of the Sphinx. I 100%.
And dynastic Egyptians, for everybody listening, that's 4,500 years.
From the start, up until about 30 BC. So their civilization spanned a good 3,000 years thereabouts, like from 2,500, 3,000, 2,500 to 30 BC with Cleopatra.
Yeah.
With the snake.
Game over.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that takes us to the Younger Dryas.
Right.
So what the fuck is happening? Well, first, can you explain to people why an ice age isn't like the movie? I think the common perception for humans is when it's an ice age, everything in the world is completely frozen over. Nothing can live except the little squirrel with acorns.
It's called the Ice Age.
And it makes sense.
We're in the fucking ice age. We're still in it. We're in an interglacial period in an ice age right now.
So if there's glaciers...
It's 53 degrees in New York while we're filming this.
Yeah.
Ice age is
actually
fire.
nice. Yeah. Ice ages are great. Well, it's not snowball Earth. It's not this planet snowball idea. Millions and millions of years ago, there may have been periods like that. But no, Ice Age and the glacial maximum refers to when we had the Laurentide, the Cordilleran, and the European glaciers, these 2 miles of ice that were sitting up on top of the northern hemisphere of the planet. It was generally colder, but there were plenty of temperate zones and even tropical zones along the
essentially, it's a
equator.
percentage of glacial ice
Yeah.
that qualifies a time period to be an ice age.
They generally go on the extent of the glaciers, and so we can see from glacial till and the moraines and all of these geological features about how far the glaciers extended. We would have been buried under a couple miles of ice right here, back in that period. But it's also the sea levels were 400 feet lower because all that water's up on the land now.
Did
all
it
that
go
melt,
up?
sea levels rise, all that stuff, and so that abruptly ended. And so we've known it's kind of interesting. It's all work that's happened in the last couple decades, really, that has really advanced our understanding of what occurred at the end of that last glacial maximum, because it was violent. That's the thing. It turns out it was tremendously violent. Like
again, so we understand this. The Younger Dryas is the Ice Age, or is the violent time?
The Younger Dryas is essentially the boundary between what we would call the Pleistocene, which was the glacial, like the end of the, like we would generally call it the Ice Age, but that's the glacial maximum, and the Holocene, which is the era we're in now. This nice warm weather that's been pretty stable for 10,000 years.
Michael Jackson's a new
that's where we live. It's the
character.
reason.
This is the
it's the reason why we've got a civilization.
Gotcha.
The Younger Dryas is the transition point between that, and it gets crazy wacky in terms of. So we're kind of
something happened 12,000 years ago.
Yeah, 12,800 years ago. It's a period between 12,800 years ago and 11,600 years ago. And if you go back, it's this tumultuous time. So we kind of have learnt this from ice core data. So we go and drill down in Antarctica and Greenland, and we drill down because right down into the ice, and you extract these big tubes of ice, because every year, the snowfall gets laid down on there and it's compacted, and you can do analysis on it and look at things like oxygen isotopes and determine temperature and accumulation of snow and all these different things about the past.
So a similar thing almost like with trees and rings.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're doing that with ice.
With ice, and you can go back hundreds of thousands of years. So what we've learned is that something happened. Like, we're coming out of this more or less warm, gentle, we're warming up from this, glacial maximum, but then all of a sudden it just goes boom down to these severe cold for 800 years, and then it's boom, jacked back up again by another event, and then it's this gentle warming thing that gets us up to more or less the temperature we have now. But there's this really violent period in between called the Younger Dryas. You go back further, there's ups and downs as well, but the other thing that correlates to the Younger Dryas is this extinction event. We've known about that forever, right? We've dug up mammoth bones and saber-toothed tigers and American lions and short-faced bears, like all these giant animals. It's not the dinosaurs, but they were here.
Animals that exist now.
Animals that were here, but only some 12 to 13,000 years ago. So it's the megafauna extinction. Think about the mammoths. Like, some people get
megafauna for the people.
Well, megafauna is like any mammal or large animal with a body weight, I think, over 40 kilograms, so 80 pounds. Yeah, woolly mammoths. We are megafauna. Yeah.
Oh, us too.
Me in particular.
100 pounds, 40 kilograms.
Wow, definitely megafauna. So 80 pounds-ish, something, 90 pounds, something like that. So, and the crazy thing is, as many species of megafauna that there are alive today, that's basically how many went extinct in a very short period of time. Also in that Younger Dryas period, like 11,600 to 12,800.
So Younger Dryas is not the event, it's the time period after the event, before things start to normalize.
Yeah, so it's this period of time where it's this tumultuous time. We've got these crazy swings in temperatures. We've got these massive sea level, like these meltwater pulses where the sea level rises tremendously, very violently, and we've got an extinction event now. All tied into this one period from ice core samples, and now, since 2007, there's more than 160 papers that have also shown there was a cosmic impact at that time. So digging in that layer, so in that same layer in the dirt, you dig down in the strata layers,
is definitely the vibe.
Where those megafauna bones are, a lot of the extinction bones at that same layer, that's where we find what you call impact proxies. So shock synthesized nanodiamonds.
What does that mean?
So it's basically the impact, and it's the byproducts of extreme heat and pressure, and like soot layers and carbon, and like all of these different indicators of basically cosmic impacts, like these gigantic explosions.
So this is what the Carolina Bays thing is.
Well, the Carolina Bays.
Oh, the stream? Yo,
may or
thanks.
may not.
Aw,
It
thank
seems
you.
like it ties into this event, but no, let's not go
Thank
there.
you.
Yeah,
Welcome,
it's
welcome.
like a fallout. It's almost like
Man,
a
the elite,
splash.
I
It's
am
just
on the
Carolina
elite.
Bays. It's just a byproduct almost of a big cosmic impact. This is like the same. This is like just unimaginably violent events. These cosmic, either it's airbursts or it's huge impacts of stuff that's like a mile, 2 mile wide, coming in at 40,000 kilometers a second kind of thing. And just pounding into the earth, and then it creates these tellers, these microscopic telltale signatures,
thanks,
like
right? Thanks for being here.
Carbon spherals, shock synthesized nanodiamonds. There's a whole list of them. There's all these a lot of these scientific papers that have now figured that out.
Evidence of impact.
They call it impact proxies, yeah. So it's the
Yeah.
thing we don't quite have at craters. Now,
I
that
guess my
stuff
best
that
times
Randall
are
is
Aztec
working on, but you've got to also
I
imagine
would
some of
say.
these impacts, they might not have all been impacts. They might have been airbursts.
I am, yeah, and I'm playing Switch too.
So it's where it blows up before
Yeah,
it hits
I'm lucky
the ground.
I have
What we
both,
see now
but
with,
I
like,
just got a
what is it,
Switch.
shooting stars and stuff like that.
Yeah, there was a big one in Tunguska, in Siberia.
Recently.
Yeah, that's the Russian one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Russian one. And
But
it,
isn't
like,
that Impact though?
Yeah, I
no,
think.
it was an
Real
airburst. It was an airburst.
But I
and
thought
it
that
flattened a giant
Yeah,
area. It was only a
as
tiny little
technical
rock
agents
compared to
want
what
to
we
put the
So
most
it
amount of
flattened
time
an
in, I
area
would say.
despite it being an airburst.
Oh yeah, think of like a big bomb going off. It's just a shockwave comes down and just goes.
Oh,
That's
maybe
nice,
I need
nice
to get
comment.
a picture up of that to show it because it
Tunguska?
still hasn't
Yeah.
even recovered.
Yeah, in Siberia, right. Well, there's pictures of all these just trees knocked down by matchsticks,
Yeah,
but
it
you know,
is.
like
I'm
acres and acres.
playing
of
on the
So some
64
people go, well,
controller.
where are the craters if there's this massive impact?
It's really
and
high
what you're saying
quality.
is you don't need a crater
It's really
in
amazing.
order for the impact to have extreme damage.
Well, that's right. So you might have some remnant. It
Yeah,
could
the
have been an
graphics are nice
airburst. A lot of
too.
people mistake the research. The latest research really shows it was a series of impacts. It was or airburst. It wasn't just like one big one. There was a whole range of them.
Yep.
It's like an asteroid belt almost.
Yeah, it looks nice and
It was actually
clean
a
and
disintegrating
smooth.
comet. This is a funny thing. So it's a comet Enki. Now this came into our solar system a long time ago. It's been broken up. There's actually
Are you on
it's
the
formed what's
Elite?
a meteor stream that runs around the sun and loops out. And we cross through it twice a year. It's the Taurid meteor
okay if
stream. I
you're
think
not.
it's like
No worries.
June and October. So we sort of cross over it twice, right?
I think Graham talked about it
Yeah.
in his series.
He does, and it's like we don't know if there's large chunks still in this. Like we do run into this same period, and there's a lot related to that time period in October.
Yeah,
The
so
Chicago
I
fires,
speedrun now on 3
I think it's
consoles.
like 18 or 19
Xbox.
something.
The Great Chicago
Switch
Great
and
Chicago
N64.
fires
started by a comet.
It's pretty
It
cool.
may have been an airburst, or it might have been a remnant, or even a gas bubble that came in from something. Because it also on the
lucky
same
and
day you had the
blessed.
Peshtigo forest fire, which was like I think in southern Canada or somewhere like that. Is one of the craziest stories you'll ever hear because this huge area in the same time frame, there's massive fire spread like it's unimaginable conflagration, as well as what happened in Chicago, all in that same time period, the same time period when Tunguska hit, that same time of year when we're crossing this meteor stream.
Come
so it's
on,
like,
man. Like,
you know,
why?
this is not always these little shooting stars aren't always the friendliest of things. I think a lot of that ties back to this meteor stream and potentially this this event.
Blew my mind a little bit when I was watching Graham's piece because I think my perception is probably similar to most people, which is like there's been a couple comets that hit the Earth, like 1 or 2 every 65 million years, and then it's done. And then Mark showed me this picture of all the comets that have hit the Earth, right? He just sends me the picture. He goes, hey, look at this. And then I look and I go, wow, that's a lot of comets. And then on the bottom
wow,
of the picture
insane.
goes, since 1994.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah.
Join
I
the
thought this
fun,
was
my
all
dude.
that ever hit it. So, and I think it was, I don't know if it was you,
Join
but I know
the
Rogan
fun.
was messaging me about this too. Yeah, here's a big.
1994 to 2013.
Nice.
Just
Gotta get a
2013.
capture card now.
What, 19 years?
That's
GP
crazy.
USB
So
2.
and Rogan said this as well to me. He's like, yeah, we're in a shooting gallery. And
cosmic shooting gallery.
And it's better we don't think about things like this, by the way.
True.
It's
Yeah,
better
yeah.
we assume it's just a big one hits and then like, okay, that's why there's
Nice.
that little hole near Cancun and then the dinosaurs go
Same
away
way.
and then we're back to normal.
Yeah.
It's better for the average person because I don't recycle as it is now. But if you
It
told
doesn't
me it's
matter.
possible that next year we're going to get hit by some big shit, I'm not recycling ever. I'm not going to do a single good thing for the environment.
Yeah,
like,
I was
forget
thinking
it.
that. Like, I do these political arguments we have. Like, how many genders are there? Have a million. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, it's over.
We're gonna die in
It's
4 days
over,
anyway.
baby.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so this is happening between 12 and
11,006.
11,000 years.
So that's the Younger Dryas
Nice,
period,
dude.
right? So, and that's the true key to me that unlocks the story of civilization. Because if that event happened today to us, our civilization is gone. If we survive it, we will be knocked back to hunter-gatherers, and in a generation or two, we'll be sitting around the campfire, telling ghost stories about plasma TVs and dancing around with black shiny rocks, trying to turn it on and say, well, this thing will give you answer to anything, and you can talk to someone on the other. You know, it's magic.
Can you paint that picture a little bit? Like, if Younger Dryas happens today,
Yeah,
like, what
it's-
happens geopolitically? Like, does a wave
It
come?
happens to the entire world.
It depends where it lands, what happens. I mean, if you're anywhere near the actual impact site or the areas, I mean, you're just gone.
Every building.
Oh,
gone.
done. I mean, if you're anywhere
Incinerated.
near it, just instantly disintegrated.
The entire planet?
Not well. If it's big enough, I mean, that's the problem. Is that you go back far enough, and these extinction events. I mean, some of them have eliminated like 99.9% of Earth of life on the planet. If that happens, it's game over. Like, we're back to microbes and let's start again. But it's, you know, we're back to rats. It's whatever the hell crawls out of the pond the next time, and give it a billion years and see where we end up. But it's, no, if something mediums or relatively small, younger Dryas, I mean, that's an extinction event, right? It knocked humans around, knocked off half of the big animals on the planet at the time, all of the woolly mammoths. I mean, there's literally anything near that event. We see this in some of the bones of these mammoth graves, right? It's absolutely crazy. Think about an elephant's femur. How much force it takes to break the femur of an elephant. There's literally, these elephants had their feet in mud and their leg bones are just snapped clean off. And there's
did I
hip
load
bones up near
Depot
the head, so
before?
they're
Is the
just jumbled
cameras
up.
not loaded?
There's whole caves.
This is real life. I might have done the Depot load bullshit. Why the cameras aren't loaded?
There isn't
Not
an
even
animal big enough
joking.
that's alive that's going to do it. It's not like there's some King Kong that's running around snapping elephant legs, right?
Yeah. At the
It
ankle.
There may not have been any
they're either
cameras there.
falling off a cliff.
Well, their feet are in the ground. Like, there's literally, they're stuck, so their feet are still in this mud, and then their bones are snapped off, and they're all jumbled up. I mean, there's...
Oh, so they're standing there, and then they just got snapped.
Like, this shockwave hits them.
Yeah.
In other places, there's all these megafaunas mixed up, bears and tigers and cats and trees, and just this, like, forest just all smashed up and jumbled together. They found
Like a
finds like that.
landslide.
Like a landslide, but it's much more violent. Like, it's essentially, I think what you're looking at is these things were hit by a shockwave as a result of this. Now, painting the picture, if it hits anywhere near an ocean, or if it lands in an ocean, tsunamis. Like, so you have these, you know, giant tsunamis moving at the speed of sound that might be half a mile high or whatever. It's just going to water destroys everything, knocks out all the cities. You probably have, I mean, forget electricity and grids and stuff. I actually think this is why some governments around the world are making these giant underground bases, which may have also been what happened in the past. Because
That's what happened in Turkey, right?
Well, Derinkuyu, yeah, but also Egypt. There's evidence for this all over the world, and you know, there's all sorts of strange stories.
Colorado, the airport.
Yeah, Colorado, exactly. The airport, the Cheyenne Mountain up there in Colorado. That's like where NORAD is and everything. There's giant underground bunkers you can go. I saw a TikTok of a guy driving a big ass truck, and you can just like huge
Why?
cabins.
And this isn't even conspiracy. This is known, right? Like it's like a doomsday bunker.
Well,
that they have.
I don't know if you say doomsday, but yeah, it's an underground bunker that's as big as, or twice as big as the airport or whatever.
Yeah. And they can hold like 4,000 people or something like that.
Yeah,
This is
massive.
end of civilization shit.
But the government's thinking about it. I saw an RFP. I know a guy who knows a guy who is involved in some government stuff. They put out an RFP.
What does that mean?
Like a request for proposal for tech companies to go, we need a drone system. You know, Prometheus movie?
Yep.
Where they throw it up in the air and it runs off and maps these underground. They wanted that type of system that can work without GPS because they're interested in fighting wars in underground cities.
Because they think that that's where it
that
might
may be
go.
where it might go in the future, so they're trying to prepare
Crazy
for
they're
tech.
thinking about war even after a mass extinction event.
I mean, like
that's us, man.
If there's an extinction level event, there's going to be violence followed very quickly.
Yeah, that's the first time it survived.
So you would love a series about this.
It depends where you are on the planet and if how your luck holds wherever you are. I mean,
What were you saying about the Turkey thing, or?
Derinkuyu?
Yeah.
Well, so there's evidence for underground cities, ancient underground cities as well.
Yeah,
And
all over.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely places like Cappadocia and Derinkuyu in Turkey, they could have held hundreds of thousands of people.
Have you seen any of these?
No.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
So they basically carve cities out underground with access to air and water. There's underground rivers. So they knew where the river was and the water line was. So you have everything you need, but
And that speaks to being very advanced.
100%.
Underground city, and we know where the water is, you know how to access the water.
And how many people could they hold?
Well, the Derinkuyu, I'm pretty sure was the figures. I think that's only a tiny part of it. I think
like an ant
it
colony.
could have been 100. I've heard up to like hundreds of thousands of people. Certainly more than 50,000 people. But same thing in Egypt, and there's rumors of this stuff all over the place. I mean, there's giant underground networks of tunnels underneath Saqqara, I think underneath Giza, all over Egypt.
Now, is it possible that they're using this during the time where there's tons of comet impact?
I think that's probably why. I mean, it speaks to someone who they may have known it was coming. Like, you've got these indicators, like if the Sphinx is marking the age of Leo, and you've got these alignments, I mean, they're pointing at that for a reason, because that time period is also that of cataclysm, right? It's, at least in the last precessional cycle, the last 26,000 year period, it kind of lines up to it. And Göbekli Tepe, there's a lot of research done into that side as well. It may be an astronomical calendar and a historical one, but it seems to point at this time. It's like they're transmitting a message down through time. It's possible. that's telling us, look at this time, like this time
Thanks,
means
bro.
something.
Thanks, man.
This was bad, like
Thanks,
figure
buddy.
it out. And if they knew it was coming, maybe they were preparing these things.
Aw, I
The
appreciate
doomsday
that.
bunkers, a place you could survive.
I put the most
until
amount
was,
of time into it.
The outside was nice enough to come back out and go.
It could be better
What's
though.
What's the stone that has the different constellations on it in Göbekli Tepe? Graham talked about in the
140, yeah.
Pillar 13 or pillar
Pillar 7 or something.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm proud of it.
But basically it has this like,
I am.
and maybe he might be taking liberties on it, but like.
But it could be
they have
faster.
An organization of the constellations that happens.
It's like,
to
I
the
don't
last time
know.
the constellations were organized in that manner.
I gotta
there
really
was a global cataclysm.
think about what I
So
want to do.
it's like,
Thanks,
they're
buddy.
not usually organized like that, but when they are, this is when it was. It was
I
basically
need to
go
really
You know, and it
reconsider
lines
the
up with
plan,
the younger
the
drives.
strats.
Okay, and where do they
I
think
should go no
younger
body
drives
armor,
did hit, and what do they think the
the
damage
crouch
was?
ending,
I
the
think
crouch glass.
it was a northern hemisphere impact. I think you're mostly looking at ice impacts onto the what was the Laurentide.
I do
and
wanna go back
Cordilleran
to it,
ice
though.
sheets covered most of like North America and Canada. I actually think that some of the Great Lakes region, Randall's doing a lot of really good research into what could be actual impact formations in the geology of the northern United States and Canada today. Because the other thing is we know that that's where a lot of the meltwater from these glaciers came out, right? This is the evidence for... Have you guys ever been up to the Scablands, Eastern Washington State?
Means a lot, man.
No,
Thanks,
I've
man.
just
That
watched
means a
the
lot.
videos.
Thank
It's
you.
crazy.
Amazing. These
Yeah,
giant
let's
coulees. You're
go.
talking one of
Ride-
these coulees,
ride
just one or several of
0909.
them.
What's a coulee?
Can't wait to
coulee
see
is
you
like
on
a canyon, but with no
the
water.
points.
It's just like this giant, like think of
The
like the
Dan
Grand Canyon,
53.
but much super wide, 1,000-foot high, or
Aztec
800-foot
It's also a
Whoa.
racist term for Indians in South Africa, so I got a little bit uncomfortable when you kept saying that. But continue. Sorry.
It's with a U in it. It's,
Okay. All right. Got it.
But it's it's the channeled Scablands, and it's basically
When
the
he's
outwash
stuck in the
of this water,
mainframe?
this tremendous floods. We know now that this all happened at the end of the ice
Maybe
age. But it completely
25 to
destroyed that environment,
50%.
carved up,
Pretty
it
high.
ripped through this land. I mean, you're talking about a single one of these
25
channels,
to 50%.
and there were multiple of them. It's 50, 100 times the volume of all the rivers on the Earth at once.
Oh wow!
Pretty high. I
Just
actually got
like
it down
almost
pretty
like a
well.
billion cubic feet per minute at where it all gathered up.
And I
It's
have my
just-
input display there
the
too.
catastrophic flood in this.
So you can see what I do.
Like the flood, so where it's carved that channel, the actual water was probably 300-400 feet above that, and it just ripped through here.
All the
and
national parks in the United States
Thanks,
of
man.
America are just remnants from the latest
Yeah, I think I
cataclysm.
tap right,
yes,
right
Cataclysms
C, I
make some
think,
cool shit.
They do.
into
Like
the
this is
glass.
stunning.
I'm
And
pretty
if you
sure
go
I do.
down to where was I in like southern Utah and stuff like that,
Can't
you see
remember
these
though.
like, I mean, even they're not cataclysms, but when
Bryce
you
Canyon
see exactly
and,
like the
Zion.
damage
I, like,
from the water
strafe
damage from
into
canyons
the
creates some
glass.
like stunningly
And
beautiful.
why can't it
Against
just be
it.
like gentle erosion over millions
Well,
of years?
that was the argument for a long time until you had guys like J. Harlan Bretz was a catastrophist. And then Randall Carlson's doing a lot of good work in this space. And now this, at least up here in the Channel Scablands, they have swung around. So it's a long story. It comes back to religion, funnily enough, because the story of religion was always catastrophism. Right? What's the story in the Bible? It's Noah's flood. It's the Great Flood. Right? So that was always where we got our answers from. So you have the age of enlightenment, the age of reason starts. Science has its beginnings. Geology emerges as a fledgling
One second,
science.
load the vape.
And
I'll be back
for
1 second.
something like 60, 70 years, a stated goal of geology was to get as far away from the catastrophism of religion as they could. So think of it as like a massive overcorrection. They went out there and said, you go out and you have to explain every feature we see on the landscape with gradualism or uniformitarianism, which is the gentle, slow, erosive processes that we see in place today, like the stream slowly eroding stuff, hills and shapes taking form. So that's what ends up in all the textbooks. And some stuff is still explained like that, and it's frankly nonsense. So, but now we're sort of coming back in the other direction, going, you know what? Some of these landscapes and features are the result of catastrophic flooding. And at least up here in Washington State, they're like, yes, there's still arguments going on. Some people think it's like 50, 60 floods. Randall thinks it was 1 or 2. I think Randall's right. He has significant evidence for it. There's all sorts of problems with like how ice dams reform. It's kind of a convoluted, long story. But this does align, this model, this environment aligns with like the meltwater pulses. So everything wraps up and shows that in that period, that Younger Dryas period, when we had all this ice on land that it all ended up in the ocean in a big bloody hurry. It's like, you need an external source of energy for that. If you took that lump of ice that was on top of North America and you plopped it down the warmest waters at the time, say somewhere around Indonesia, it'd take 30,000 years to
For it
melt.
to melt,
Yeah,
yeah.
it would still be here. But it melted in an incredibly short period of time, so you need this source of energy. Turns out, then you combine that with all of the strata work. So it's like the macro scale and the micro scale. The macro scale, we've got these catastrophic landscapes, the work of Randall Carlson. The micro scale, we've got all the work of the Comet Research Group, 160 plus peer-reviewed papers looking at the science. So we've narrowed in, we're like, God damn, this was a violent period. It probably knocked our species. Graham says we're a species with amnesia for this very reason. It's a great analogy. So you turn all of this around. I think that's why catastrophism, the Younger Dryas, is the key that unlocks this longer story of civilization and human history, because now you've got all this other evidence, these stories that are embedded in religions and origin stories and cultures that speak of earlier times. Every culture out there is like, hey, our ancestors went through either flood or fire. It knocked them down. They had to rebuild. It's like, is this all bullshit?
Yeah, there's a flood myth in Mayan mythology. There's a flood myth in like Christian. There's, I'm sure there's Indian. I mean, everyone.
Yeah.
But and this makes sense if these comets were hitting more regularly, and then you were experiencing these floods.
Dude, I think some of these tales include basic eyewitness accounts of these floods. If you go to the other vectors directory on there, you can pull up a few. The Mahabharata literally talks about swarms of meteors coming out of the sky. Revelation 8 and 9.
What's the Mahabharata?
It's Mahabharata, this Indian, Hindu story.
Oh, okay.
Hindu epic, yeah.
Yeah, you go to other vectors in there.
Oh, in this one?
Yeah. That's the third one down, yep.
Now, I guess my question is, if there's a gap between Hinduism's 4,000 years old, the Younger Dryas period is as many as what, 12,000 BC? So that's
No,
14,000 years old.
12,000 BC? No, just 12,000 years.
12,000 years, yeah,
12,000 years ago, sorry.
12,000.
So there's that 8,000 year gap. How does that story hold up for 8,000 years? If theoretically we went back to, and I'm not saying this to pick at you, I'm just curious, and I'm sure you've thought this through. If we went theoretically back to a Stone Age, how did we maintain these eyewitness accounts for 8,000 years?
Well, I think they get deified, they get put into stories. That's like the oral tradition, that's how we transmit the data down through time. Not only, I think, are there eyewitness accounts and stuff like this, I mean, Revelation 8, Mahabharata, all of these stories, I think it's an oral tradition. And there's also evidence in all of these stories for celestial knowledge, for that same processional numerology I talked about. There's a whole book called Hamlet's Mill. It's a complicated book, but they essentially showed in that from all these cultures all around the world, there seems to be that same processional numerology, these 72s, this stuff that correlates to the cycles of the heavens and the cosmic world, is also encoded in these tales, in some cases in civilizations where we know they had no clue about this. All of it points to like a common ancestor, a common progenitor of this story.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, like, to be fair, some of these things, the biblical flood, the flood of Moses, for example, might have been related to an event that happened called Burkle Crater, which was about 5,000, I think it was 5,000 BC or 5,000 years ago. There may be smaller events that have generated floods. Like, this isn't the only impact. Like, Burkle Crater was it would have flooded the Middle East right around the right sort of time. It landed in the Indian Ocean. 800-foot tsunamis hit Madagascar and the coast of Western Australia.
Yeah, I probably fucked India up too.
Yeah,
it would have washed up north, yeah. Yeah, so I think that a lot of this stuff gets transmitted down through time with oral traditions, and it gets put into these stories and characters and deified because that's how we retain that data and transmit it down through time.
And what was the timeline of the pyramids, the Great Pyramids, and the Younger Dryas?
Well, I mean, they're not. If you ask the Orthodox Egyptologists, they're not related. Like Younger Dryas, 12,800 years old to like 11,600. Pyramids started about 4,500 years old, according to the mainstream story. So 2,500 BC.
But it's possible that those pyramids could have been made 30,000 years ago.
It could be, or at least the structure, the base of them, a form of them that was there. Like I said, you can't really. It's very difficult to distinguish what the dynastic Egyptians did to it. They probably worked on them, repaired them, maybe have done some of the work. We just don't know. That's part of the challenge of looking at this stuff. It's you have to factor in that a lot of it's been reused, and we have strong evidence of that. And when it comes to things like statues, because it's not just the pyramids. It's like I've recently done a lot of work in looking at the precision that's evident in these vases that come from earliest time.
Yeah, this vase stuff is. Can you get up some of the vase
vases.
images? I mean, this.
It's a vase directory.
This is mind-boggling.
Because really what you're trying to do is if your argument is that there was an ancient civilization with a much more sophisticated technology, you can prove that through artifacts that existed at the time that were beyond the scope of the technology that traditional archaeologists believe existed.
Yeah.
So if you have it's hammer and chisel, is that the term?
I mean, stone pounders and chisels. Yeah,
Okay, so stone pounder and chisel. If you have stone pounder and chisel, but you also have an artifact that couldn't possibly be created with stone pounder and chisel,
right?
That comes from that time or time before it. There either is another technology that is now long gone,
right,
or the timing is off on the pottery.
Yeah, you've just summarized.
Or not even pottery, the vase. So explain this vase thing. This blew my fucking mind.
Yeah, so that's you did a great job summarizing it right there. There are these artifacts that exist from, I would say, pre-dynastic times up until the very earliest of dynasties, like the Old Kingdom, right? But you talk going back 15
period for those.
Some of these have been found in sites that are dated back 15,000 years.
So they've been found in sites that date back
primitive burials.
Yeah.
That date back to 15,000, and everything else about these burials, they seem Mesolithic, right? It's a guy curled up in the fetal position in a shallow grave. A place called Toshka, for example, is one of these sites. They found this, and there's primitive pottery in there. Very much matches the Mesolithic times.
So
but they also found
with the primitive pottery. And keep in mind, this is not pottery.
This is not pottery. These are vases that are made from extremely hard types of stone. Granite, diorite, porphyry, schist.
If I'm an archaeologist and I see some pottery and I see this vase, I see it in this gravesite, I'm gonna go, okay, it's probably made around the same time. This all makes sense to me. I'm not an expert in fucking geology. I don't know what this stone is or that stone. What's that?
Engineering.
Or engineering.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw them all together. This makes sense. Then you get some fucking engineering nerds to look at it and they go, wait a minute, this isn't pottery.
Yeah.
This is granite.
Well, harder stuff even, right? Yeah.
Okay, so what was this? Yeah, so this one right here.
Yeah, I mean, and so these vases display remarkable engineering characteristics, also precision. And so there's a lot of challenges when it comes to making this sort of stuff. It is tremendously difficult. So it's very hard to explain with the primitive tools and technology that we know those people had. So as you said, it either means there was a whole other technology and engineering process available to them that we have no evidence for, or the timing's off. And so they may have inherited them, because again, you're also writing about how they date stuff in ancient Egypt. If it's buried on a site and somebody wrote something on that site and they say, then they just pretty much go, everything from here is from this period, this time.
Yeah.
Based on the writing or based on the context of where it's
And it
found.
makes sense. But these guys aren't experts. They're not engineers.
It does, but it also rules out this idea of inheritance. It's funny enough that there's so many of these have been found, like 40 to 50,000 of them were found beneath one pyramid.
50,000.
40 to 50,000 of these hard stone vases, these remarkably engineered objects, but beneath one pyramid, Djoser's step pyramid, supposedly the first pyramid at Saqqara. And even then, the mainstream Egyptology has been forced to admit that, okay, most of these were probably inherited. Like, he didn't have them made. They have to admit that. And they say, well, they were probably first and second dynasty, which is also nonsense because they go back thousands and thousands of years before that. So but after that period, like the third and fourth dynasty, this is what's so important about these vases, I think, is that they kind of disappear from the record. Like, they don't keep making them.
And why would you stop making something that was so prolific?
So easy. And well, they make an inferior product after that, made out of alabaster. You can see it's all handmade. They're beautiful. There was a whole other industry.
But doesn't have the precision.
Not remotely the same thing as these.
Explain some of the precision, though. This is where it gets wild.
This is crazy because and most of these are under lock and key. Look at that.
This is
yeah. It's one of my favorites.
Mind-blowing. Okay.
Yeah. So they're remarkable, right? Hard stone. Very, very hard, harder than steel. Put it this way, some of these vases, there's even a corundum one, or a lot of them have like inclusions of corundum. That's a 9 on the Mohs scale. The only thing harder than that's diamond.
A diamond.
Wow.
Is diamond.
And
it's 10.
They've shaved it down with this level of precision.
And symmetry. It can stand like it's standing on like a
There's
tip
no
of an egg.
flat bottom.
Right.
Yeah.
This is
crazy.
a rounded bottom, so the vase needs to be evenly distributed in the weight in order for it to stand like that.
If I saw that today at a crate and barrel, I'd be like, how y'all do this?
$1 million.
Yeah.
Well, dude, some of them on the market, they go for big money because people understand the value in it. And I think the ancients understood the value in it too.
Well, that's why they're buried under the fucking thing. Like, if you have 40,000 of them, they're treasures. And they knew that they were treasures, and that's why they took such good care of them.
Yeah.
They knew that there was something different going on when these vases were made. And that's why you find them all in the same place.
Why were they never looted?
Well, in some places they were like that's. I think Gyges probably looted them from older tombs and buried them with him. And a lot of these were looted. Like he buried so many of them. I think a lot of them were smashed up. Probably had at some point when they were looting down there. At that point, the tomb raiders are like probably trying to break them, looking for like, are these full of gold? What the hell's in here? Like there's so many.
Okay,
and then
now,
some of these assholes would scratch their names into them with a chisel. And it's just horrible writing that's on a couple of them. It's like
and
doesn't match.
And that lacks the precision and all
100%.
that stuff.
So the precision is what's interesting. We've been able to eyeball these things. You can kind of look at them. No one yet, until just recently, has been able to actually analyze one of these things in detail. Now, I've put out a couple of videos recently about this. Been working with some guys, professional metrologists who work in the aerospace industry, making like turbine blades and super high-end precision. Like these are guys of no shit professionals in this space. They have taken one of these vases that belongs to a guy, actually lives here in New York, in a private collector, because you can't get to these in a museum. They're not interested in studying the engineering of these things. But we got one of these pre-dynastic granite vases and we scanned it with a structured light scanner that scans it down to like the 1,000th of an inch, or for all the people out there that hate the imperial system that harass me all the time, 25 microns.
No, we don't do that shit.
Yeah.
Give us the inch
1,000th of an inch. I'm fine with that too. It's just, this is just nerds go crazy about this shit. But it's and the results are truly astonishing.
Yeah.
What we found by analyzing the scans of
Right,
these vases,
0909, welcome.
It has to have
Sorry
been
if I didn't
designed
give
and
you enough
manufactured with a
help
system that
earlier.
is incredibly precise.
Yeah,
that
I'm
can get
learning. I'm
things
on
down to
1.2, right? So I'm
1,000th of an
using the
inch. Now,
C
bear in
buttons
mind,
to
the width of
move,
the human
right?
hair
I highly
is
recommend you
between
try to
2 and
learn that
3,000th
too. And
of
if
an
you
inch.
need help
So you're
with
talking about
any tips,
precision
I
and
can
levels
help you.
of geometric sort of
Really help. I want to
sophistication.
be a helpful guy. I don't have that many
What
points,
is
you know.
down
But
to 1,000th of an inch?
Well, so
Yeah.
what you do is, and if you go to vase scan, there's a directory called vase scan.
Or is it?
This is just pictures of the vase, but I've got a directory called vase scan. You look at it and you go, okay, so the top of the vase,
you
we
running
can
any
define how
levels right
flat
now?
that is, right? And we can also say,
You
well,
trying to unlock
think of
the
that as a
card?
horizontal axis.
Yep.
And then there's the
You
mouth
can
of
lurk
the
too, you
vase.
can just
And
lurk
what they
if you
do,
want.
if you go to vase scan, the directory, you're when you scan this thing, that's the vase that we scanned. So if you go to like the second and third picture here, so essentially we're taking the top of that vase, we've mapped it like a horizontal axis to it. Now we're mapping a cylinder to the neck of the vase using more than, I think it's 10,000 points of reference. So a very accurate representation of that neck of the vase. And you can compare it to that top. So we know, okay, that cylinder, once you map a geometric object to it, you can perform geometry on it, figure out what's its center line, what's its center point, all that stuff. It's perpendicular to the top of the vase, perfectly within 1,000th of an inch.
Wow.
And then you
basically the top is really even.
It is super even, but now you've got, think of it, now this vase, we've defined like a horizontal axis and a vertical axis.
Yeah.
Now we can go and map geometric shapes to other parts of the vase, the cylinders to the lug handles, cones to part of the vase body, or a sphere to part of the vase body.
I just want to make it like digestible, because I heard you talk about this before. And so just for that top part, basically, if we assume the bottom is flat, the top is almost perfectly parallel to the bottom or the ground it's sitting on. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, so
in terms of precision, right?
Perpendicular and parallelism.
Perpendicular is when this
perpendicular is the T, 90
degrees.
degrees.
You guys are doing it, but I'm just trying to explain like how flat the top is, and that's why it's so impressive.
Well, it's flat. I think if you go to the first one, it's flat within like 4,000th of an inch or something. It's insane. Like it's.
And then no ancient tools as we know them would be able to do that.
You need a level.
The point of this is this is so far beyond the realms of some dude banging on it with a rock or grinding on it with sand and a stone, which is how they say they were made.
Yeah. And
it's impossible to explain this with hand tools.
But this is the thing that's so interesting to me, is that like there's this sophistication bestowed upon a quite meaningless object.
Right.
Right?
It's a whole other thing.
A pyramid is different.
And 50,000 of them.
It is.
And 50,000 of them.
Yes.
So you need to be able to replicate that.
Maybe they have
over
factories.
and over and over again. Now we're talking.
There's an industrial process at Pointy. And so there's a longer discussion you can get into about the relationship between precision and function. You only develop this type of ability to work in these precise measures if you are getting a functional return. Think about it this way. Once you have that capability, right, your manufacturing capability can be very precise.
Yeah.
You can then apply it to everything, right? So I think there were functional objects. Some of these, either it's the sites, might be the pyramids, might be these giant bloody boxes that are underground everywhere.
Yeah.
I think
I didn't understand the
that
question.
seemed to
Sorry.
show the same type of precision. I think they had a functional purpose. I think that's why they developed this level of precision. But then they just applied that manufacturing process to everything. Think about, like, have you ever owned a car from the 60s?
Yeah.
Like, fucking, you have to turn the wheel this far to make it actually the wheels before they start to turn, and the panel gaps are wide, and the rain gets let in. And cars today, they're beautiful. They're all put together. We don't need that. But our manufacturing capabilities is robotics.
Have been refined.
Much better. That precision in manufacturing gets applied, and I think that's what we're looking at here. I actually think there may be functional purposes for these things. They could be.
You could shoot
they could
faster.
have acoustic properties. There might have been parts
Right,
of,
you have like
of other
emulator
machines.
advantages.
We don't know. That's the other crazy part about this is like.
You have emulator
the temptation
advantages,
is
like
always there
less
to look
lag
at us and say, how would we do
A vase to us is not a vase to them.
it might not
be more than ours.
Exactly.
It might be, It might be something else.
Here's a question I have for asking for a frame of reference. This civilization was much more advanced than we were up until recently. Around what time did our modern civilization become as advanced as they were, if at all?
No, I think so. We could do, if we put the time and effort and money and resources to it, I think we could replicate a lot of this stuff. We haven't ever done it. It's too expensive. It's no one's got the backbone or the resources to do it. That's not to say we couldn't do it. Well, I think our technology, I think, is different. I think when you look back at technology, think about, like, you talked about the progression of technology over a couple hundred years, right? We've gone down this electromechanical route of how we work and the world works. The temptation is there to then apply that to the past. But think of, like, in 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, we're going to know so much more about all these other realms of science and technology. I just think some of the answers and the path that this civilization may have taken could be outside of our current understanding or perspective. I think they may have taken different routes. Their technology might have been very different. So it becomes really hard to kind of guess at what it is.
And we have to assume that because there's no evidence of the electromechanical technology.
Well, yeah, there's nothing, like, there's no computers, there's the whole where are the tools argument is one that gets raised all the time.
And that's a reasonable fucking argument.
It is.
It's like you've got these things that can't be made with these ancient tools.
The ones we found.
So where are the fucking tools? And I think you hear this a lot of times with, like, the skepticism about ancient civilizations. It's like, okay, well, where they live, where are the homes, where are all these things? These are good questions.
They are.
I think that we should be asking these questions. And I think it's good that you don't get defensive about those things.
I think, yeah, and they're valid questions. And I think there's a lot of, we haven't looked in a lot of the places where I think this stuff's going to be, for starters. And I also, well,
where do you think it's going to be?
Well, I think Graham Hancock makes a great point about this, but it's like sea levels rose 400 feet all over the world. There's like 10 million square miles of land that went under that would have been coastal and inhabited during these periods when the sea levels were far lower. We don't look at that stuff. Marine archaeology is 100% focused on shipwrecks. We don't look in these places. Like the Amazon, we're thanks to deforestation in the Amazon, we're finding the remnants of cities.
Thanks to it,
Well, thanks to one good thing.
Yeah.
One good thing is all that. We're finding the remnants of cities that have no place in the story of history.
Yeah.
But they're the size of, like, London in the 1800s, and there's hundreds of them. Like, we have no clue where that's coming from.
They're finding these massive pyramids still. I think the biggest one they've ever found is La Danta in Guatemala, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought the biggest one by mass might have been Cholula.
Oh, yeah. That was the one that was also in the...
It's in Mexico?
Yeah, Cholula, Mexico.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is just fascinating to see it, like how much is covered up.
Yeah.
I mean, if you even see, like, where are the pyramids outside of Mexico City? What are those?
The Temple of the Pyramid of the Sun and the Moon. It's I've forgotten the name of the...
whatever. I went over there, and they showed images before they started scooping out all the land and everything. They just look like mountains. How many mountains, how many hills exist right now that little kids are playing on top of?
And, like, stone structure.
That their fucking houses built on top of that are actual old pyramids. They say that thing about one in, I think, Albania.
Yeah, that one's disputed.
It's disputed.
Bosnia, you mean?
Yeah,
Bosnia, yeah.
So I personally think that's a natural formation. There's not to say that there's not tunnels. There are tunnels and structures in it, but that one, you always see it from that one angle.
Yes,
there's the one picture.
Like
Get on Google Earth and spin around. You're like, oh, this is just part of the end of a mountain range.
Yeah.
But there are pyramids all over China. This exact like this. They literally have been deliberately planting over them since the 80s.
Dude,
I mean, trees and hills now. It's just, but they're pyramids.
If we assume that the Sahara back then was completely lush, if it looked like the Amazon, if that's true, right? How many cities, pyramids, other megalithic structures are just covered in sand dunes?
Could be tons. They literally, even today, archaeologists and Egyptologists will tell you 70 to 85% of
Like,
ancient
come on,
Egypt
like,
is
what?
still buried beneath the
I
sand.
mean, think how big
They
they
are
need to
green.
make the pyramids for us to even see the tips of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just the tips of the fucking pyramids and the barely the head popping up of the Sphinx.
Sphinx.
Yeah.
That's how massive it had to be to weather, what, thousands of years.
Well, yeah. I mean, at least thousands of years, potentially a lot longer. It's
Because those dunes shift around too, right?
They do. Well, in fact, yeah, you can. I know guys that bank on that. You actually go and, as the dunes shift, you kind of every few years you might go and look at the area between the dunes because it's kind of uncovering more ground, and you go and find like arrow stone, tips and arrow points and heads and stuff. Yeah, so there's a lot of parts of the world we haven't looked. A lot of the areas there was a lot of devastation. I think we don't. It's hard to comprehend just how much. With the end of the Younger Dryas, like the sediment layers, like stuff might be buried at the bottom of the ocean under hundreds of feet of water, but under 200 feet of sediment as well.
Which one is this one?
That's the Pyramid of the Sun, I think. It's Teotihuacan, yeah.
Teotihuacan.
So this is the one in Mexico City,
So
right?
fast.
Yep.
I
Isn't
mean,
that cool?
look at how it looked.
Yeah, there's the Sphinx's head sticking out as well. Yeah.
I don't even believe in mountains anymore.
Yeah,
Like,
might not be.
It's crazy.
Some people think there's a pyramid in Antarctica.
Oh, you showed me that crater impact. We do know that there was a massive crater impact, right?
Yeah, probably many.
Yeah, it's probably been tons over the years.
So I'm curious, why is the pyramid so significant? Why has it been replicated by every culture?
I don't know. It's a very significant thing, though, isn't it? It seems to be. I mean, a lot of the arguments that the mainstream uses is what they call it's like cultural coincidence, or it's like people all around the world solve the problem the same ways. I think a lot of that's nonsense when it comes to megalithic building. It's like you're literally choosing the hardest and most difficult way to do something.
But like fire, every culture develops fire.
Yeah, fire, or like napping and making a spear. Like
And that's all coincidence.
That's not. Yeah, that's all we're solving this particular problem.
Right.
And what about the
think we
wheel?
can apply it to
That
this.
happened around the world around the same time, right?
Yeah, more or less. People got there. Yeah, I mean, it's just that's.
I mean, the pyramid thing, like everybody developing a pyramid at the same time, doesn't really strike me as the most peculiar thing, because that's just how you would build something. Right? You can't build straight up. It falls over. It's also very difficult to build straight up. So we just build in this kind of like, what are they called? The step
and mastaba. So it started the way they
that makes
describe it.
sense
It's
to
like,
me.
well, we started by digging a hole and burying people in that, and then we started, you know what, we'll build a little mound over the top of the hole, and then it became this step structure. We called a mastaba, like a platform.
Yeah.
And you know what, we'll start stacking these mastabas.
And then you see
that's
that in
get the
Central
step.
America.
That's this shape.
And in South America, where they're like these pyramid structures built on top of pyramid structures.
Right.
Which makes it much easier to build, because now you're not redoing this foundation. You're just kind of building on top of it.
Yeah.
And they've become massive.
It's strange, though. I don't buy in a lot of ways the tomb theory with this stuff too. It's like, I had a conversation with someone recently that said, the easiest way and tons of less effort is, if you really want to hide a burial tomb for someone, is you dig down into the ground, and then once you're done, you collapse it all in after you. It's so much less work than building a giant pyramid and trying to bury someone in there and hope that no one's ever going to get into it. It's not the most efficient way.
Oh, was the idea that the pyramid would provide protection for the person
It's
buried
supposed to,
inside?
well, it's a monument, and then, it's supposed to, stop tomb robbers from getting... That's what that
Thanks, man.
goes with the tomb theory, which I don't think these were tombs.
Thanks, buddy.
There's fuck all evidence that these big ones were tombs. Some of them were
It's a
used
bit
later
small.
on, undoubtedly, as tombs and repurposed that way, but not these ones. The big ones, I don't even think the dynastic
But I
Egyptians
want the
got into
gameplay to
them,
be big.
frankly. I think they couldn't get into them. Because I think we'd see a lot more evidence of it if they did.
You don't think they could, because of just the sand, just block the openings?
I mean, you got to imagine, when these things were covered in the casing stones, it's super white. It would have reflected the sun like a mirror, and there's no visible joins.
Cool.
You cannot pry those stones out.
Makes
There's
sense.
no obvious entrance to it. It's really difficult to look at that. The top of the middle one still has some of those casing stones that are weathered over time. But can you imagine these just perfect
If it's
white
not
pyramids that are just like,
I
what the
know.
fuck are these
If it's not a
things? This
tomb-
desert needs some giant triangles.
You are always welcome here.
If it's not a tomb, what would you conjecture is the purpose?
I personally, and it's speculation, I think they were functional. I think they did something. I think they're all broken now. They don't work anymore. I think they were a functional device. What that is, I don't know. There's lots of theories out there. A guy named Chris Dunn, a good friend of mine, a very good author, engineer. He really has moved this whole field forward in a lot of ways when it comes to ancient precision and technology.
Yeah.
He has a theory that it's like the Giza power plant. His theory does explain all of the elements of the pyramid. He used it to correctly predict what was behind Gatenbrink's door, which is one of those little things in one of the shafts in the Great Pyramid.
Can you explain this to us?
Yeah, so there's really weird aspects to the Great
These are not
Great
functional, by the way.
These are your bracelets?
Yeah.
You can like clang them together. And
Yeah. Oh,
Dynastic Egyptians not that functional.
Exactly. Dynastic Egyptians did not get it, dude.
Yeah.
The ancient Civ ones
Looks
would've-
great though.
Yeah, they understand visuals for sure.
Yeah.
They did.
Okay.
Yeah, so Gatenbrink's door, well, there's these strange features in there, right? You've got...
So we're inside the Great Pyramid.
So you go in, there's 3 chambers, right?
Yeah.
There's a subterranean chamber that's down way below it in the bedrock with a shaft that goes through the pyramid.
Can we access that? Because I don't think I went inside. I don't know if I went down.
So not unless you do like a special permission. Every time we rent it out for 2 hours, they open it up for us.
Oh, wow.
So if you go in on a tourist ticket, you can go into like the Grand Gallery and up into the King's Chamber.
Yeah,
that's where most people go.
Yeah.
There's also a chamber below that called the Queen's Chamber. Now, both the so-called King and Queen's Chamber have these shafts, right? So there's the ones in the King's Chamber go to the outside. We know this because at some point, you know, some of these crazy British guys were rolling cannonballs down them, and they ended up in the King's Chamber. Like, that connects.
Oh wow!
So
they just found cannonballs in the tomb, and they were like,
well, they were just like, there's an opening. We think it might have been on the shaft. Let's find out.
Oh,
yeah, they're probably damaged. I mean, there's rods, there's explorations of these shafts. There's like big, long steel rods that have tried to probe them with. But the ones in the Queen's Chamber are more interesting because they don't go to the outside. They terminate somewhere inside the structure. Now, this is like a 4 to 6 inch square shaft, right?
Wait.
It's
4 to 6 inch.
It's this big. It's how the hell do you make it has to be made when you're building the structure. Like it has to be planned. We don't know where they go, but we sent robots down them, and it turns out they go to what looks like a little door. There's a little door at the end. It's a limestone plug, and it looks like it's got, if you go to like Gatenbrink's door, maybe there's pictures of there, I don't know, but Gatenbrink, yeah, that's it there. Well, that's after they drilled through it. So they're actually... And on the door are these two, what they say are copper handles, but one of them's eroded more than the other. It's almost like it's an anode cathode, like it may have been part of some sort of function.
Like a fucking battery?
Yeah, something like that. So part of Chris Dunn's theory, that's it there. So this is what's at the end of this shaft.
Get the fuck out of here.
And then eventually...
It's like a socket.
Yeah, it's like a socket. Well, those little copper things that are on there. But
no, the hole they
drilled it.
Okay.
You see the drill bit there. Yeah. So Chris Dunn, anyway. So he explains all of these features of the pyramid in his Giza power plant theory, and using his theory before they drilled through the hole, he said what they're going to find is another void and another little door. And they drilled through the hole. They drilled through this wall, and guess what they found?
Another
void and another
fucking
little
door.
Yep.
Holy shit.
So I think he was onto something.
And again, it lines up with your theory. It's too advanced for it not to be functional.
Yeah, there's no they like, oh, this is where the soul would have escaped and gone up towards like this is nonsense.
And then to your
is
point
such an
about
achievement.
building a pyramid, just that shape is the most functional to build. This is a functional thing. That's why we're going to build it in a pyramid shape.
100%.
Yeah.
That is fucked.
And they haven't drilled
This
past
battery theory?
They didn't drill past the second door.
No, as far as no, there's a lot of nonsense going on about this for a long time. Like Gatenbrink sent his robot up the wrong shaft as well. We went and had a look in there, and Zahiwas threw him out of Egypt, and so there's been a lot of intrigue. There's a dark, like there's all sorts of stories when you dive into Egyptology, in particular in the last, let's say, 30, 40 years, of what's gone on in these pyramids and on these sites, and about who's done what where. It's a lot of stories that all revolve around certain particular characters that have been in charge of some antiquities departments in Egypt.
Can you speak to the politics of why you can't start just excavating more of these shafts?
It's controlled by the Council of Antiquities. It used to be called the Supreme Council of Antiquities in Egypt.
Very
and
proper.
for a long time, a guy named Zahiwas was in charge of that. And this is, this comes back to the labyrinth story as well that we mentioned before, or we talked about before. And they really tightly control what goes on the sites, right? So you can't just roll up there and say, hey, I want to dig. The way that works is you have to partner with the council to do anything. And part of that is also they will want to know what your purpose is, what are you trying to find, and then they get to control the release of information at the end of it. So typically what happens is you have institutions like universities from France or Belgium, Austria, America, wherever, Britain, they have access to a particular site to do research in a certain way, and then that information is very slowly released whenever the Egyptian authorities deem it necessary to do so.
Why are they so protective of this theory of history? Because science. Why are the people who are
That's their claim to fame, my boy. That's all they got.
I guess, but to me, science is constantly disproving other science.
They don't give a fuck about science. They give a fuck about, like, yo, we're Egyptian. These pyramids are fire. Everybody loves these pyramids. We made them. And if this dickhead comes over there and goes, nah, it was some other people 30,000 years ago, you just bumped in on it, they're like, man, shut the fuck up. I'm not going to let you discredit our whole shit.
I guess in my mind, they're still Egyptian, and it would still be like, yo, we survived the motherfucking apocalypse. We came back. We're still here.
There's a good argument to that. But I think they might look at it like, man, we didn't really do shit since back in the day.
It's not even necessarily Egyptian that's driving this too. It's kind of mainstream Egyptology and
also, they don't want to take
archaeology.
the L. And also, I'm sure there's a religious component, which is like, you know, if you're dating the world,
you
know, 6,000 years ago, and then you come in and it's 50,000 years. It's 100,000 years.
Oh, it operates a bit like a religion, to be honest. And unfortunately, there's a lot of domains of science that suffer from that type of embedded, dogma to one extent. And it does tie back to these. Essentially, what's history, right? It's a story that you cobble together from a collection of incomplete facts. Now, when more new facts come up, and Younger Dryas and all this new scientific work, we should be taking that into account. But the problem arises when it starts to pull the rug out of the people that have really set what that story is. And honestly, the story of history and civilization hasn't changed for around 100 years. It still hasn't changed, even with Göbekli Tepe. We still say, well, civilization started 6,000 years ago with the Sumerians, then the Egyptians, and then the Greeks and Romans, Chinese, all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a framework here for how this could be conducting energy and power and what that power would be used for?
Chris Dunn's Giza power plant theory takes into account all of this stuff. I'm not an expert on it, but it has a lot to do with acoustics. The Grand Gallery has a bunch of these Helmholtz resonators in it. It's a really interesting theory. There's like different fluids and chemicals used in these shafts. There's a lot to it, and there's a lot of evidence for it as well. Like those shafts in the Queen's Chamber, for example. I mean, they don't even come out into the Queen's Chamber. They terminate like 6 inches from the wall. So there was a guy running around like literally tapping on the wall. So that sounds a bit different behind there. So they get a sledgehammer and they bust the wall open. They find the shafts. Like there's nothing. And when they first found the Queen's Chamber, by the way, it was covered in like 6 inches of these crystals that may have been the byproduct of some sort of chemical reaction. And in fact, I've got in here, I shouldn't have gone in there, but they've been doing these experiments. So they unlocked one of these gates. There's like a shaft and a little grotto area that goes in, because there's this alcove in the Queen's Chamber, but you can go right into the masonry behind it and it opens up into a little grotto area. I crawled in there and I filmed, and you can still find chunks of this crystal and all these weird growths that are, because they cleaned it all up and carved it all off when they cleaned up the inside of the pyramid. But there's a lot of this weird evidence, like something else was going on.
And what is his theory as to what this power could have been used for?
Some form of energy. I don't know, some sort of microwave energy that they could have used. If they had a receiver for it, they could have done it. Essentially, they think it may be coming from like this harmonic tone or this generation. It comes from the earth. It's a lot of complex theories on it. I don't know. Like I think his theory is the best one that we have that explains it with our tech. My personal opinion is I think it's probably broader than that. I think we don't quite understand what it's for, but I do think it was functional.
Can you explain this resonance theory that you shared? I think it was on the Concrete podcast that you did.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, there's one thing you find when you go in, and you would have found this when you went into the King's Chamber, like it's insanely resonant, right? It's just like this, the acoustics in there are off the charts.
Yeah.
And there is, it could be coincidence.
It's also very underwhelming, which makes me feel like it wasn't a chamber.
The chamber?
The chamber itself, you're in there, you're like, oh, this is just like the awe-inspiring view of the pyramids on the outside. And then you get into this King's Chamber, right?
Yeah, it's a box.
It's a box.
Yeah.
So
but it is made up of like 70-ton granite monoliths.
There's no question. like the feat in order to execute placing these 70-ton granite blocks around it is very special. But when you look at the grandiosity of like the dynastic Egyptians, it's not reflected in this room in any way. And if that was the king's room, like for a king, that I think it'd be a little different. It makes way more sense to me that this is a power factory. Because that looks like the source of the power or the battery's hooked up or whatever it is. That to me makes way more sense. Because if I'm the king and that's the room you made me, you're dead.
Do we know if granite...
You know what I mean? I'm not dying here, motherfucker. I need more shit.
Yeah.
And it is just barren. It's empty.
bury
You
you
see the
here.
tomb right there.
Functional ass place.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because today's episode is sponsored by Saving Your Ass Money. Think about that. Think about that. You go buy something online, there's always that little box that says, do you have the promo code? Do you have the coupon code? Is there a way for you to save money? And you never do. Let's just be honest, you never do. Well, you know what? You can't. And you can without actually doing anything. Honey, okay, is a browser extension that's going to do it all for you. That's right. It scours the internet for all the coupon codes that are available for the thing that you need to buy. All you have to do is use it. It's free for you to use. All you have to do is use it and you save money on the things you're already gonna buy online. I don't even need to convince you to do this. You're gonna go buy a pair of sneakers? You use the Honey browser extension and then boom, you save some money if there's a coupon code out there. It is that simple. And also, Honey doesn't just work on desktops. It works on your iPhone too. Just activate it on Safari on your phone and save on the go. So if you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out. And by getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting this show. Get PayPal Honey for free at joinhoney.com/flagrant. That's joinhoney.com/flagrant. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because let's be honest, some of y'all dumbasses have probably gotten injured, hurt yourself, and you know what? You could have made a lot of money. You hurt yourself on a job. You hurt yourself because of the job's negligence. You hurt yourself because of someone driving in a stupid manner like Shifty. You hurt yourself for many different reasons, but it wasn't your fault. And you know what?
Man.
You didn't get the money that you deserved. And Morgan is going to help make that happen. And you know what? They're not going to even get paid unless they get you your money. Think about that. They're so confident if they take on your case that they're going to get you breaded up. They could get you breaded up. That they don't even want money unless you make money. Think about that. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide, more than 800 lawyers with over $15 billion recovered for clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record for fighting to get you full and fair compensation. Submitting an injury claim with Morgan & Morgan is so easy. It's more like using an app than hiring a lawyer, okay? You submit a claim with Morgan & Morgan, okay? It's basically like ordering takeout. That's how simple it is. Morgan & Morgan, you are going to be taken care of. So if you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/flagrant or dial #law. That's #529 from your cell phone. That's For the People, FOR thepeople.com/flagrant or #law, #529 from your cell. Now let's get back to the show.
Do we know if granite has any functional properties that could be...
Yeah, it's piezoelectric. It's a conductor. It's piezoelectric. If you hit it with enough pressure, it generates electricity. There's a lot of quartz content in the granite. I've done experiments with guys. We actually see different electrical conductivity properties between granite, basalt, and limestone. They have different properties. So you see these types of stones lined up and sites made of these different types of stones that have these different electromagnetic properties to them. I think there's possibilities. I think that's where we should be experimenting and doing work to try and figure it out.
Does it make... Is there evidence of cities close to every one of these pyramids? Because that makes sense that if it's the power plant for the city, right? But if they're just out there in the middle of nowhere and there's no city around it, then it doesn't... The power plant theory kind of like goes away.
We don't know. The city's probably built on top of the remnants of older cities. I mean, you see this
mainly
going on other places too.
N64.
I mean, so each of those pyramids, that's the interesting thing about those pyramid sites, is that they are all, I call them like the Sun Belt. From each one, you can see the next one. So starting up at Abu Rawash, up on the hill, you can see Giza, then you can look down to see, you know, Abu Sir to Saqqara to Dashur, and you see each other on the horizon. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe they're all connected. There's been rumors of underground infrastructure in between these sites. I've heard that story.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Connecting all the...
Potentially. I've heard that story. I don't know.
Which would make sense functionally if you need to power the whole city or whatever.
Yeah. So now, something so monumental as the pyramids of Giza and the fact that perhaps maybe other people built them and then they were discovered by new people and then those people died out and discovered by new people. Why was it eventually just left so barren for so long?
Well, it was used as a quarry. Eventually, it's like, you know what's easier than digging up stone from the ground? Taking the stone from this damn thing.
And quarries, just for anybody listening, it's just a sourcing place for stuff.
Yeah, there were sources of quarries. People would just take stone from it. Like people lived up until probably less than 100 years ago. People lived at these sites in Egypt, the temples, the pyramid places. Before they became these tourist attractions, people would pitch their tents and they'd cut holes in the stone to tie the camels up. Donkeys or whatever, and they'd live there. I mean, same as all the temples. People just live there, turn into markets. I mean, we blackened the ceilings of these temples from cook fires for generations. And then eventually the government came along and says, you know what, you guys get all the F out. We're going to turn these into tourist attractions. So in some ways, like we've inherited them, these sites today. We use them as tourist attractions. We've renovated them as tourist attractions.
You would think that the neighborhood
Maybe the Egyptians did the same thing
around the pyramids would be like Central Park property. You know what I mean? Like, it is not. Like, there are people out there who probably live in like really like lower income homes that have a perfect view of the most amazing thing that humans have ever created.
My buddy Yusuf, he lives in Nazlet El Samam, which is the village near the Sphinx entrance, and he's got his shop there, and his little balcony's on the 5th floor of this building, and we sit out there and play music or whatever, and just stare right at the Sphinx and the pyramids. Like, that's the view he grew up with. It's insane.
Wow.
Yeah, it is cool. And they're trying to knock it all down now. The government wants to go in there
and build hotels and do all this stuff.
Yeah.
But it is really interesting. So it must have been like so normalized to them that they wouldn't try to build around it. That's what's peculiar to me.
It's a roof over people's heads in a lot of places, in these, particularly the temples, man. They don't care, and they'd cut holes in it, and a lot of people would scoop out, they'd get a blade and scoop out material and take it as some sort of, healing powder or whatever, or you're taking a piece from the gods and stuff like that. So
right. But the people that actually built this, how advanced they were, there's no necessarily a theory as to why they went away or why they left or were they killed or...
I don't know. I mean, the stories they tell was cataclysm. That's all of these ancient stories come back to cataclysm.
Not Younger Dryas for them, or maybe it was.
We don't know. We don't know. We'll put it this way. So the Egyptians themselves, I don't think you can separate the dynastic Egyptians from what you might call the builder culture, right? The advanced culture. The Egyptians themselves call themselves a legacy culture. So they describe 2 time periods before the dynastic civilization. The oldest one is called Zep Tepi. It's when the gods themselves walked to the earth. They had mystical capabilities. It went for like 25,000 years. Yeah, those were the gods that then get worshipped as gods in their pantheon. They supposedly walked the earth.
This is Horus, Osiris.
Yep. And then after they went away, for whatever reason, there's a time called Shemsu Hor, or the followers of Horus. Again, these semi-divine mystical beings with all of these crazy powers that you could interpret as magic or technology. And they reigned for like 15,000 years or something.
As disciples.
They have these kings lists of these rulers and it adds up to like 15,000 years for the Shemsu Hor and like 25,000 years for Zep Tepi. And then Menes is the first king of the first dynasty, and it goes right on.
Until
and
dynasty.
we decide, they look at that, that's our history. And it's our academics that decide, you know what, Menes, that's actually where the history starts, and before that's all myth. And the Egyptians themselves didn't make that distinction.
Now let's assume there's a cataclysm.
Yeah.
Happens tomorrow, God forbid. 1,000 years from now, and it brings us back to hunter-gatherer. 1,000 years from now, if people were telling stories about these ancient humans that had little blocks that they could see each other on and compute, we would sound like the gods.
You would.
We would sound like the gods to people thousands of years from now.
We could send messages to people across the planet in 1 second. On just email.
Through the air.
And you know what? The idea of a satellite is so foreign. It literally seems like we're just sending messages.
It's magic.
We had objects in space that could track people at any point. You could have a self-automated weapon that would kill one person. Like a drone sounds like the craziest thing.
The angry gods that would strike down the wicked. Yeah, and you
might
even
imitate.
You might find a black shiny rock and carve it to look like that and try and do it. And that's, I think, what's happened in ancient Egypt, because across these categories of artifacts and objects, you see like a tale of two industries. You have the advanced objects, and then you have the primitive objects that match the primitive tools.
So
I think there was a lot of imitation and replication going on.
speedrun.com.
I think a lot of these places, like these ancient sites, the Old Kingdom sites, the pyramid sites, eventually became ceremonial sites by the ancient Egyptians. They were the ones dancing around the campfires trying to turn them on again, because they've got some cultural memory of something happening, of something working.
It's oral story.
We would do the same thing. It's human nature.
How do we get this?
So this is still Egyptians.
I do, yeah, because look, I think some of the we haven't really talked about the statues. The statues are astonishing. There are statues.
Oh, you bring up these statues.
Yeah, go to like
the
giant
precision of the statues
objects.
is just unbelievable.
There's a directory of the giant objects or statues is another one. But some of these statues have the same type of precision. We've analysed them for symmetry. They're absolutely not makeable by hand. They're very challenging, and some of them range up to the size of take the Statue of Liberty. Just the lady, and imagine it's made out of one piece of granite. Like that's the size of these things, like 1,000 to 1,500 tons.
Imagine this is granite. These statues.
Yeah, they're all granite, single pieces of granite.
I'm sorry, there are statues.
Oh yeah.
That are the same size as the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, more than 1,000 tons. There's a directory.
In height.
Well, no, just the lady herself. Yeah, like 100 feet high. Yeah, it's insane.
And where are they located in Egypt?
So there's a bunch of them. I know of at least 3 or 4. Again, if you go the other directory of, I think it's huge objects, the third one down. There's some pictures of it. But you find them there's a place called, one of my favorites is at a place called the Ramesseum. And it's probably the biggest piece of one of these things is laying over on its side. That's it there. So you see the head there? You see the girl standing next to it? So that's its head. So pan right, and you see the human, like she's standing next to it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So that was a seated statue, single piece granite. Just the pedestal it sits on is 450 tons. But this thing out of rose granite was a single seated statue that's fallen over. There's evidence for standing statues of a similar size. Keep going. Next one. Yeah. So that's the shoulder and arm.
Wow.
That's the shoulder and hand of a standing statue. That's at Karnak Temple that we're putting back together. And that thing is made out of an even crazy material. That's composite quartzite, which has chunks of flint in it. And flint goes up to like an 8.5 on the Mohs scale. That is a much harder material to work than granite.
Sorry, where did you say this was?
Karnak Temple, which is in Upper Egypt, in the south.
And how far?
Yeah, go, Mark.
I was just going to ask, just for these materials, how far away are those quarries?
Well, a lot of the quarries for granite was in Aswan in Upper Egypt. But if you go to the next picture, that's a foot. That's about the same size as the feet of the Statue of Liberty. You see the big toe? Now, that's made out of granite. That's in the north of Egypt. That's at Tanis. That's more than 1,000 miles from the quarry for this stone. So they moved a piece of stone that's probably 1,500 tons from somewhere down 1,000 miles away, shipped it up to this place in the Delta, and then there was a giant statue made from it.
Is it possible?
Mental, but yeah.
Is it possible that the reason why there's so much evidence of the granite statues is because those are the only ones that made it?
I think
they're so high on the Mohs scale that they weren't absolutely disintegrated.
Yeah.
Like a limestone statue would be potentially over thousands of years of erosion.
Yeah, I think so. Well, granite, if you're going to make something that you want to last, you make it out of granite. Or you make it out of this tough stuff like this.
So it's possible they also worked with limestone, they worked with other things. Yeah. Those are just gone.
I think so. Well, and so this is where it comes back to that question about are they Egyptians? And why I don't think you can separate the dynastic Egyptians from.
Whoa, go back one.
That's the Colossi of Memnon.
Fucking hell.
And that's all granite.
That's all granite. Well, actually quartzite.
Has this been placed back together?
It has, yes. The Romans actually rebuilt.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're uncovering big statues here all the time. This is at I think it's the Temple of Amenhotep, something like that. It's on the west bank of the Nile, near where this is. And so here's the connection to me. I think. And it's one thing you see, you go into all the temples from the Old Kingdom to the New Kingdom. The consistent look and feel of these kings and pharaohs interacting with the gods, all of the iconography doesn't really change that much. It's the same look. It's that traditional Egyptian look, what you guys said, right? I think they get that. It's like, I get the question like, well, if you think the statues are so old, how come they look like dynastic Egyptians? I'm like, I think it's the other way around.
I think Egyptians
copy the old statues.
I think they inherited this iconography, that look. It's like every time you see their rulers, they put themselves in amongst the gods. They're trying to become one of the gods, like take some of that power, that significance. And they put themselves in those shoes, you know. Eventually they got really arrogant and they'd take these big statues, they'd hammer their own name into them. There's tons of examples of where they with these overwritten names and they put this is me now, you know. Like I'm the biggest, that's Ramses the Great. Ramses II did that everywhere. He just graffitied his name deeply into all this stuff.
So
and
dumb.
It's acknowledged that's what
Like
he did.
he's so fucking
But I
dumb.
think that's where they get, that's why you can't disconnect them from that.
It is funny.
from that culture. I think they're part of it, but they have a gap, and the gap's probably due to cataclysm.
Right.
Probably knocking them back to the Stone Age and hunter-gatherer.
I am.
And then when they
laughing,
came
I am.
back, they had some knowledge and some
overreacting
artifacts
to
and
it,
some
I'm just
understanding,
tired.
but they didn't have the capability.
Right. Now, typically with these types of amazing monuments, there's amazing cities nearby, kind of like what he was talking about. Now, I'm not familiar with Egypt specifically, but are there great cities, the great ancient cities that you can still see? Or like remnants or ruins of those cities? Or are they completely built over?
Thebes, yeah, I mean, Heliopolis, no, there's all still remnants, like up in the north. There's Memphis, there's a lot of like dynastic Egyptian cities that are there. Yeah, it's still all part of it.
And
I mean, they've generally built over the top of it.
Are the cities as advanced in terms of like infrastructure and city planning as the monuments are in technology?
Oh, you're talking about cities
Yeah,
that
so the next stream
reflect
might be
dynastic Egyptian cities? I mean,
N64,
no,
honestly.
pre-dynastic.
Like, let's say
Because
there's
we got-
only
we got our
the
goals for
Empire
today.
State Building left. We can look at it and say, oh, there's an equally interesting city of people that are using those same remnants. With a fascinating monument, is there a city with granite roads? Is there a city with water structures and aqueducts?
For example, Göbekli Tepe, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You saw that one spot, and then as you did that kind of LiDAR, what is it, like a...
Or a subterranean scanning or whatever.
You found that there was a bunch of other versions of those structures that were built.
Right.
Do you see that type of like city planning around the Great Pyramids of Giza? Has that been covered by like Cairo?
Yes, it has.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we
it's-
wouldn't be
I
able
know
to
it's
tell.
so
It might be underneath.
It's inhabited. Yeah, it's been inhabited. That's the thing. You change it over time, generation.
Yeah.
Even more so than potentially these pyramid sites. Where you can see some of that though, it was really interesting. Is Cusco, like in Peru.
In Peru, this is fascinating.
Cusco is like, I think, one of the most unique cities in the world. It's because it's the bottom layer there. It's megalithic. Like it has this. So I think there's a similar story. I think this builder culture was one that was probably global.
These were the Incas?
Well, the Inca is who they attribute it to.
Gotcha. So the Incas are like the dynastic Egyptians.
Yes, but much. I mean, they're much closer to us. Like it's like 1500s, 1600s. Like not that long ago.
Right.
And that empire, as great as it was, the Inca had a fascinating and amazing civilization, but it was really like 150 years. Just go to woe, like when the Spanish came in and they all died.
Yeah.
As a result. And but they say they built everything, but that's really not what you see. It's the difference between the technological levels in South America is night and day.
Can you bring up? Do you have some images from?
Yeah, you go to South America, the directory. You'll see it there. But Cusco is the only city in the world, I think, where you can see these different layers of construction and civilization built up on top of each other.
Yeah.
You have megalithic, you have Inca, you have colonial Spanish, and you have modern, all stacked up on top of each other.
It's really cool.
Not that. That's Egypt. The next one is.
What is it called? Tehawama or something like that?
Sacsayhuaman.
Sacsayhuaman.
Yeah. I've probably got. So that's. Yeah, this is a good example. Here's like the.
Oh, this is great.
Intipunku, the sun
megalith
gates
at the bottom.
Megalithic work, and then you see what the Inca did on top of it. Like that's actually really good Inca work on top.
They continued it in a way that they could.
They were very respectful.
Yeah.
They rebuilt stuff and they repaired it, but the loose stonework, the small stonework, is totally what their capabilities are. This is down in Bolivia. At Tiwanaku, which is an extremely unique place as well. Incredible precision in the monuments down here. These are called the H blocks for obvious reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, amazing flatness. Like there's been some work done here to analyze this. Frankly, all of this stuff needs deeper analysis and scanning and
Can you
investigation.
go to those great walls? I think they're in Cusco. These
Go
massive...
up. I've definitely got them in there somewhere. Yeah.
No. It's the one with the polygonal.
That's it there. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the streets of Cusco, right?
This is just in the street.
Yep. Yep. In the city center, that's it's made of granite. Those are granite blocks. And then you can see
Look at this.
That's Sacsayhuaman.
This is fucking outstanding.
Yeah, some of these blocks are like 150, 200 tons. Very hard form of limestone. And you can, again, you see the delta between the big technology and then the little rocks, right?
Yeah.
The Inca came along and did the little rocks.
Now, with these gigantic rocks, the megalithic rocks here, they seamlessly fit into one another.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So one would look at it and go, okay, there's been some stonework done so that these stones can perfectly puzzle piece. Is it stonework or is this just 20,000 years of weight? I really don't know.
Dude, this is the one place, Egypt, a lot of the masonry in Egypt, it's kind of easier to look at because it's like flat lines.
Yeah.
It's straight lines. you have the same precision here, but you have these compound curved surfaces, which is ridiculously more
difficult. It almost seems like they were flexing.
And it's not like, it's not like they're just like joining them up at the front. It's like if you look behind, if you go on top and you look at the joins, like these joins are perfect all the way through the depth of the stone.
So it's like they're having fun. They can't
so
make the
stupid.
even cuts, but they're like, what would be sexier? Right? It is far easier to just cut these into regular, straight
like
blocks.
artistically done.
I mean, it's difficult still to get them so precise that you can't stick a razor blade in there. But same thing here, but now you're curving surfaces and these mating surfaces are stupid precise. If ever there was a case for when you get into this like molecular softening tech, like you said earlier, like this thing, just like make this thing like Play-Doh or toffee and just shove it in there and have it form its shape next to it and then it hardens.
Explain this to us.
Well, it's just speculation.
So we were talking about this when I mentioned this before about the pyramids and like using granite and things like that and moving them from so far. And he had mentioned this on a different show where he was basically saying that it's possible that the molecules can be manipulated to make it not have the same toughness.
Yeah, it's like science fiction, but it's
science fiction, but it would be very similar to the idea of like heating up a metal in order to morph it.
Yeah.
Because we do it with certain substances. You heat up gold and then you can bang away at it, or you heat up what is steel to make like a sword. You would do the same.
Malleable.
So if you could make a rock malleable, it would be much easier to do this.
It could be. Yeah, that's. I look at it and go, I can't imagine a guy. Like, I'm gonna shave a little bit off here, shave a little, like then I'm gonna put this, 15-ton rock back on and check my fit and take it off again and just shave a bit more. Like I don't understand unless you go the other route as like it's fully designed and mechanized and produced with a manufacturing rig similar to the Vase and other stuff where you can just I design it, I click go and it just carves it.
Right.
If there may be some other tech involved, and this almost looks like. You look at the front of these things too, and there's all these weird scoop marks and indentations. It's almost like they were holding. It's almost you're pushing stuff up, or you can imagine some of these nubs that forms like almost like a heat extrusion nub. It's complete speculation. I'll be very clear.
Is there any type of like scientific basis for that type of theory, or is it sort of just like a fun science fiction approach?
There is. There's a theory called geopolymer. It's a little different to what I'm talking
That's what I
about.
thought this was geopolymer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anthony told me. You basically melt. You can go ahead. You melt stuff down and then reshape it.
Yeah.
Similar to kind of what you're saying now.
Like you get a bag of this mix and you put some add water and shape it into thing, right? It's like concrete. But there's challenges and then there's some interesting evidence for it. But I don't think that doesn't work for granite. I don't actually think that's the case in Egypt. But there is some interesting evidence at Tiwanaku potentially for some of that sort of technology being used. I think it's a legitimate investigation that needs to be looked at, but the problem is you do get a lot of these stones have fossils in them and all this stuff, and we've got quarries, but it's so you look at it and you go, how is that not just like they made it like Play-Doh and shoved a shape into it,
Is there any repetition in the polygonal blocks?
No. That's another issue with the geopolymer theories.
Each one is its own fucking shape.
Same as the pyramids, too. Same thing. They're not uniform.
No stone is uniform.
No, that's right. Yeah. Because how would you? Yeah, you'd need to make a mold for every stone, which is look at the wall here, right? There's one mold and a billion.
Well, hold on. That means that every stone needs to be adjusted for the last stone that was placed. That seems way more difficult than just mapping out the exact size of the stones.
Unless you design it up front, it just prints it that way, or it cuts it that way.
And this doesn't even account for the shafts and the rooms and everything that
I'm getting like goosebumps.
The shafts in the room also have to be cut out before they're placed.
That's right. And you have to place those stones with some pretty significant precision for a 4-inch square shaft through the pyramid to run, hundreds of feet like it does.
Perfectly square that a robot in the modern day could go through.
Can go up, and it has to line up, right? Because that precision has to be held from where it starts to where it ends across all those layers of masonry.
Exactly.
Because you're going into diagonals, like it's horizontal courses.
Right. So it's
like
it's X and Y axes of squares getting broken.
Yeah, exactly.
And with each block, there's a new calculation made for the next block. And you fuck up one,
it's gone, right?
I guess maybe they could chisel away as they're placing it.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Not chiseling, but I guess whatever their machinery was at the time.
The machinery is advanced enough, but still, if you have a different side, how can you have machinery advanced enough to create this, but not advanced enough to just make them uniform? Because if it was uniform, we'd go, okay, forget it. There's no way they did this with the stone and the chisel.
Right.
The fact that it's not uniform is what leaves a little bit of wiggle room for a not super advanced society to create it, just with tons of work
and time. Yeah.
And fucking time.
Yeah. But I think the more you dive into like what it would actually take, it kind of gets a bit silly with some of the time stuff. I think just with the primitive methodologies, it's like, yeah, something else was going on. Like that's the thing. And we haven't done a lot of experiment. Like we've never done. Every time we've tried.
What would we need to find, Ben? What is it called? The smoking gun? What is the
smoking gun? Well, we need to either find some tools or some records or some documents that talk about that may close it. But who knows if that stuff might have been found and it's been taken, it gets washed away. I've heard rumors of that sort of thing.
We have evidence of the results of advanced technology. We just don't have the advanced technology.
Yeah, that's right. The evidence for the tools is in the objects themselves.
Bro, the scoop thing and the core.
Yeah, the tube drills and So, you know what? The whole where are the tools argument, by the way, not for nothing, that applies equally well to the mainstream explanation for these saw cuts and these tubular drills, okay?
You got to explain the tube drill thing, Talk. And you're not supposed to look at blocks from 4,500 years ago and find perfect cylindrical carve-outs.
Yeah. Grooves.
Yeah. I found them at the Met. There's a couple pieces at the Met yesterday.
Really?
Well, yeah, there's a block in there with 2 tube drills. It's pretty cool. I was like, oh, yeah, these are classic tube drills.
Is that in tools here?
It's in tooling. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's some categories of stonework, again, coming from the oldest parts of ancient Egypt, like dynastic, like Old Kingdom. And these things there, so this is a core from a tube drill, and if you go to the next picture, you'll see the hole that they leave. This has been split. Right. So what happens is you have a tube drill, whatever, and it cuts down, it creates this core, and then you snap the core off, and you're left with this hole in the granite. Now,
how'd they snap the core off?
Well, you get a chisel in there, or you wedge it. I don't know. You wedge something in there, and you
just
snap.
Keep moving back and forth.
Yeah, you snap it off. You can see where it snapped off, just at the bottom, and so you see these in these Old Kingdom sites, and again into extremely hard stone, basalt, granite diorite, blah blah blah, and they get quite large, right? That's one that's about 9 inches, 8-9 inches in width. And again, the block's been quarried, so this would just be a hole on its own until somebody came along and quarried the block. I think they looked for them for quarrying because of, it's like a hole, so they try and split the stone on the axis of the drill hole.
Who would have quarried?
Oh, anyone later on. Like, at some point it was Ramses II in the New Kingdom was quarrying stuff from the old pyramids.
And
at that point,
like,
for thousands of years after that.
But to do it like that, you would need some kind of tool, right?
No, to quarry the block?
Yeah,
split
in that
the block?
cylindrical fashion.
Yeah. You need a tube drill to make this hole, but you see how the stone's been split down the axis of the hole, right? Yeah. So that's a very common quarrying technique that's still in use today, essentially.
I gotta YOLO it more, I think.
Like divots into the rock, then you stick wood in them, and you wet the wood. You're trying to split the stone because you want to take the finished surface.
Right.
That happens everywhere. You see that all over.
And don't some stones have just a natural property where they do split pretty cleanly?
That's what they're trying to take advantage of. A lot of times it fails, sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, so you see these tube drills. Thank you. They have these cores, and we found a couple of these cores. Now, a guy named Flinders Petrie in the 1800s took one of these cores and analyzed it and looked at the grooves, and he's like, you know what? This is a spiral groove around this core. It's not like just. Imagine how we do it today. You get this high-speed drilling, and spinning. It takes forever to cut through granite. Yeah. Or like a tile saw or whatever. It's not going to leave a spiral groove. It's going to be you'll have these circular things. Well, there's going to be a lot of circular lines as you very slowly grind down through the material. This thing actually penetrates the stone at like a 1 in 60 rate, which means that for every if you take that spiral, that circular motion, you stretch it out straight. So for every 60 inches of horizontal travel, it's going an inch in vertical travel.
Yeah, think of like a screw.
It's like a screw, right? Yeah, it's screwing into the granite. And we're seeing the result.
So a hollow screw, essentially.
Yeah, it's like
that's where the core would exist.
And so Petrie looks at this, he's like, what the fuck is this?
It's a lot of pressure.
Petrie was the first guy to apply like engineering principles from the industrial age to this stuff. It's a mind trip to me to think that it took us until the industrial age to even be able to put some of this stuff into a context that we can understand it.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
We were only then starting to develop machining capabilities.
You don't even have the machinery you can explain it.
If you found this in the 1700s, you're like, no one's ever done this before, ever.
You don't know what it is. You don't have the framework. Yeah, it's like taking a cell phone back to cavemen. I mean, it's just trying to. We know.
It's just a rock tip.
We know with wireless networking and all that shit. It's like satellites. That context you're missing, but we have the context for it now, and we couldn't do this today. Like so, Petrie said, well, shit, maybe they had 2 to 3 tons of pressure on the tube drill, And then Chris Dunn, the same guy I mentioned earlier, has analysed this
Yeah,
core
like
because
5 more
it's in the
minutes or
Petrie
less.
Museum in London, and they
And then I'm
let
gonna
people
sign
play
off.
with their
Thanks for being
toys,
here.
which is really nice of them. So he's analysed this, and he's kind of furthered the work of Petrie to define this spiral groove that's on this thing. What's crazy about it is, and again, this may not have been a high-speed drill, right? Might have been slowly turning, but think that penetration rate, that's 500 times greater than we can achieve with our drills today, right? Our drills, these high-speed things, I mean, they might go faster, but in terms of that penetration rate into the granite, this rate is like 500 times greater than.
Whereas our modern machines, I guess, are going off like torque and friction, whereas this is going off just pure weight.
Oh, we don't know. Yeah, it could be ultrasonic. It could have some other mechanism of punching into the granite. And you see these things all over the place, and ranging from about this big, little tiny things, to about 9 inches big. And there's those, and then there's circular saw cuts that seem to work in the same way, where they're just eating away into this stone that we can't figure out.
What about the scoops?
GG, man.
Yeah,
Thanks,
scoop
bro.
marks in
Thanks,
the
buddy.
quarry, same thing. So there's all these categories of tooling and
keep going,
and evidence. I'm sure there are some pictures of the quarry in here as well. So, in this long story to get back around to where are the tools, so the mainstream's explanation for these tubular drills and for these, saws and stuff, yeah, this is the scoop marks.
That's fucking crazy.
They say,
Yeah, I'll
well, it was
probably
a
be
copper
streaming
bar or a copper
M64
tube, and they
next.
rubbed it with sand and like a bow drill, or they dragged it back and forth and they ground away with sand. It obviously doesn't match the tool marks or anything remotely close to what we see, but guess how many copper tubes or copper bars they found?
None.
0. So where are the tools for your explanation?
Right.
You say, where are my tools? Where are your tools?
I mean, it looks like a mini
I don't know.
excavator.
Yeah, this is, and that's straight into granite. Like, that's at the quarry.
That's granite.
I'm
That's
not
what I was
in a
wondering
good
what's
spot
going on. That's
either.
fucking nuts.
That's at the quarry in Aswan, where they have the 1,200-ton obelisk that's still attached to the bedrock.
We gotta get that one. I think what's so interesting about this is, like, this feels like a conspiracy that will be proven in our lifetime, that will really shake our understanding of history. It's really cool to learn about it. It seems like there's tons of evidence that would at least show that there was more advanced technology, and maybe at bare minimum we understand there was more advanced technology. Maybe bare minimum that.
Yeah.
And then we lost it, and then we developed our own, but there was something else going on. That bare minimum, everybody can get on board, right? Because we can acknowledge that you can't do these things with a stone and a chisel.
It also theoretically turns government into doomsday preppers, which is kind of funny, and also probably necessary.
Wait, what do you mean by that one?
Because if you're like, yo, these guys got wiped out by a comet or whatever, and there was no evidence of them left whatsoever, we should prepare for such a scenario to happen in our lifetimes.
That is what it's, I think that's ultimately what's important about some of this work, really, is there's a fundamental, so we grow, what's the fundamental understanding we have of our civilization, our place in history? We all think that we went from cavemen to, striped toothpaste and space shuttles in this 6,000 year period, which is...
No, I wouldn't have, I don't think I was
60
boosted out.
centuries,
So if I wasn't
25
boosted
years a
out,
generation, like 240
I wouldn't
generations essentially
have
from stone man
gotten
to today.
26.
And it's
It
like,
would've
so
been
it's as
27.
if we have this
Man, that was
idea,
a good
like, well,
run.
this is what civilization is. This is a
Damn.
preordained path. This is how you do it. We don't need to worry about it. But I think if you had the same fundamental understanding, in the same way we understand that oh no, there's a cyclical thing going on here. We're just the latest revolution of the civilization wheel. There's a relationship to cataclysm. We've risen to great heights and we've been knocked down in the past. I do think on the long term, that could change priorities, man. We might actually start trying to solve and putting a bit more resources behind trying to solve some of the bigger issues. The analogy that I've figured out that I want to use talking about that is honestly is climate change. Like, whether you agree with it or not, or whatever it means to you, that's a movement that's changed people's behavior. It's in a generation or two. It's a fundamental thing that's entered our understanding of what it means to be a human. It affects our behavior, how we interact with others and the world around us. And it's changed us. And I think that's the type of understanding that if it gets into our culture and into our what it means to be a modern human, then we might stand a chance of changing our priorities, worrying a little less about fighting with each other in the next election cycle, and then
humans are
looking at the bigger picture.
Humans are so illogical, I don't know if it works, but if you're thinking we have an existential crisis, at any given point, you probably don't care as much about critical race theory or whatever little government info, like, these little things that we worry about. That's what I was kind of joking about, like, who cares how many genders there are? If the human species, if all of Earth is at stake at some point, we don't know when. We should prepare for that instead of worrying about this shit.
Yep. Or you
I think it makes sense.
Well, you go with the expanse, and it's like maybe the universe is better off without us because we're just warlike talking monkeys that are probably no good for anybody. Who knows?
Yeah.
You can take two approaches to it, but I think because the long-term solution is to get off the planet, it's to spread out, right?
I asked you about this before, but do you think drugs or any type of mind-altering substances contributed to the creation of any of these?
Ooh. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced of it, actually. There's lots of use for particularly DMT in the ancient world. I mean, the blue lotus flower is one that's represented in all the artwork. I mean, you literally see images of it's like a smoking pipe almost. It's like, and you're getting showered with knowledge, power, and stability, or life, power, and stability from the gods. And some of those things, it looks to me like smoking pipes. The blue lotus flower is full of DMT. The acacia trees, that's got DMT in it. You see, I think there's some of those visions in those altered states, some of that geometry and things are represented in some of the artwork. There's been mummies found with cocaine from South America, like in the linen.
From South
America, go figure.
Yeah, there's some trade, right? They're probably trading.
They're trading stuff. Cocaine from South America?
Potentially. There's definitely been mummies found with
Wait.
coca.
Mummies in Egypt?
Yes.
Found with South American coke?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Don't explain it.
But does no one else want to explain this? Why are you the only one that's like, we got to talk about the mummies doing blow? Like, that's crazy.
They got boomerangs in ancient Egypt. The name for them literally translates to foreigner's weapon. Like, they're in the museum. You can
That's
go
not as cool as coke being exported.
This is true.
Yeah, but he's Australian, you know.
I'm not sure on the details. You'd have to look at, if you look up mummy cocaine, you'd probably find the details. But
Yeah, let's look that up, please. Can I ask you, while he looks that up, what are your thoughts on climate change? Because this could theoretically, a lot of what we believe is climate change could just be, Younger Dryas type things.
I think that if you want to understand climate change, you probably need to widen your scope of view a little bit and look back a little bit further than the last century or two, is what I would say. Because in a lot of ways, to me, the modern climate change discussion is, and to borrow an analogy from my friend George Howard, it's like we're sitting in a car arguing about the radio station and what channel we're listening to, but we're ignoring the fact that the car's sitting on a railway track and the train's coming. We've got bigger problems. I think, and if we burn...
Wait, what do you know? You know some shit.
Well...
is there a comet coming?
No, I don't know. I don't know. On a long enough timescale, 100%. It depends on what that timescale is.
I think he's just saying we are in this cosmic shooting gallery.
Yeah,
it's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
And it's... Look, if we burnt every last ounce of fossil fuel, and the end result of that was that we averted the next cosmic impact, then karmic debt paid.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing like the climate change that is a result and the pollution of a cosmic impact like that.
Yeah.
Like, you want nuclear winter? Like, that's what it is. Like, it blocks out the sun for hundreds of years. Everything on Earth dies. You can't breathe outside. Like, the half of the world is on fire, kind of thing. Like, it's apocalyptic, and the words, that's what it means.
And that's not speculative. Like, I remember, you were telling me that, like, there's a piece of the bedrock that you could see that was on fire, or the remnants of the fire, and this exists throughout the Earth.
There's like a black mat layer at that Younger Dryas boundary layer in the soil, in the strata. There is an organic, it's like a soot layer almost, where it's, and the calculations were something like 9% of the organic matter on the planet was on fire, which is...
At one time.
It's an astronomical amount
It's just an ash layer in the bedrock.
It's literally, it's fallout from the fires.
Insane.
It was either flood or fire. Like, you look at every ancient culture, it's flood or fire. Like, it's either cataclysmic fire or it's world-ending floods. Like,
kind of makes you feel lucky, huh?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, people complain about it, but honestly, our climate has been the most stable. We've had the best climate in the last sort of 10,000 years that we've had for almost 200,000 years, on the planet. So when you talk about modern climate change and we're arguing about CO2 and like a tenth of a degree, I don't care. It's fine. Look, that's not to say pollution, bad. Treat the planet good, yes. Like, let's clean up our act, do all that stuff. But
we have bigger problems.
Reality is also CO2 is not a problem. More CO2 is good. The planet nearly went into plant death in the Little Ice Age. The warmth is great. We've been far warmer and had far more CO2 in our history on this planet and supported megafauna and megaflora, the likes of which don't exist at all anymore.
It's when it gets cold.
Cold is the problem. Small cold periods associated. Guess when the the Black Plague was. It
We're
was a
basically
cold
like-
period. All of the downturns.
Oh, because the heat is going to burn off a lot of the bacteria.
What? Cold periods are associated with famine and less plant growth, which means your immune systems are weaker. You don't eat as much, all the stuff
Bacteria
happens.
can't grow in cold, and then we're very much like bacteria in that way.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're the ones that...
I was thinking it was going to get burned off in the heat, but you're right. That makes sense. And also just the weakness of the body. If there's no
famine,
Winters are just rough in general.
Yeah, cold's bad, and cold is worse than getting warmer. Like this whole planet's on fire is nonsense. Like it's fine. In fact, the planet is greening. Like you've seen the evidence for this. Like the planet's actually greening due to the slight increase in CO2. And CO2 is not a pollutant. We shouldn't be demonizing CO2. It's fine. Like I said, in the past, we've had many times the number of CO2 that we have today. It's not a big deal. We've never had a runaway climate. The climate on this planet's very stable. Even when things like cosmic impacts happen, it recovers. Like it's a very stable system.
And just to clarify, so you don't get yelled at, that's not to say there's no problem with pollution. There are other problems, but it's not necessarily what we think it is.
I hate having to preface that all the time by saying, well, if you somehow question any of the narrative, it's like you're pro-pollution. Like, of course, pollution's bad. Let's clean up our act. Let's keep the oceans clean.
Two things can be
all
true.
These things.
Yeah.
Let's behave like responsible stewards of the planet.
But if polluting was making it colder,
let's not tax everyone.
That's a bigger problem.
That's a bigger issue.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it'd be a bigger problem too. It would be. Cold is bad. Cold is bad.
What'd you find here?
So
Mike?
this
Humans
is,
weren't
the German
around.
toxicologist basically did a study on the hair of a priestess that they uncovered.
Coca.
And they basically found traces of nicotine and cocaine, which had been
Carbon
considered
dioxide,
to
I
be
think, has
cocoa and tobacco
been
plants native to the Americas that were
the highest
not
it's
thought of
been
to
over the
have been
past
brought
million
to
years,
Africa until after Columbus.
I believe.
Well, I do think that we don't give the dynastic Egyptians enough credit for what they did. I think they were probably much wider ranging.
As
they had
per
bigger
the
boats than the
Vostok
Vikings.
ice
The
core.
Vikings got around a lot of
Do
places.
we know that they? I thought we haven't found any boats.
And
from
other
these.
ice cores in Greenland.
They're mostly
and,
riverboats, though. They wouldn't last the sea
Antarctica.
voyage. That said, you can go to places like Hatshepsut's temple, and there's literally scenes on the wall of ocean voyages where there's fleets of ships. They're even drawn underneath.
Yeah, in the
this,
time of the
it's like,
dinosaurs, it was
ocean
about
creatures that
5
you don't get
times
in the
what
Nile.
it is now
They
today.
talk about an expedition to what they call Buntland to go and get stuff at one point. There's a place in Australia called the Gosford Glyphs that I happen to think is probably a
Come on,
result of a
gang, like,
shipwrecked,
come on.
like Ptolemaic
Like this
period
stupid
Egyptian
fucking
crew. There's these glyphs in this place in Australia in this little cab. They think it's a hoax. It's not a hoax.
Wait, go to this.
Gosford Glyphs, yeah. if you search-
Gosford Glyphs.
Yeah, Gosford Glyphs.
And you're saying
Yeah.
that the Egyptians reached Australia.
Yeah. Well, it's on their maps too. They literally show like horses in America, and they show.
This is dynastic Egyptians.
Yeah. Ptolemaic period, like late period, Greek-Roman period. That's the matches the glyphs that they did. They look poor because the story that it tells, we had some of it translated, was the scribe and the captain died. I think one of them died of a snake bite. They were shipwrecked. So this is the results. The carving are the results of a guy that could probably read Egyptian but wasn't a stone carver. It's like you can probably read and write on paper, but try carving it into sandstone, see how far you get. But anyway, so they've known about this. Literally the thumbnail for my video about it. They've known about this since the 1970s.
Alright, I'm gonna do sign off in like a
the
minute.
Modern,
maybe one more run.
dogma on it, I guess, is say, well, it's a hoax. Some guy came back from the war and was like, oh, I was in
Maybe.
Egypt, so I'm just going to draw some random collection of hieroglyphs on the wall. Turns out that's not the case. It actually tells a story. It's coherent. What's even crazier is there are symbols on this wall that we didn't decipher until like the year 2000. So they weren't in Egyptian dictionaries until the year 2000, yet they're still on this wall, been there since the 1970s, and they still want to call it a fake. I'm like, what's so hard to believe? These guys were seafarers. Maybe they just got a whole bunch of storms blew them halfway across the Pacific, and they got shipwrecked down here. They got looked after by the local Aboriginals. They lived their life. They buried their dead, and they wrote something about it on this wall.
Do we know what the story says?
Yeah, it says that it was the part of it, not all of it's been decoded, but the part of it, it says that, yeah, it was exactly that. It was a crew that got shipwrecked here. One of them died from a snake bite. The captain and the scribe died. And then the locals were looking after them, like the Aboriginals would look after people. Like it happened a lot with the white explorers too, later on.
If you could make a pyramid, you can make a boat. You know what I mean? Like, once you subscribe to this idea, what's that?
Sorry, this would be dynastic
It is
Egyptians, and we're not sure the dynastic Egyptians built the pyramids.
Right.
Okay.
They did a lot of them. Look,
Yeah,
dynasty
that's the
Egyptians
one I'm
did
gonna
a
do.
lot of amazing stuff. They were particularly by the New Kingdom and the Ptolemaic period, they had a lot of capability. They were tremendously wealthy. They built, like, Karnak Temple, sure, it's sandstone, but it's spectacular. Like, they built some amazing stuff.
Karnak Temple?
Karnak. You know, they embarked on they were a massive civilization that lasted a long time. I don't want to undersell what they were capable of.
Yeah, we're just comparing them to the GOAT.
Well, yeah, there's as capable as they were and as magnificent as they were, there's just a few things that are outside of their technological capability. And that one top left there is that red one, top left there. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, that's one of them, yeah. So this is like these giant sandstone columns.
That's beautiful.
And that's all dynastic work. All those rams, there's dynastic work. These big pylons and walls are dynastic. There's huge structures. Like the Karnak Temple and Luxor Temple, they're amazing. I think they combine, like a lot of these structures combine both elements. It's like they built a temple on top of an older temple or an older structure that I think does stretch back to, you know, these earlier times with these granite artifacts, the big obelisks and the single-piece statues made from granite that show all these signs of precision. Like, I'm pretty careful about what I define as being this is definitely older. And, you know, to me, it has to, it's a couple things. It has to show the machining marks, right, from these advanced tools that we know weren't around or we can't explain. They have to show precision, symmetry, like anything, and we have to analyze it to look at that. You can't just look at it and go, I think that shows all this precision. Like, we need to do more work analyzing these things to define that. And there's a bunch of objects we've done some of that for. And then I also think that anything over, say, 300 to 400 tons, I think once you get into those realms, I don't think you're moving those as a Bronze Age civilization. No, certainly no one's demonstrated.
Why is that? Why is that weight?
Well, because and it fluctuates somewhere in there, I think, because it's not like as mass goes up, it's not like a linear difficulty scale that goes up with it, right? When you get into really large weights, material strength becomes an issue. You can't be using wood. You know, it's like this, the difficulty level ramps up.
Yeah.
And so particularly once you get to like 1,000 tons and more, but there's plenty of stuff that I'd say, I think your upper limit's probably 300 to 350 tons. People have demonstrated, hey, we can move at 50 tons or 100 tons.
Right.
I think they could totally do it. But when you start scaling up to these big numbers, the obelisks and stuff, and particularly in the environments they are, like that obelisk in the quarry, man.
It's just
1,200
insane.
tons.
What's that called?
It's Aswan Quarry, ASWAN. I have a picture of it in my directory, but you can look it up. Aswan Quarry, an obelisk. And it's 1,200 tons. It's made from granite. It's in a granite quarry. It's literally in a granite mountain on an angle that there's no room to move this thing, but somehow they carved it out. And you know what? We're going to pick this thing up, lift it up 30 feet, and then move it across this rocky, mountainous environment and somehow transport it somewhere.
Wow. So this was an obelisk that was never completed.
It was never completed, right? It's.
And how do we know it was an obelisk and not just some other type of?
It's shaped like an obelisk. It literally has a pointy end. Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's roughed out. Like they would often do this. They would almost like leave a sacrificial layer of stone around the outside of stuff for shipping, and then they would finish stuff on the sides.
Interesting. Then they finish it. That's really
They never detached it from the bedrock. I mean, so it's still attached to the bedrock. There's stones of this size in Baalbek in Lebanon.
And this is similar to the present obelisks that we see that are still erected.
This is way bigger.
Oh, this is way bigger.
Yeah, some of the other, I think the biggest other obelisk might be 400, 500 tons, something like that.
But those are still solid pieces of